would be they would take all of Frazetta's work that he's ever done, which is all documented on the internet, and then you create an image that's representative of that. So you're essentially, in one way or another, you're kind of taking from the art.
Right, but it's not quite as good. It will be as good. I mean, I think we'll match human experience by 2029. That's been my idea. It's not as good.
Which is the best image generator right now, Jamie?
They really change almost from day to day right now. But like Midjourney was the most popular one at first, and then DALL-E, I think, is a really good one too.
Midjourney is incredibly impressive graphics. I've seen some of the Midjourney stuff. It's mind blowing.
Still not quite as good.
Not as good. But boys, it's so much better than it was 5 years ago. That's what's scary.
Yeah,
it's so quick.
I mean, it's never going to reach its limit. We're not going to get to a point. Okay, this is how good it's going to be. It's going to keep getting better.
And what would that look like if it can get to a certain point? It will far exceed what human creativity is capable of.
Yes, I mean, when we reach the ability of humans, it's not going to just match one human. It's going to match all humans. It's going to do everything that any human can do. If it's playing a game like Go, it's going to play it better than any human.
Right. Well, that's already been proven. Right? They have invented moves.
Yeah.
AI's invented moves that have now been implemented by humans.
Right.
In a very complex game that they never thought that AI was going to be able to beat because it requires so much creativity.
Right. Art, though, we're not quite there, but we will be there. And by 2029, it will match any person.
That's it? 2029? That's just a few years away.
Well, I'm actually considered conservative. People think that will happen like next year or the year after. I actually said that in 1999. I said we would match any person by 2029, so 30 years. People thought that was totally crazy. And in fact, Stanford had a conference. They invited several hundred people from around the world to talk about my prediction. And people came in, and people thought that this would happen, but not by 2029. They thought it would take 100 years.
Yeah, I've heard that. But I think people are amending those. Is it because human beings have a very difficult time grasping the concept of exponential growth?
That's exactly right. In fact, still economists have a linear view. And if you say, well, it's going to grow exponentially, it's yeah, but maybe 2% a year. It actually doubles in 14 years. And I brought a chart I can show you that really illustrates this.
Is this chart available online so you can show people?
Yeah, it's in the book.
But is it available online, that chart, where Jamie can pull it up? Someone can see it. Just so the folks watching the podcast can see it too. But I can just hold it up to the camera.
What's it called?
It says price performance of computation 1939 to 2023. You have it. Okay, great. Jamie has it. Yeah, the climb is insane. It's like San Juan.
What's interesting is that it's an exponential curve, and the straight line represents exponential growth. And that's an absolute straight line for 80 years. The very first point, this is the speed of computers. It was 0.000007 calculations per second per constant dollar. The last point is 35 billion calculations per second. So there's a 20 quadrillion fold increase in those 80 years. But the speed with which it gained is actually the same throughout the entire 80 years. Because if it was sometimes better and sometimes worse, this curve would bend. It would bend up, bend down. It's really very much a straight line. So the speed with which we increased it was the same regardless of the technology. And the technology was radically different at the beginning versus the end, and yet it increased the speed exactly the same for 80 years. In fact, the first 40 years, nobody even knew this was happening. So it's not like somebody was in charge and saying, okay, next year we have to get to here, and people would try to match that. We didn't even know this was happening for 40 years. 40 years later, I noticed this. For various reasons, I predicted it would stay the same speed increase each year, which it has. In fact, we just put the last stop like 2 weeks ago, and it's exactly where it should be. So technology and computation, certainly a prime form of technology, increases at the same speed. And this goes through war. You can't tell whether that's war, peace, or anything else on here. It just matches from one type of technology to the next. And it's also true of other things, like, for example, getting energy from the sun. That's also exponential. It's also just like this. It's increased. We now are getting about 1,000 times as much energy from the sun that we did 20 years ago.
Because the implementation of solar panels and the like.
Yeah.
Has the function of it increased exponentially as well? The function of, because what I had understood was that there was a bottleneck in the technology as far as how much you could extract from the sun from those panels.
No, not at all.
No?
I mean, it's increased 99.7% since we started.
Right.
And it does the same every year. It's an exponential curve. Look at the curve. We'll be getting 100% of all the energy we need in 10 years.
The person who told me that was Elon. And Elon was telling me that this is the reason why you can't have a fully solar-powered electric car, because it's not capable of absorbing that much from the sun with a small panel like that. He said there's a physical limitation in the panel size.
No, I mean, it's increased 99.7% since we started.
Since what year?
It's about 35 years ago.
35 years ago. And 99% of the ability of it, as well as the expansion of use?
I mean, you might have to store it. We're also making exponential gains in the storage of electricity.
Right. Battery technology.
So you don't have to get it all from a solar panel that fits in a car.
Well, the concept was, like, could you make a solar paneled car, a car that has solar panels on the roof? And would that be enough to power the car? And he said no. He said it's just not really there yet.
Right, it's not there yet, but it will be there in 10 years.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, he seemed to doubt that. He thought that there's a certain limitation of the amount of energy you can get from the sun, period, how much it gives out, and how much those solar panels can absorb.
Well, you're not going to be able to get it all from the solar panel that fits in a car. You're going to have to store some of that energy.
Right. So you wouldn't just be able to drive indefinitely on
Right.
solar power.
Yeah.
That was what he was saying. So, but you can obviously power a house, and especially if you have a roof, like Tesla has those solar powered roofs now.
But you can also store the energy
Right.
for a car. I mean, we're going to go to all renewable energy, wind and sun, within 10 years, including our ability to store the energy.
All renewable in 10 years? So what are they going to do with all these nuclear plants and coal power plants? All these things?
That's completely unnecessary. People say we need nuclear power, which we don't. I mean, you can get it all from the sun and wind within 10 years.
So in 10 years, you'd be able to power Los Angeles with sun and wind?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
I was not aware that we were anywhere near that kind of timeline.
Well, that's because people are not taking into account exponential growth.
So the exponential growth also of the grid? Because just to pull the amount of power that you would need to charge, X amount of million. If everyone has an electric vehicle by 2035, let's say that, the amount of change you would need on the grid would be pretty substantial.
Well, we're making exponential gains on that as well.
Are we? Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware. I had this impression that there was a problem with that, and especially in Los Angeles, they've actually asked people at certain times when it's hot out to not charge your
They're not
car.
looking at the future.
Mhm.
It's true now, but it's growing exponentially.
In every field of technology, then essentially.
Yeah.
Is the bottleneck battery technology, and how close are they to solving some of these problems of like conflict minerals and the things that we need in order to power these batteries?
Our ability to store energy is also growing exponentially. So putting all that together, we'll be able to power everything we need within 10 years.
Wow. Most people don't think that. So you're thinking that based on this idea that people have a limited
never
idea.
imagined that computation would grow like this.
Mhm.
It's just continuing to do that. And so we have large language models, for example. No one expected that to happen like 5 years ago.
Right.
And we had them 2 years ago, but they didn't work very well. So it began a little less than 2 years ago that we could actually do large language models. And that was very much a surprise to everybody. So that's probably the primary example of exponential growth.
We had Sam Altman on. One of the things that he and I were talking about was that AI figured out a way to lie. That they used AI to go through a CAPTCHA system, and the AI told the system that it was vision impaired, which is not technically a lie, but it used it to bypass, are you a robot?
Well, we don't know now for large language models to say they don't know something. So you ask it a question, and if the answer to that question is not in the system, it still comes up with an answer. So it will look at everything and give you its best answer. And if the best answer is not there, it still gives you an answer, but that's considered a hallucination. And we know
Hallucination.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Really?
So
AI hallucination. So they cannot be wrong. They have to be able to answer things.
we're actually working on being able to tell if it doesn't know something. So if you ask it something and say, oh, I don't know that. Right now, it can't do that.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So it gives you some answer. And if the answer's not there, it just like makes something up. It's the best answer, but the best answer isn't very good because it doesn't know the answer. And the way to fix hallucinations is to actually give it more capabilities to memorize things and give it more information so it knows the answer to it. If you tell an answer to a question, it will remember that and give you that correct answer. But these models are not, we don't know everything. And it has to, we have to be able to scan an answer to every single question, which we can't quite do. It would be actually better if it could actually answer, well, gee, I don't know that.
Right. Like, in particular, like, say, when it comes to exploration of the universe, if there's a certain amount of, vast amount of the universe we have not explored. So if it has to answer questions about that, it would just come up with an answer.
Right, it'll just come up with an answer, which will likely be wrong.
That's interesting. But that would be a real problem if someone was counting on the AI to have a solution for something too soon, right?
Right. They don't know everything. Search engines actually are pretty well vetted, and if it actually answers something, it's usually correct.
Unless it's curated.
But large language models don't have that capability. So it'd be good actually if they knew that they were wrong. They'd also tell us what we have to fix.
What about the idea that AI models are influenced by ideology? That AI models have been programmed with certain ideologies?
They do learn from people.
Yeah.
And people have ideologies, some of which are not correct. And that's a large way in which it will make things up because it's learning from people.
Right.
So right now, if somebody has access to a good search engine, they will check before they actually answer something with the search engine to make sure that it's correct. Because search engines are generally much more accurate.
General. Right. When it comes to this idea that people enter information into a computer and the computer relies on ideology, do you anticipate that with artificial general intelligence it'll be agnostic to ideology? That it'll be able to reach a point where instead of deciding things based on social norms or whatever the culture is accepted currently, that it would look at things more objectively and rationally?
Well, eventually,
Eventually.
but we still call it artificial general intelligence, even if it didn't do that. And people certainly are influenced by whatever their people that they respect feel is correct, and will be as influenced by as people are. And we'll still call it artificial general intelligence. We are starting to check what large language models come up with search engines, and that's actually making them more correct. But we have to actually continue on this curve. We need more data to be able to store everything. This is not enough data to be able to store everything correctly. There's large amounts of large language models for which we don't have storage for the data.
So that's what's holding us back is data and storage?
Yeah, we also have to have the correct storage. So that's really where the effort is going, to be able to get rid of these hallucinations.
That's a fun thing to say, hallucinations in terms of artificial intelligence.
Well, we usually come up with wrong things. Like large language models is not really the correct way to talk about this. It does know language, but there's a lot of other things it knows. We're using them now to come up with medicines. For example, the Moderna vaccine, we wrote down every possible type of medicine that might be that might work. It was actually several billion mRNA sequences, and we then tested them all and did that in two days. So it actually came up with tested several billion and decided on it in 2 days. We then tested it with people. We'll be able to overcome that as well because we'll be able to test it with machines. But we actually did test it with people for 10 months. That was still a record.
So for machines, when they start testing medications with machines, how will they audit that? So the concept will be that you take into account biological variability, all the different factors that would lead to a person to have an adverse reaction to a certain compound, and then you program all the known data about how things interact with the body?
Right. I mean, you need to be able to simulate all the different possibilities.
Right.
And then
come up with like a number of how many people will be adversely affected by something.
That's one of the things you would look at.
And then efficacy based on age,
but that could be done literally in a matter of days rather than years.
Right. But the question would be like, who's in charge of that data, and like, how does that get resolved? And what if artificial intelligence is still prone to hallucinations, and they start using those hallucinations to justify medications, that could be a bit of an issue, especially if it's controlled by a corporation that wants to make a lot of money.
Well, that's the issue, to be able to do it correctly.
So there's going to have to be a point in time where we all decide that artificial intelligence has reached this place where we can trust it implicitly.
Right. Well, that's why they take now the leading candidate and actually test it with people. But we'll be able to get rid of the testing with people once we can have reliance on the simulation. So we've got to make the simulations correct. But right now, we actually test it with people, and that took 10 months in this case.
When you look at artificial intelligence and you look at the expansion of it, and the ultimate place that it will eventually be, what do you see happening inside of our lifetime, like inside of 20 years? Like what kind of revolutionary changes on society would this have?
Well, one thing I feel will happen in 5 years, by 2029, is we'll reach longevity escape velocity. So right now you go through a year, and you use up a year of your longevity. You're then a year older. However, we do have scientific progress, and we're coming up with new cures for diseases and so on. Right now, you're getting back about 4 months. So you lose a year, but through scientific progress, you're getting back 4 months. So you're only losing 8 months. However, the scientific progress is progressing exponentially. And by 2029, you'll get back a full year. So you lose a year, but you get back a year, and you pretty much stay in the same place.
So by 2029, you'll be static.
And past 2029, you'll actually get back more than a year. You'll get back.
Can I be a baby again?
No, but you'll, in terms of your longevity, you'll get back more than a year.
Right. So you'll be able to essentially go back in biological age, lengthening of the telomeres, changing the elasticity of the skin.
Eventually, you'll be able to do that. It doesn't guarantee you living forever. I mean, you could have a 10-year-old and you could compute, okay, he's got many decades of longevity, and he could die tomorrow. So
sure.
But
overall, there'd be an expansion of the
exactly
age that most people die.
And that's something that we're going to get. And it's also using the same type of logic as large language models, but that's not language. You're actually creating medications. So we should call them large event models, not large language models, because it's not just dealing with language, it's dealing with all kinds of things.
When I talked to you 10 years ago, you were telling me about this pretty extensive supplement routine that you're on.
I'm trying to get to the point where we have longevity escape velocity in good shape.
Right.
And yes, I do follow that. I take maybe 80 pills a day and some injections and so on.
Peptides?
Yes, peptides.
Mm-hmm.
So far it works.
Have you ever gone off of it and see what you feel like normally?
No.
Why do that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it seems to work, and there's evidence behind it.
How old are you now?
76.
You look good. You look good for 76, man. That's great. So it's doing something.
Yeah, I think it's working.
And so your goal is to get to that point where they start doing you live a year, you stay static, and then eventually get back to youthfulness.
Right, and it's not that far off. If you're diligent, I think we'll get there by 2029. And not everybody's diligent. So.
Correct, of course. Now, past that, this is for life extension, which is great. But what about how AI is going to change society?
Yes, well, that's a very big issue, and it's already doing lots of things, make some people uncomfortable. What we're actually doing is increasing our intelligence. I mean, right now you have a brain, and it has different modules in it to deal with different things, but really it's able to connect one concept to another concept, and that's what your brain does. We can actually increase that by, for example, carrying around a phone. This has connections in it. It's a little bit of a hassle to use. If I ask you to do something, you got to kind of mess with it. Mm-hmm. Actually, it'd be good if this actually listened to your conversation,
Oh, it does.
and without saying anything, you're just talking, and it says, "Oh, the name of that actress is so and so."
Yeah, but then it's a busybody. It's like interfering with your life, talking to you all the time.
Well, there's ways of dealing with that too,
You shut it off.
but we don't. So we haven't done that yet. But that's a way of expanding your connections. What a large language model does, it has connections in it as well. And in fact, it's getting now to a point that's getting fairly comparable to the human brain. We have about 1 trillion connections in our brain. Things like the top model from Google or GPT-4, they have about 400 billion connections approximately. They'll be at 1 trillion probably within a year. That's pretty comparable to what the human brain does. Eventually it'll go beyond that, and we'll have access to that. So it's basically making us smarter. So if you have the ability to be smarter, that's something that's positive, really. I mean, if we were like mice today, and we had the opportunity to become like humans, we wouldn't object to that. In fact, we are humans and we don't object to that.
We used to be shrews.
And this is going to basically make us smarter. Eventually we'll be much smarter than we are today. And that's a positive thing. We'll be able to do things that are today that we find bothersome in a way that's much more palatable.
The idea of us getting smarter sounds great. Great. It'd be great to be smarter. But
right, but people object to that because it's like competition.
In what way?
Well, I mean, Google has, I don't know, 60, 70,000 programmers. And how many programmers exist in the world? How much longer is that going to be a viable career? Because large language models already can code.
Yeah.
Not quite as good as a real expert coder, but how long is that going to be?
Right.
It's not going to be 100 years. It's going to be a few years. So people see it as competition. I have a slightly different view of that. I see these things as actually adding to our own intelligence, and we're merging with these kinds of computers and making ourselves smarter by merging with it. And eventually it'll go inside our brain and be able to make us smarter instantly, just like we had more connections inside our own brain.
Well, I think people have reservations always when it comes to great change. And this is probably the greatest change. The greatest change we've ever experienced in our lifetimes for sure has been the internet. And this will make that look like nothing. But it'll change everything. And it seems inevitable. I understand that people are upset about it, but it just seems like what human beings were sort of designed to do.
Right. We're the only animal that actually creates technology. Yeah, it's a combination of our brain and something else, which is our thumb. So I can imagine something. Oh, if I take that leaf from a tree, I could create a tool with it. Other animals have actually a bigger brain, like the whale, dolphins, elephants. They have a larger brain than we do, but they don't have something equivalent to the thumb.
Right.
Monkey has a thing that looks like the thumb, but it's actually an inch down, and it doesn't actually work very well. So they can actually create a tool, but they don't create a tool that's powerful enough to create the next tool. So we're actually able to use our tools and create something that's that much more significant. So we can create tools, and that's really part of who we are. It makes us that much more intelligent, and that's a good thing. mean, here's U.S. personal income per capita. So this is the average amount that we make per person in constant dollars. And
There
it's
it is
just,
right here, it's on the screen.
it's
So
just
we make a lot more money, but things cost a lot more money too, right?
no, this is
They don't.
constant dollars.
Constant dollars in relation to the inflation.
Yeah, so this does not show you inflation. These are constant dollars. So we're actually making that much more each year on average. So if you
Right, but it doesn't take into account inflation, correct? So it's not taking into account the rise of cost of things.
no, it is taking.
It is.
It is taking.
Oh, it is, okay.
So we're making that much more in constant dollars. If you look over the past 100 years, we've made about 10 times as much.
I wonder if there's a similar chart about consumerism, like just about material possessions. I wonder if like how much more we're purchasing and creating. I've always felt like that's one of the things that materialism is one of those instincts that human beings sort of look down upon, and this aimless pursuit of buying things. But I feel like that motivates technology because the constant need for the newest, greatest thing is one of the things that fuels the creation and innovation of new things.
But if you were to go back 100 years, you'd be very unhappy.
Oh yeah,
Because you wouldn't have, you wouldn't have a computer, for example.
you wouldn't have anything. You'd have most things you've grown accustomed to.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
that's what you want.
also, we didn't live very long.
Right, medical advancements.
For average life was 48 years in 1900. It's 35 years in 1800.
Right.
Go back 1,000 years, it was 20 years.
That takes into account child mortality too, though, right? But it's also injuries, death. Some people did live long. Like there was people that lived back then. If nothing happened to them, did live to be older. But
That was actually very rare.
because
maybe
most
somebody-
things happen to people. Most people, by the time you get to 80, you've had at least one hospital that something's gone wrong. Broken arm, broken this, broken that.
It was very rare to make it to 80.
Right.
200 years ago.
Right, but the human body was physically capable of doing it. Right.
Well, our human body can go on forever if you fix things properly. There's nothing in our body that means that you have to die at 100 or even 120. We can go on really indefinitely.
Well, that's the groundbreaking work today, right? They're treating disease, or excuse me, age as if it is a disease, not just an inevitable consequence of being alive.
And our FDA doesn't accept that, but they're actually beginning to accept it now.
As long as they get older.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're forced into it. The concept of artificial general intelligence scares a lot of people also because of Hollywood, right? Because of the Terminator films and things along those lines. Like, how far away are we, do you think, from actual artificial humans, or will we ever get there? Will we integrate before that takes place?
All of this additional intelligence that we're creating is something that we use. And it's just like it came with us. So we're actually making ourselves more intelligent. And ultimately that's a good thing. And if we have it, and then we say, well, gee, we don't really like this, let's take it away, people would never accept that. They may be against the idea of general intelligence, but once they get it, nobody wants to give that up. And it will be beneficial. The Luddites started 200 years ago because the cotton ginny came out, and all these people that were making money with the cotton ginny were against it. They would actually destroy these machines at night. And they said, gee, if this keeps going, all jobs are going to go away. And indeed, people using the cotton ginny to create more wealth, that did go away. But we actually made more money because we created things that didn't exist then. We didn't have anything like electronics, for example. And as we can actually see, we make 10 times as much in constant dollars as we did 100 years ago. And if you were to ask, well, what are people going to be doing? You couldn't answer it because we didn't understand the internet, for example.
And there's probably some technologies down the pipe that are going to have a similar impact.
Exactly. And they're going to extend life, for example.
But are they going to create life?
Well, we know how to create life. We don't. Well, that's an interesting question. What do you mean by create life?
What I think is that human beings are some sort of a biological caterpillar that makes a cocoon that gives birth to an electronic butterfly. I think we are creating a life form, and that we're merely conduits for this thing, and that all of our instincts and ego and emotions and all these things feed into it. Materialism feeds into it. We keep buying and keep innovating, and technology keeps increasing exponentially, and eventually it's going to be artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is going to create better artificial intelligence and a form of being that has no limitations in terms of what's capable of doing, and capable of traveling anywhere, not having any biological limitations in terms of...
But that's going to be ourselves. I mean, we're going to be able to create life that is like humans, but far greater than we are today.
With an integration of technology.
Yeah.
If we choose to go that route. But that's the prediction that you have, that we will go that route, like a Neuralink type deal, something along those lines.
Right, so I don't see this competition, like the things are going to...
No, I don't think it's competition.
Well, it will seem like that. I mean, if you have a job doing coding,
right,
and suddenly they don't really want you anymore because they can do coding with a large language model, it's going to feel like it's competition.
Well, there's an issue now with films. Tyler Perry, who owns, he was building an $800 million television studio, and he stopped production. When he saw, what's it called, Sora? Is that what it's called, Jamie?
Yeah.
He stopped production when he saw the capabilities of AI just for creating visuals, scenes, movies.
Yeah.
There's one that's incredibly impressive. It's Tokyo. They're walking down the street of Tokyo in the winter. So it's snowing, and they're walking down the street, and you look at it, you're like, this is insane. This looks like a film. See if you can find that film, because it's incredible.
But would you want to get rid of that?
Get rid of what?
That capability?
No, I don't want to get rid of the capability.
Right, but people do want to get rid of it.
People that make movies, people that actually film things with cameras and use actors are going to be very upset. So this is all fake, which is insane. Beautiful snowy Tokyo City is bustling. The camera moves through the bustling city street, following several people enjoying the beautiful snowy weather and shopping at nearby stalls. Gorgeous sakura petals are flying through the wind along with snowflakes. And this is what you get.
Yeah.
I mean, this is insanely good. The variability, like just the way people are dressed. If you saw this somewhere else, look at this, a robot's life in a cyberpunk setting. If you saw this, you would say, oh, they filmed this. But just look at what they're able to do with animation and kids' movies and things like that.
Yeah, and it's going to get better.
Yeah, it's just incredible.
I mean, it's a new art form.
So right there, the smoke looks a little uniform. But, yeah.
I mean, there's some problems with this, but
not much.
Yeah.
And you imagine what it was like 5 years ago, and then imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from now.
Absolutely.
And it's insane. No one took into consideration the idea that kids are going to be cheating on their school papers using ChatGPT. My kids tell me that's a real problem in school now.
Yes, definitely.
So no one saw that coming. No one saw this coming. And what we're at now is with ChatGPT 4, right? 4.5. Is that what it is?
Well, 4.5 is coming.
4.5 is coming. 5 is supposed to be the massive leap.
It'll be a leap, just like 3 to 4 was a massive leap. So
Yeah.
but it's gonna continue. It's never gonna be finished.
Right. It'll keep going, and it will also be able to make better versions of itself. Correct.
And yes, well, we do that. I mean, technology does that already.
Right. But if you scale that out 100 years from now, what are you looking at? You're looking at a god.
Well, it'll be less than 100 years. I mean,
So you're looking at a god in 50 years?
less than that. I mean, once we have an ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans,
Yes.
and that's only like 2029. That's only 5 years from now.
And then it will make better versions of that. So it will probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in terms of energy storage, data speeds,
Right.
computation speeds
And also medications
for us.
for humans, yeah.
Wouldn't it be better just download yourself into this beautiful electronic body? Why do you want to be biological?
I mean, ultimately, that's what we're going to be able to do.
You think that's going to happen?
Yeah.
So do you think that we'll be able to?
I mean, we'll be able to create. I mean, the singularity is when we multiply our intelligence a millionfold, and that's 2045. So that's not that long from now. It's like 20 years from now.
Right.
And therefore, most of your intelligence will be handled by the computer part of ourselves. The only thing that won't be captured is what comes with our body originally. We'll ultimately be able to do that as well. It'll take a little longer, but we'll be able to actually capture what comes with our normal body and be able to recreate that. So that also has to do with how long we live. Because if everything is backed up, I mean, right now, anytime you put anything into a phone or any kind of electronics, it's backed up. So, I mean, this has a lot of data. I could flip it and it ends up in a river and we can't capture anymore. I can recreate it because it's all backed up.
And you think that's going to be the case of consciousness?
That's going to be the case of our normal biological body as well.
What's to stop someone like Donald Trump from just making 100,000 versions of himself? Like, if you could back someone up, could you duplicate it? Couldn't you have 3 or 4 of them? Couldn't you have a bunch of them? Couldn't you live multiple lives?
Yes.
Would you be interacting with each other while you're living multiple lives, having consultations about what is St. Louis Ray doing? Well, I don't know. Let's talk to San Francisco Ray. San Francisco Ray is talking to Florida Ray.
It's basically a matter of increasing our intelligence and being able to multiply Donald Trump, for example, that comes with that.
Do you think there'll be regulations on that to stop people from making 100,000 versions of themselves that operate a city?
There'll be lots of regulations. There's lots of regulations we have already. You can't just create a medication and sell it to people that cures this disease.
Right.
We have tremendous amount of regulation.
Sure, but we don't really with phones. Like with your phone, you could essentially, if you have the money, you could make as many copies of that as you want.
Yeah, there are some regulations. We regulate everything, but
Yeah.
But you're right. Generally, electronics doesn't have as much regulation as
Right. And when you get to a certain point, we will be electronics.
Yes. I mean, certainly, if we multiply our intelligence a millionfold, everything of that additional millionfold of yours is not regulated.
Right. When you think about the concept of integration and technological integration, when do you think that will start taking place, and what will be the initial usage of it? Like, what will be the first versions, and what would they provide?
Well, we have it now. Large language models are pretty impressive. I mean, if you look at what they can
But
do.
I'm talking about physical integration with the human body, like a Neuralink type thing.
Right. Some people feel that we can actually understand what's going on in your brain and actually put things into your brain without actually going into the brain with something like Neuralink.
So something that like sits on the outside of your head?
Yeah. It's not clear to me that if that's feasible or not. I've been assuming that you have to actually go in. Now, Neuralink isn't exactly what we want because it's too slow. And it's actually will do what it's advertised to do. Like if I actually know some people like this who were active people and they completely lost the ability to speak and to understand language and so on. And so they can't actually say anything to you. And we can use something like Neuralink to actually have them express something. They can think something and then have it be expressed to you.
Right, they're doing that, right? They had the first patient that was, yeah. And apparently that person can move a cursor around on a screen.
Right, and therefore you can do anything. It's fairly slow, though.
Mm-hmm.
And Neuralink is slow. If you really want to extend your brain, you need to do it at a much faster pace.
But isn't that going to increase exponentially as well?
Yes, absolutely.
So how long do you think it'll be before it's implemented? Or
well, it's got to be by 2045. Because that's when the singularity exists, and we can actually multiply our intelligence on the order of a million-fold.
And when you say 2045, what is the source of that estimation?
Because we'll be able to, based actually on this chart, and also the increase in the ability of software to also expand, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence a million-fold, and we'll be able to put that inside of our brain. It would be just like it's in part of our brain.
So this is just following the current graph of progress?
Yeah, exactly.
So if you follow the current graph of progress, and if you do understand exponential growth, then what we're looking at in 2045 is inevitable.
Right.
Does that concern you at all? Or are you excited about it? Or do you think it's just a thing that is happening and you're a part of it and you're experiencing it?
I think we'll be enthusiastic about it. I mean, imagine if you were to ask a mouse, would you like to actually be as intelligent as a human?
Right.
It's hard to know what people would say, but generally that's a positive thing.
Generally, yeah.
And that's what it's going to be like. We're going to be that much smarter.
What do you anticipate?
And once we're there, is someone going to say, no, I don't really like this. I want to be stupid like human beings used to be. Nobody's really going to say that. Do human beings now say, gee, I'm really too smart. I really would like to be like a mouse?
Not necessarily, but what people do say is that technology is too invasive, that it's too much a part of my life, and I'd like to sort of have a bit of an electronic vacation and separate from it. And there's a lot of people that I know that have gone to...
But nobody does that. I mean, nobody becomes stupid like we used to be when we were mice.
Right, but I'm not saying stupid. I'm saying some people just like being a human the way humans are now. Because one of the complications that comes with the integration of technology is what we're seeing now with people. Massive increases in anxiety from social media use, being manipulated by algorithms, the effect that it has on culture, misinformation, disinformation, propaganda. There's so many different factors that are at play now that make people more anxious, more depressed statistically than ever.
I'm not sure we had more anxiety.
You're not sure?
Today than we used to have.
Well, we certainly had more when the Mongols were invading. We certainly had more anxiety when we were worried constantly about war. But I think people have a pretty heightened level
of
social
war. I mean,
anxiety.
80 years ago, we had 100 million people die in Europe and Asia from World War II. We're very concerned about wars today, and they're terrible, but we're not losing millions of people.
Right, but we could. We most certainly could. With what's going on with Israel and Gaza, what's going on with Ukraine and Russia,
But
we can
it's,
easily escalate with,
but it's thousands of people. It's not millions of people.
for now. Yeah, but if it escalates
What
to a hot war where it's involving the entire world,
would really cause a tremendous amount of danger is something that's not really artificial intelligence. It was invented when I was a child, which is atomic weapons.
right?
I remember when I was like 5 or 6, we'd actually go outside, put our hands behind our back to protect us from a nuclear war.
Yeah, drills.
And it seemed to work. We're still here, so
Do you remember those things where they tell kids to get under the desk?
yes, that's right. We went under the desk,
Which is hilarious, as if a desk is going to protect you from a nuclear bomb.
right, but that's not AI.
Right. No, but AI applied to nuclear weapons makes them significantly more dangerous. And isn't one of the problems with AI is that AI will find a solution to a problem. So if you have AI running your military and AI says, what do you want me to do? And you say, well, I'd like to take over Taiwan. And AI says, well, this is how to do it. And it just implements it. No morals, no thought of any sort of diplomacy or just force.
Right. Hasn't happened yet
Yet.
because we do have people in charge, and the people are enhanced with AI, and AI can actually help us to avoid that kind of problem by thinking through the implications of different solutions.
Sure, if it has some sort of autonomy. But if we get to the point where one superpower has AI, artificial general intelligence, the other one doesn't, how much of a significant advantage would that be?
I mean, I do think there are problems. Basically, there's problems with intelligence, and we'd like to stay stupid. But actually, it's better to be intelligent. I believe it's better to have
Overall,
intelligence.
sure. Right, but my question was, if there's a race to achieve AGI, how close is this race? Is it neck and neck? Who's at the lead? And how much capital is being put into these companies that are at the lead? And whoever achieves it first, if that is under the control of a government, it's completely dependent upon what are the morals and ethics of that government. What's the Constitution? What if it happens in China? What if it happens in Russia? What if it happens somewhere other than the United States? And even if it does happen in the United States, who's controlling it?
I mean, the knowledge of how to create these things is pretty widespread. It's not like somebody can just capitalize on a way to do it and nobody else understands it. Knowledge of how to create a large language model or how to create the type of chips that would enable you to create this is actually pretty widespread.
Mm-hmm. So do you think essentially the competition is pretty even in all the countries currently?
Yeah.
And there's also probably espionage. There's espionage where they're stealing information and sharing information and selling information.
And in terms of differences, the United States actually has superior AI compared to other places.
Well, that's good for us.
I mean, we're actually way ahead of China, I would say.
Right. China has a way of figuring out what we're doing and copying it. Pretty good at that.
They have been, yeah.
Yeah. So do you have any concern whatsoever in the idea that AI gets in the hands of the wrong people? So when it first gets implemented, that's the big problem, is before it exists, before artificial general intelligence really exists, it doesn't, and then it does, and who hasn't? And then once it does, can that AGI stop other people from getting it? Can you program program it to make sure, can you sabotage grids? Can you do whatever you can to take down the internet in these opposing places? Could you inject their computations with viruses? What could you do to stop other people from getting to where you're at if you have an infinitely superior intelligence? First.
If that's what your goal is, then yes,
Yeah.
you could do that.
Are you worried about that at all? Do you, like,
Yes, I worry about it.
what is your main worry? I mean, worry about the implementation of artificial intelligence. What's your main worry?
I mean, I'm worried if people who have a destructive idea of how to use these capabilities get into control.
Right.
And that could happen. Got a chapter in the book about perils that are like what we're talking about.
And what do you think that could look like if the wrong people got a hold of this technology?
Well, if you look at actually who controls atomic weapons, which is not AI, it's some of the worst people in the world.
Right.
And if you were to ask people right after we used 2 atomic weapons within a week, 80 years ago, what's the likelihood that we're going to go another 80 years and not have that happen again? Everybody would say 0.
Right.
But it actually has happened.
Shockingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think there's actually some message there.
Mutual assured destruction. But the thing is, would artificial general intelligence...
But that has not happened.
Right. It has not happened yet. But would artificial general intelligence in the control of the wrong people negate that mutually assured destruction that keeps people from doing things? Obviously, we did drop bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Right.
We did. We did indiscriminately kill who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people with those weapons. We did it. And if human beings were capable of doing it because no one else had it, if artificial general intelligence reaches that sentient level and is in control of the wrong people, what's to stop them from doing? There's no mutually assured destruction if you're the one who's got it. You're the only one who's got it. And you possibly, my concern is that whoever gets it could possibly stop it from being spread everywhere else and control it completely. And then you're looking at a completely dystopian world.
Right. So that's, if you ask me what I'm concerned about, it's along those lines.
Along those lines, yeah. Because that's what I always want to get out of you guys. Because there's so many people that are rightfully so high on this technology and the possibilities for enhancing our lives. But the concern that a lot of people have is that at what cost and what are we signing up for?
Right. But, I mean, if we want to, for example, live indefinitely, this is what we need to do. We can't do...
What if you're denying yourself heaven? You ever thought of that possibility? I know that's a ridiculous abstract concept, but if heaven is real, if the idea of the afterlife is real, and it's the next level of existence, and you're constantly going through these cycles of life, what if you're stepping in artificially denying that?
It's hard to imagine.
It is hard to imagine, but so is life. So is the universe itself. So is the Big Bang. So is the black holes.
My father died when I was 22. Since 50, 60 years ago. And it's hard. And he was actually a great musician, and he created fantastic music. But he hasn't done that since he died. And there's nothing that exists that is at all creative based on him. We have his memories. Actually created a large language model that represented him. I can actually talk to him.
You do that now?
Yeah, it's in the book.
When you do that, have you thought about implementing some sort of a Sora type deal where you're talking to him?
Well, you can do that now with language.
Right, but I mean physically, like looking at him like you're on a Zoom call with him.
That's a little bit in the future to be able to actually capture the way he looks. But that's also feasible.
It seems pretty feasible.
Yeah.
And so certainly it could be something representative of what he looks based on photographs that you have, right?
So things like that is a reason to continue so that we can create that and create our own ability to continue to exist. You talk to people and they say, well, I don't really want to live past 90 or whatever, 100. But in my mind, if you don't exist, there's nothing for you to experience.
That's true. In this dimension. My thought on that, people saying that I don't want to live past 90, it's like, okay, are you alive now? Do you like being alive now? What's the difference between now and 90? Is it just a number, or is it the deterioration of your physical body? And how much effort have you put into mitigating the deterioration of your natural body so that you can enjoy life now?
Exactly, and we've actually seen who would want to take their lives. People do take their lives if they are experiencing something that's miserable.
Right.
If they're suffering physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and they just cannot stand the way life is carrying on, then they want to take their lives. Otherwise, people don't. If they're enjoying their lives, they continue. People say, I don't want to live past 100. But then when they get to be, 99.9, they don't want to disappear unless they're suffering.
That's what's interesting about the positive aspects of AI. Once we can manipulate human neurochemistry to the point where we figure out what is causing Great Depression, what is causing anxiety, what is causing a lot of these schizophrenic people.
And we definitely had that before. We didn't have the terms. We didn't understand schizophrenia.
Right.
People definitely had it.
For sure. But what if we get to a point where we can mitigate that with technology? Where we can say, this is what's going on.
That's why we're continuing.
Right. What I was saying, that's a good thing. That's a positive aspect of this technology. And think about also profoundly. Think about how many people do take their lives and with this technology would not just live happily, but also be productive and also contribute to whatever society is doing.
That's why we're carrying on with this.
Yes.
But in order to do that, we do have to overcome some of the problems that you've articulated.
Yeah. I think what a lot of people are terrified of is that these people that are creating this technology, there's oversight, but it's oversight by people that don't necessarily understand it the way the people that are creating it. And they don't know what guardrails are in place. How safe is this? Especially when it's implemented with some sort of weapons technology, or some sort of a military application, especially a military application that can be insanely profitable. And the motivations behind utilizing that are that profit. And then we do horrible things and somehow or another justify it.
I mean, I think democracy is actually an important issue here because democratic nations tend not to go to war with each other. And, I mean, you look at the way we're handling military technology. If everybody was a democracy, I think there'd be much less war.
As long as it's a legitimate democracy that's not controlled by money.
Right.
As long as it's a legitimate democracy that's not controlled by the military-industrial complex or the pharmaceutical industry or whoever puts the people that are in elected places. Who puts them in there? How do they get funded? And what do they represent once they get in there? Are they there for the will of the people? They're there for their own career? Do they bypass the safety and the future of the people for their own personal gain, which we've seen politicians do? There's certain problems with every system that involves human beings. This is another thing that technology may be able to do. One of the things, if you think about the worst attributes of humans, whether it's war, crime, some of the horrible things that human beings are capable of. Imagine that technology can find what causes those thoughts and behaviors in human beings and mitigate them. I've joked around about this, but it's if we came up with something that would elevate dopamine just 300% worldwide, there would be no more war. It would be over. Everybody would be loving everybody. We'd be interacting with each other.
Well, that's the point of doing this.
But there would also be no sad songs.
Well,
You need some blues in your life. You need a little bit of that too. Or do we? Maybe we don't. Maybe that's just a byproduct of our monkey minds. And that one day we'll surpass that and get to this point of enlightenment. Enlightenment seems possible without technological innovation, but maybe not. I've never really met a truly enlightened person. I've met some people that are pretty close. But if you could get there with technology, if technology just completely elevated the human consciousness to the point where all of our conflicts become erased.
Just for starters, if you could actually live longer, quite aside from the motivations of people, most people die not because of people's motivations, but because our bodies just won't last that long.
Right.
And a lot of people say, I don't want to live longer, which makes no sense to me. Why would you want to disappear and not be able to have any kind of experience?
Well, I think some people don't think you're disappearing. I mean, there is a long-held thought in many cultures that this life is but one step, and that there is an afterlife. And maybe that exists to comfort us because we deal with existential angst and the reality of our own inevitable demise. Or maybe it's a function of consciousness being something that we don't truly understand. And what you are is a soul contained in a body. And that we have a very primitive understanding of the existence of life itself and of the existence of everything.
Yeah. Well, I guess that makes sense. But I don't really accept it. I mean,
there's no evidence, right?
Yeah.
Right. But is it there's no evidence because we're not capable of determining it yet and understanding it, or is it just because it doesn't exist? That's the real question. It's like, is this it? Is this everything, or is this merely a stage? And are we monkeying with that stage by interfering with the process of life and death?
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah,
but I don't really see the evidence for that.
I can see from your perspective. I don't see the evidence of it either, but it's a concept. It's not. Look, just when you start talking to string theorists and they start talking about things existing and not existing at the same time, or particles in superposition, like you're talking about magic. You're talking about something that's impossible to wrap your head around. Even just the structure of an atom. Like, what was that? What's in there? Nothing. How much of it is space? The entire existence of everything in the universe seems preposterous, but it's all real, and we only have a limited grasp of understanding of what this is really all about and what processes are really in place.
Right, but if you look at people's perspective, if somebody gets disease and it's kind of known they could only live like another 6 months, people are not happy with that.
No. Well, they're scared. They're scared to die. It's a natural human instinct. It's what kept us alive for all these hundreds of millions of years.
Yes, but very few people would be happy with that. And if you then had something, gee, we have this new device, you could take this and you won't die.
Right.
Almost everybody would do that.
Sure. But would they appreciate life if they knew it had no end? Would it be the same thing? Or would it be like a lottery winner, just goes nuts and spends all their money and loses their marbles because they can't believe they can't die?
Well, first of all, it's not guaranteed to live forever.
Sure, you can get in an accident. Something can happen to you. You can get injured. But if we get to a point where you have automated cars that significantly reduce the amount of automobile accidents.
Well, also, we can back up everything in our physical body as well as...
How far away are we from that idea? I mean, we don't really truly understand what consciousness is, correct?
Right.
So how would we be able to manipulate it or duplicate it to the point where you're putting it inside of some kind of a computation device.
Well, we know to be able to create computation that matches what our brain does. That's what we're doing with these large language models.
Right.
And we're actually very close now to what our brain can do with these large language models, and we'll be there like within a year. And we can back up the electronic version, and we'll get to the point where we can back up what our brain normally does. So we'll be able to actually back that up as well. We'll be able to detect what it is, back that up as just like our computers.
So we'll create it in the form of an artificial version of everything that it is to be a human being.
Right. Exactly.
In terms of emotions, love, and excitement.
And that's going to happen over the next 20 years. It's not 1,000 years.
But will that be a person? I mean, or will it be some sort of a zombie? Like what motivations will it have? If you can take human consciousness and duplicate it, much like you could duplicate your phone, and you make this new thing, what does that thing feel like? Does that thing live in hell? Like, what is that experience like for that
What
thing?
about large language models? Do they really exist? Can they actually? I mean, they can talk.
They certainly do, but would you want to be one?
Are we different than that?
Yeah, we're people. We shake hands. I give you a hug. Pet my dog. You listen to music.
We'll be able to do all of that as well.
Right, but will you want to? Will you even care? The thing is, like, a lot of what gives us joy in life is biological motivations. There's human reward systems that are put in place that allow us
It's
to.
going to be part of who we are.
Right.
We're just like a person, and we'll also have our physical bodies as well. And that'll also be able to be backed up. And we'll be doing the things that we do now, except we'll be able to have them continue.
So if you get hit by a car and you die, there's another ray that just pops up. Oh, we got the backup ray. And the backup ray will have no feelings at all about having it died and come back to life.
Well, that's a question.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't it be just like Ray is now?
Why wouldn't it? If it gets to a certain point, if we figure out that if biological life is essentially a kind of technology that the universe has created, and we can manipulate that to the point where we understand it, we get it, we've optimized it, and then replicate it, physically replicate it, not just replicate it in form of in a computer, but an actual physical being.
Right. Well, that's where we're headed.
Do you anticipate that people will be happy with whatever they have? Because if you decide, I don't like being 5'6", I wish I was 6'6". I don't like being a woman. I want to be a man. I don't want to be Asian. I want to be, whatever. I want to be a black person. I want to be
simultaneously. So we're not going to be limited by those kinds of
right.
happenstance.
Which is going to be very strange. Like, what will human beings look like if you give people the ability to manipulate your physical form?
Well, we do things now that were impossible even 10 years ago.
We certainly do, but we don't change races, size, sex, gender, height. We don't do all of the radical increase in just your intelligence. What is that going to look like? What kind of an interaction? So that would be interesting. Have a completely new form, you're taller, you're stronger, you're smarter, you're faster, you're basically not really human anymore. You're a new thing.
We're expanding who we are. We're already expanded who we are.
Sure. Right. Over the course of hundreds of thousands of years,
Well, that's
gone from being Australopithecus to what we are now.
That has to do with the pace at which we make changes.
Right.
We can make changes now much more quickly than we could, 100,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Right, but if we can manipulate our physical form with no limitations, we're going to have 6-armed people that can fly? Like, what is it going to look like?
Well, do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I would discriminate against 6-armed people that can fly. That's the one area I allow myself to be prejudiced.
Okay.
No, I'm just curious as to how
But
much time you spend.
7 armed people would be okay.
Yeah, 7 hour people is cool because, like, maybe 5 on one side, 2 on the other. It's just, I'm just curious as to, like, how much time you've spent thinking about what this could look like. And I don't think it's going to be as simple as, it's going to be Ray Kurzweil, but Ray Kurzweil as like a 30-year-old man 50 years from now. I think it's probably going to be, you're going to be all kinds of different things. You can be kind of whatever you want. You can be a bird. I mean, what's to stop? If we can get to manipulate the physical form and we can take consciousness and put it into a physical
But
form.
that's a description, I think, of something that's positive, not negative.
You'd be a giant eagle.
I mean, the negative is people that want to destroy things getting power.
Sure.
And that is a problem.
Well, it's certainly
But
improvement in terms of the
But having
viability.
7 arms or being like an eagle and so on, I mean, and you can also change that.
Right.
I think that's a positive aspect, and we will be able to do that kind of thing.
Sure, if you want to look at it in a binary fashion, positive and negative, but it's also going to be insanely strange. Like, it's not going to be as simple as there'll be people that are living in
It
2069.
seems strange once it's first reported. If it's been reported now for 5 years and people are constantly doing it, you won't find it that strange.
It'll just be life.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm asking. When you think about the implementation of this technology to its fullest, what does the world look like? What does the world look like in 2069?
I mean, the kind of things that you can imagine right now, we'll be able to do. And it might seem strange when it first happens, but when it happens for the millionth time, it won't seem that strange. And maybe you're like being an eagle for a few minutes.
It's certainly interesting. It's certainly interesting. I just wonder how much time you spent thinking about what this world looks like with the full implementation of the kind of exponential growth of technology that would exist if we do make it to 2069.
Well, I did write a book, Danielle, and this young girl has fantastic capabilities. No one really can figure out how she does this. She actually takes over China at age 15, and she brings about, she makes it a democracy, and when she actually becomes president of the United States at 19, she has, of course, create a constitutional amendment that at least she can become president at 19.
That sounds like what a dictator would do.
Right, but unlike a dictator, she's very popular, and she writes very good music.
And this is one artificial intelligence creature.
Yes.
And how was she created?
It never says that she gets these capabilities through AI. I didn't want to spell that out, but that would be the only way that she could do this.
Right. Unless it's some insane freak of genetics.
And she's like a very positive person. She's very popular.
Yeah, but she's the only one that has that.
Yeah.
Right? She doesn't give it to everybody. Which is where it gets really weird. You have a cell phone, I have a cell phone. Pretty much everybody has a cell phone. What happens when everybody gets the kind of technology we're discussing?
Well, it shows you the benefit that she has it. And if everybody gets it, that would be even more positive.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, that's the best way of looking at it, that we become a completely altruistic, positive, beneficial to each other,
Well,
society of
that is
integrated minds.
a benefit. If you have more intelligence, you'd be more likely to do this.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. That's the benefit.
Yeah. So we live longer, and we're also smarter to making more rational decisions towards each other.
So overall, when you're looking at this, you just don't concentrate really on the negative possibilities.
Well, no, I mean, I do focus on that as well. I mean,
But you think overall it's a net positive.
yes, it's called intelligence. And if you have more intelligence,
Right.
we'll be doing things that are more beneficial to ourselves and other people.
Do you think that the experiences that we're having right now?
I mean, like right now, we have much less crime than we did 50 years ago. Now, if you listen to people debating presidential politics and say crime is worse than it's ever, but if you look at the actual statistics, it's gone way down. And if you actually go back like a few hundred years, crime and murder and so on was far, far higher than it is today. It's actually pretty rare. So the kind of additional intelligence that we've created is actually good for people. If you look at the actual data.
Sure. If you look at Stephen Pinker's work, right, scale it from 100+ years ago to today, things are generally always seem to be moving in a better direction.
Right. Well, Pinker didn't credit this to technology. He just looks at the data and says it's gotten better. What I try to do in the current book is show how it's related to technology, and as we have more technology, we're actually moving in this direction.
So you feel it's a function of technology that we're moving in this direction?
Absolutely. That's why. I mean, look at the technology. In 80 years, we've multiplied the amount of computation 20 quadrillion times. So we have things that didn't exist 2 years ago.
Right. When you think about the idea of life on Earth and that this is happening and that we are on this journey to 2045 to the singularity, do you consider whether or not this is happening elsewhere in the universe or whether it's already happened?
Yeah, we see no evidence that there's any form of life, let alone intelligent life, anywhere else. They say, well, we're not in touch with these other people. It is possible, but it seems, I mean, given the exponential impact of this type of technology, we would be spaced out based on over a large period of time. So some people that might be ahead of us could be ahead of us certainly thousands of years, even millions of years. So they'd be like way ahead of us, and they'd be doing galaxy-wide engineering. How is it that we look out there and we don't see anybody doing galaxy-wide engineering?
Maybe we don't have the capability to actually see it. I mean,
yes, it's
the
possible.
universe is, what's the 13.7 billion years old or whatever it is?
But even just incidental capabilities would affect galaxies. We would see that somehow.
Would we, if we were at the peak? If there is intelligent life in the universe, some form of that intelligent life has to be the most advanced. And what if we are underestimating our position in the universe? That we are the most
well, that's what I'm
advanced
saying. That's what I'm
But
saying.
maybe there's something that's like 10 years.
I mean,
maybe there's an industrial age.
I think there's a good argument that we are ahead of,
Right.
of other people.
But we don't have the capability of observing the goings on of a planet 5,000 light years away. We can't see into their atmosphere. We can't like look at high resolution video of activity on that
Yeah, but
planet.
if they were doing galaxy-wide engineering, I think we would notice that.
If they were more advanced than us, maybe we would. But
Yeah.
what if they're not? What if they're at the level that we're at?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What if we're at the peak and this is like
I think it's an argument that we are at the peak.
what if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence gets implemented and then that becomes the primary form of life and it doesn't have the desire to do anything in terms of like galactic engineering.
But even just incidental things would affect whole galaxies.
Like what things? Like we're doing? Are we affecting the whole galaxy?
No, not yet.
Right, but what if it's like us, but it gets to the point where it becomes artificial intelligence, and then it doesn't have emotions, it doesn't have desires, it doesn't have ambitions. So why would it decide to expand?
Why would it not have those things?
Well, we'd have to program it into it, but it would probably decide that that's foolish and that those things have caused all these problems. All the problems in human race. What's our number one issue? War. What is war caused by? It's caused by ideologies. It's caused by acquisition of resources, theft of resources, violence.
War is not the primary thing that we are motivated by.
It's not the primary thing we're motivated by, but it's existed in every single step of the way of human existence.
But it's actually getting better. I mean, just look at the effect of war.
Sure.
I mean, we have a couple of wars going on now. They're not killing millions of people like they used to.
Right. My point is that if artificial intelligence recognizes that the problem with human beings is these emotions, and a lot of it is it's fueled by these desires, like the desire to expand, the desire to acquire things, the desire to achieve.
Emotion is positive. I mean, music and
to us. But if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence is no longer stimulated by mere human creations, creativity, all these different things, why would it even have the ambition to do any sort of galaxy-wide engineering? Why would it want to?
Because it's based on us.
It is based on us until it decides it's not based on us anymore. That's my point. If it realized that, like, if we're based on a very violent chimpanzee, and we say, you know what, there's a lot of what we are because of our genetics that really are a problem. And this is what's causing all of our violence, all of our crime, all of our war. If we just step in and put a stop to all that, will we also put a stop to our
maintain that
ambition?
We're moving away from that.
We are moving away from that, but that's just natural, right? That's natural with our understanding and our mitigations of these social problems.
So if we expand that even more, we'll be even more in that direction.
As long as we're still weak. But as soon as you become something different, why would it even have the desire to expand? If it was infinitely intelligent, why would it even want to physically go anywhere? Why would it want to? What's the reason for our motivation to expand? What is it? It's human. So the same humans that were tribal creatures that roamed, the same humans that stole resources from neighboring villages. This is our genes, right? This is what made us, that got us to this point. If we create a sentient artificial intelligence that's far superior to us, and it can create its own version of artificial intelligence, the first thing it's going to engineer out is all these stupid emotions that get us in trouble.
Well,
if it just can create happiness and joy from programming, why would it create happiness and joy through the acquisition of other people's creativity, art, music, all those things? And then why would it have any ambition at all to travel? Why would it want to go anywhere?
Well, I mean, it's an interesting philosophical problem.
Right. It is a problem because a lot of what we are and the things that we create is because of all these flaws that you would say. If you were programming us, you'd say, well, what is the cause of all these issues that plague the human race?
Say that they're flaws.
Murder's a flaw. Isn't it a flaw?
But that's what way down.
Right. But it's
technology moves ahead.
If it happens to you, it's a flaw. And if crime is a flaw, all these theft is a fraud. Those are flaws. If we could engineer those out, what would be the way that we do it? Well, one of the things we do, we get rid of what it is to be a person. Because what it is corrupt people that go down these terrible paths and cause harm to other people, right?
You're taking a step there. Our ability to feel emotion and so on is a flaw.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that it's the root of these flaws. That greed and envy and lust and anger are the root.
I don't like to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to the bathroom. We'll come back. We'll talk about flaws. And we're back.
Provide an answer to that. I mean, as I think about myself now, it's when I have emotions There are positive emotions, like really getting off on a song or a picture or some new art form that didn't exist in the past. That's positive. That's what I live for. Relating to another person in a way that's intimate. And so, I mean, the idea, if we're actually more intelligent, we'd not to get rid of that, to actually enjoy that to a greater extent.
Hopefully. What I'm saying is that
Yes, the things that can go wrong might lead us in the incorrect direction.
I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that it's going to go wrong. I'm saying that if you wanted to program away some of the issues that human beings have in terms of what keeps us from working with each other universally all over the globe, what keeps us from these things?
We're actually doing that more than we used to do.
Sure, but also not. We're also like massive inequality. You've got people in the Congo mining cobalt with sticks that powers your cell phones. There's a lot of real problems with society today.
Right, but there used to be even more of that.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of that, though. There's a lot of that. And if you looked at greed and war and crime and all the problems with human beings, a lot of it has to do with these biological instincts, these instincts to control things, these built-in genetic codes that we have that are from our ancestors.
That's because we haven't gotten there yet.
Right. But when we get there, you think we will be a better version of a human being, and we will be able to experience all the good, the positive aspects of being a human being, the art, the creativity, and all these different
I
things.
hope so. And actually, if you look at what human beings have done already, we're moving in that direction.
Right.
I mean, it seemed that way.
No, it does seem that way to me. It does overall, but it's also like, if you look at a graph of temperatures, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down, but it's moving in a general direction. We're moving in a generally positive direction.
Why do we want to continue moving in this same direction?
Yeah, I don't think that
But it's not a guarantee. I mean, you can describe things that would be horrible, and it's feasible.
Yeah. It could be the end of the human race, right? Or it could be the beginning of the next race of this new thing.
Well, I mean, when I was born, we created nuclear weapons, and people were and very soon we had hydrogen weapons, and we have enough hydrogen weapons to wipe out all humanity. We still have that.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't exist like 100 years ago. Well, it did exist 80 years ago.
Yeah.
So that is something that concerns me. And you could do the same thing with the artificial intelligence. It could also create something that would be very negative.
What I'm getting at is like, what do you think life looks like if it's engineered? What do you think
I was surprised there was a little bit of challenge like that. And then I think his name's Andy. Actually did respond and said that I heard in general chat this where they gave you was the was very big. So that was probably the best way to approach it. So I asked if there's a public channel, I guess, for support. So that's why I'm like, I don't think this is the best way. He really realized what I'm going to say. But that's, I think that's intentional on his part. So I word things in a certain way. So yeah, I don't know if what you think is the best way to move forward, like next steps for planning that as a,
Okay, so everyone that are just joining in, see, I'm an influencer. Jordan is a project leader in Hedera. So as easy as it may be for a simple investor, retail investor to just, if someone blocks you because of the certain tastes of meme courts you create, they don't like, or maybe they're too strong, or too bold, or they ask questions. As a regular retail investor, you can just move on to the next. not a regular retail investor. He is a leader of projects, main projects. So it is in the best interest, in my opinion, if he does his best, and he sees it as well, he's taking the first steps to attempt to mend this. And I really, applaud you, bro. I think the best way to do this is open a ticket, and I would first remember look at it like a sandwich. If someone truly is coming to make things with you, you first sentences need to express that intention. So, hey man, I just want to reach out, even though if you didn't do anything wrong, and apologize for whatever I have done or said in the past, or if I gave a bad impression, and I hope we can, move forward. That's it. Leave it at that. It'll take them a couple minutes, maybe hours to process what you're doing, and they'll be like, if they don't recognize me, they're going to ask me for you. Oh, and then you just relay what happened. If they do remember, then yeah, they'll say, okay, no, it's cool. And then after they process that, then you can explain. I think we just had a misunderstanding. And I love the project. I have a couple nights myself, but I don't have access to Alpha because of this and that. And, and I like what the assets have hold of your projects because I love it. But I really want to build bridges, and I really want to make sure we're in good terms, from your end. Because to me, I like a project. You know what I'm saying? The minute you do that, anyone that approaches you in this manner, you're so willing to find out what the heck happened to fix it. And ASAP. So the first couple sentences or even paragraph is crucial how you approach it. That's how I would do it. I don't know if that.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And that's basically how I'm trying to make the approach initially is but definitely apologizing if I offended them or if anything I've done or if there's a misunderstanding or something. Whatever, I don't even know if I want to bring up like whatever drove him to block.
No, yeah, exactly. That's smart. That's smart. I wouldn't bring it up either. And he needs to first be convinced that your intentions are what you're conveying. So if he's convinced that, okay, this guy's really trying to fix it, he might not even try to refer back to whatever happened in the past and just let it all go away and move on. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. At this point, you're like a salesman.
Yeah, just like letting them know. I think letting them know that this got on Twitter, and I don't really get one Discord, which isn't wrong. I don't go into any. I never go into Discord. Like I said, for some Discord, like besides private messaging people, like in months. So like I'm never there. So like I don't go there to look for Alpha. I wouldn't go there just to consider Alpha. So I would go to Twitter. That's really that's where I'm usually at all the time. And it makes a lot of sense to see me. But yeah, I basically kind of in that bridge. Because I see that we both also been building here for like over 3 years. We're one of like the few there's you can only count on like 2 hands the amount of people that are on that same boat technically as us that we're around here since like 2019. Haven't left and just trying to learn daily for however long that's been. It's hard it's basically like almost 5 years probably at this point. Right? It's like me and like I said, we can count it on like 2 hands how many other people are in that boat with us. strength of it and like won't pay attention to anything I do and help their followers, which I've seen a lot of private DMs, them and others like they follow, and their little group of all whatever. There's basically like a group of people that just despise the things they've done, and I don't understand it. Like there's a bit of context to it with like one project in particular that was follow up with. I don't know if this is part of that. It could be. That's how I know Elizabeth had me blocked on the picture. I was blocked by her for 2 years because of basically I received a free airdrop for this project. It was, I think, back in the day called the Monkeys. I drew it through AI and basically messed with it, had the very, very basic manipulations basically to it, and then it was keep frying and copying it. I was firing everything out to my existing folder that apparently had 20 of for free. And when I first came on like a data and like figuring things out, and then I was basically burning the state publicly. Yeah, how much your bud space for that, and then there was a lot of fallout basically. People like jumping shit from like the project, and then a lot of people not wanting to associate themselves with me because of that, which is that's totally their prerogative to do. Like, and I regret basically creating that whole bunch. It's like it was like I just had the thought, and then since then I've been involved and trying to like make things a lot better and more exciting. But that's one something you can potentially do something like that too. But I don't know if it's that or like if that was also tied to games and stuff. And just in general, kind of things I could have done to do something like that too. But I don't know. But in general, I just want to try to make that relationship with somebody that is important. So
I'm glad you're trying, bro. And dang, I didn't even know there's a group. Just so you know, I have a similar story. There's also it's a small group now, and it's not that big anymore, but it's a small group that really did not like me helping Tasahinu rebuild. If you go to one of the tokens on Sasaswap, they really despise me so much that one of them even built or made a meme coin after me, a reverse AG, and I see this as to me flattering because obviously, I assisted and helped Tasahinu becoming, pull the impossible, which basically, he died and then he came back to life.
Yeah, what the hell is this?
What the hell's going on, John? How are you?
Yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing this feature where you can live stream.
Hell yeah, you like it, don't you?
So how you doing it? We start a space and give access to your camera and just put your phone.
You're exactly right. I'll show you how to do it. Just one moment.
And yeah, all right.
Okay, so we got Twitter here. What you do is you go to start a space, welcome to spaces,
Yeah.
and then here where it says record space, you'll see a little thing that says enable video. I'm going to click it right now.
So this is not the phone you're using right now, right?
No,
What you using?
I have 33 different devices. You're live streaming right now to 34 different platforms on 150 different accounts. I have more data
So
on YouTube than any person on earth.
how much videos you got?
How much what?
How much videos you uploaded to, or is that what you say? How much
Yeah, it's not videos, it's time. So I have 3 years, 24/7, 365 on 5 different streams.
Oh my God.
It's like the movie The Truman Show
Okay.
with Jim Carrey.
So I'm the only one who's listening right now, I guess.
No, there are other people in I'm in a bunch of different communities.
Okay. I can't see that on your bed. The screen is projecting onto your wall right now.
Yeah, so I have 6 different Chromebooks that are running as well, and one of them is projecting behind me.
Oh my God. So how long this space is going on?
I do them like every 12 hours, and then I just start up a new one. I've been doing these for like a few months now, and I also have a little machine that automatically uploads to Instagram for me. It's a little auto clicker, and so I've been uploading to Instagram for 3 years as well, every moment of life. It's essentially the biggest event in global history. It's a time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between.
Okay. So what do we got over here? Rothschild, chat, and crypto NFT. You got a project or something?
Yeah, so I don't, but I'm a member of a community that does. So there is a community called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It is a meme coin. It's currently worth about 10 cents each. 2 weeks ago, it was worth 3 cents each. It just hit an all-time high last week. And basically, they're just a really nice group of people who have invited me into their Telegram. Do you know what Telegram is?
Of course I do.
Oh, excellent. Here. Then
So I see you got a.
I'm putting on here the Telegram link. It's t.me/HPOS10I.
Okay, just Harry Potter, and the first name for the letter on the. Yeah, I get it. So what do you got on the bio? There's an address, a Telegram address.
Oh,
What is that?
that's a great question. I think I just took that from our main account. So our main account has over 100,000 followers. I hosted trivia night last night, and we usually just use that account for big events. And then this account is just kind of like a secondary account that I created just to stream all the time. Really, I'm just not worried, but like I'm concerned about it. I want it to upload the video. And so you watch, these things are live videos of my life.
Okay, so you got a channel?
I have 5 channels that are live right now. I'll send you the link. Just one moment.
Just send me the YouTube one. So
Hey, that's what I'm saying. I have 5 YouTubes that are live right now.
So you making any money out of there? Just
We're starting to.
were you sleeping before I came in? Cause
Was I sleeping? No. I slept last night. All right, my friend. I'm gonna send you a link right now. I'm coming to find you. I'm going to Twitter. You can watch me do it. Go to Twitter, and you're in that discussion. Perhaps it may show up at the top. If not, I'll just Harry Potter, Mama Sonic, 10 new Gears of Space. I'm joining it. I don't even need to. I'm following you. Hey, can you make it so that people go to your privacy settings and make it so that people can send you direct messages?
Or you could just put it on the jumbotron. I'll do it, whatever. But
Okay, I can do that too. That's a good move. I didn't even think of that. Good move. Okay. So what we will do is join the space, start listening,
I'll do it, whatever.
and I'm pasting it, and then jumbotroning it. Weird. All right, you should see it on the jumbotron now. You should see it on the jumbotron now.
oh, okay, I can see 5 channels. Oh my god.
Absolutely, you can hear yourself on 5 different channels simultaneously. It's the biggest event in global history. We'll be able to study a human for multiple years of their life. We'll be able to study their heartbeats per minute, their breaths per minute, how many times they blink, the temperature. We'll be able to study their circadian rhythm, their biological metrics, everything on earth about a person.
Okay. So your name is what, Rabbi Rothschild or something?
Yep, my name is Michael Rothschild. I'm a rabbi.
Okay. Okay. I sure know what that means. Like it's a priest, right? Is that what?
You can think of it as a Jewish religious leader. It means teacher.
Yeah. Jesus was the rabbi in the Bible. We call him, right?
That's what they say.
So my voice is getting in your live stream too.
Absolutely everything.
Okay. So how long you said the live is going? The ET live?
Well, we're on 3 years now. Now,
So yeah, it was, it didn't stop.
no. I stop it.
Forever.
Hold on. No. I stop it purposefully every 12 hours. If you don't, the video is not recorded. So you have to stop it every 12 hours for it to be recorded and uploaded. If not, it's just a live stream. And I don't want to do just a live stream. I want people to be able to watch the video at a later date.
Okay.
So what I have is more footage, more video uploaded to both Instagram and YouTube than any human in global history.
So you like it, or it's just what you do, or?
I do like it. No, I do. It's very much, I'm like a diarist, someone who writes a diary. It allows me to record my life and my thoughts and my moods, and I'm glad that I started it, and I only want to continue it for the rest of my life.
Okay, so you were a supporter, community member on Harry Potter, the show, whatever the project you just said on the PFP.
Yeah.
And that account, you said there's a Ethereum account I asked about it, and that was the contract for the project, or is the donation address or something?
I think it's the wallet for the main project.
Okay. It says Bitcoin CA, what that means. Contract address, right?
Yeah, that, you know what, that's it. What I did is I just took what was ever in the main account and just copied it and pasted it there, and I haven't updated it. So if you want the most accurate information, just go to HPOS10 Real and 10i Real, the main account. You'll see it has over 100,000 followers, and all the correct addresses and everything are there. What I can tell you though is if you go to that Telegram, we have people in the Telegram right now who are listening to you, and we're watching Joe Rogan with Ray Kurzweil. If you know who that is, the futurologist, the AI, the like grandfather of AI.
Okay, I know Joe Rogan, but I don't know what the other guy said.
That's okay. So,
What your people saying in my voice?
well, basically, they're just talking about artificial intelligence.
Okay.
Do you know what March Madness is? It's a basketball tournament.
Yeah, I heard it. I don't know much about it, but
Okay, well, we've got a free March Madness tournament going, and we're gonna watch more than 100 basketball games over the course of the next month in the Telegram, and we're gonna live stream all of March Madness, which is really exciting.
you seem a little uncomfortable sitting right there, like you just bend your hips around and just maybe you could just sit a little bit calm. You were sleeping or something before I came, like you were just laying down on the bed.
I wasn't sleeping. I was looking at my phone.
Okay. That phone looks so old and cracked, right?
Well, I have 33 different devices, so I have a brand new phone on which you are right now, and I bet I have more phones than you've ever seen in your entire life. This is just one of
So
them.
you make any money out of the live stream?
Yep.
How much?
Boy, aren't you questioning a lot? How
Sorry?
much you make a year?
Well, it depends. Around 100,000.
It depends with me too. In my normal profession, I make $124,000 a year as a certified project management professional. On here, really, I have not monetized my YouTube channels simply from the fact that I many times show copyrighted content, and you can't monetize if you do that, but I don't really mind that. So I take donations on my channel, and I make a few $100s a week just from donations in cryptocurrency.
So, all right, you're an interesting person, I guess. I've never seen that much dedication for, what you do here.
Absolutely.
I couldn't imagine if I was live streaming or doing what you're doing right now. That's a little.
So here's what you want to do, John. Do you have the link? It's t.me/HPOS10i. And come on in. We've got people here right now. We're watching podcasts that are video podcasts, and we'll watch a movie. We'll do whatever you want.
Well, what about Discord? I mostly use that. Telegram is. Here's the thing. Telegram, you need to give out your phone and privacy cam. Discord, you can do it with a mail.
I understand that. I'm on Discord too. I'm just making you aware that we're much bigger on Telegram. And if you don't want to give out your telephone number, there are ways around that. You can use services to get around that.
I get it. So I think I heard this project before.
It's a big
and
deal.
I might have bought some tokens from Guinness Web and I think a long time ago. This was a very long, old project, right?
Well, this version of it is since May of 2023.
Yeah, I think last October or something, I think I just.
Oh yeah, then that would have been it. That would have been it, yeah.
Yeah. So, you got a project? You want to launch something?
My project is live streaming my life. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. It's more valuable than food, than water, than air, than anything on Earth. Data is the most important resource. And if you believe what Bill Gates said in The Economist, if you believe what Bill Gates said during the 1990s, that content is king, I have more content online than any person in global history, which perhaps may make me king someday.
Well, data, which means, important data. I mean, not everything we see is important in the data context.
Well,
But, you just
this is
staying under
this is human data. Human data is the most important kind of data that we have. This is live human footage. This is the most important data that's ever been captured. It's more important than bank account records. It's more important than bank statements. It's more important than retirement accounts. All of that is just numbers. This is live data that can be analyzed, that we can study human behavior on it. You can't do that with numbers. Not to say numbers aren't important, but at the end of the day, that's just a figure. What this is the ability to study human speech, human brain, the ability to understand more about humanity in general. On top of that, there is the idea that this creates a platform for one person to be able to push certain agendas they want. And the big one that I want to push is world peace. I don't think we should have war anymore.
So, talking about that, what do you think of going on there? The kind of conflicts out there, and we have any comments on that?
Yeah, I don't want war anymore. So I would call for peacekeeping immediately and hostages to be returned and to ensure that everything is handled diplomatically. And it's as simple as that. No one else should die as of right now. Whenever we can say right now, you return all of the hostages. I don't care if they have 1,000 of ours and we only have one of theirs, or we have 1,000 of theirs and they only have one of ours. Just return everybody home. And let's talk about these things in a conference room and not across the battlefield.
So, okay. I'm looking at your YouTube right now. You just like you said, you upload every 12 hours.
That's right.
Live stream, right?
Approximately every 9 to 12 hours or so.
It seems like you do nothing, but I see every video you are there. You just don't even eat or something. You bring the food over here.
Yeah, I mean, I bring the food over and I eat, and if I have to go anywhere, I'll live stream it on like Instagram or Twitter. So, I mean, I even go to the bathroom, I shower, I do everything on camera.
So, what does 666 means?
Well, it's a number of perfection. So here, I'll show you. Oh, on there? Well, it gets people's attention, but it's a beautiful number.
It's a number. It's the number of Satan, right?
Some people say. What I'm saying is that it's a beautiful number, and I want people to know it. And here's why. If you take 666 objects and organize them, they're a triangular number, meaning we have some triangular numbers in society. 1 is a triangular number, 2 is a triangular number, 6 is an let's see here.
2 is not a triangular number.
I think you know what, you're likely absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Hold on, let me check this. 3 is.
Triangle number is when you can stack it up.
You're absolutely right. 2 is not. 1 is, 3 is, 6 is. I was just counting what was going on there. You're absolutely right. So we would have 1, 3, 6, 10, 15, 21, like that. That's a triangular number. But it goes down to 666, and you're absolutely right. 2 is not. I just misspoke. So you have, it forms a really pretty symbol. I think that's a really cool symbol. In fact, it's the 36th triangular number. Can you hear me, John?
Yeah, I can. I'm looking for the explanation on the number. What's more important?
What's more important in comparison to what?
No, not important. Why it's interesting, the number. I heard it was the number of devil, and from the Bible it says.
Yeah, in the New Testament, or what is called in the Christian New Testament, there's something in Revelation.
Yeah, so I don't like that number. I try to, skip that number all the time when I get it.
I know, that's why I chose it. It's a beautiful number and it gets people's attention. People shouldn't
Yeah,
too.
yep.
I've been going
People should.
a lot longer than that. I've been going now about 1,000 straight days. My man, when are you gonna get in this Telegram?
Want me to join it?
Hell yeah. It's a lot of fun.
Well, what about Reddit?
What about it? It's great. I was just on it right before you came in.
Reddit, if you use it on desktop, browser, it seems a little, the UI is still the old, but if you're not logged in, it shows a new one.
Right.
Why don't they put it on the, for logged in users, the same UI, the new one?
Reddit is honestly a backwards platform, in my opinion. It is very overvalued, though it has major value because it's the world's forum. However, a lot of their hardware capabilities are outdated. I can tell you they had an RTMP feature which allowed you to live stream on Reddit during the pandemic and a little afterward, and they took it away. Basically, they took away some features that were really nice and made it a nicer platform. So I don't really know what their CEO is doing. Also, it's owned and it's very censored in a lot of ways on some subjects. So, in my opinion, it's a really, really great platform. But at least when it comes to cryptocurrency, Reddit has not always been that welcoming of the community, I would say. They make fun of it a lot. They think that stocks are the only way to invest your money, which I understand that's traditional route, but there's a lot of benefits to cryptocurrency as well.
What you wearing on top of your head, a black something? Not the
This?
Yeah, that's one.
Sleep mask?
Were you sleeping? That's what I just asked.
No,
Were you sleeping?
No, I woke up hours ago. I just wear it all day.
Doesn't that give you a headache or something? Because if I wore it for that long, I just...
No, it kind of keeps my head warm. I like it. But normally I just wear a hat or that.
So you keep that
Yeah, it keeps my head warm. I like it.
No, the one you earlier showed me, the rabbi hat.
Yeah.
You keep it all the time?
Yep.
When you're sleeping too?
Yep. Not all rabbis do, but I do.
So I might just leave now, or what you got here can talk about nothing but the project or something. I would join for the Telegram later on.
You join that Telegram, my friend. You take care, Tron. Follow me, I'll follow you back. I'm following you. Follow me back, baby. Take care, Tron. Tron 1711744 just followed us. Shout out to Tron.
at least to me, from my perception, is insane to believe that a big IP like DC, and it's not so much as a big IP like DC, because Starbucks have done something like this. Nike has been doing something like this. It's just like something that I like, that I can have access to it. And what potential that.
Bitcoin space, what's going to happen in the crypto space? Because one, we've never seen a Bitcoin all-time high before the Bitcoin halving. I didn't expect it to happen. I didn't expect this to keep going up. I expected some sort of a pullback, some sort of a healthy consolidation. But when it comes to meme coins too, when you're looking at every single meme coin launching right to 50 million, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. And that's why I was like, all right. It was last week, and I was like, yeah, you should. I hope I'm wrong. I literally said, I hope I'm wrong, but it's probably a good time to take some profits on your meme coin. Because it just like, if it doesn't make sense, there's probably a reason it doesn't make sense. Every single token that was launched ran up to a 20, 30, 40, 50 million. Other tokens that had no business being in the hundreds of millions of dollars of market caps were in the hundreds of millions of dollars of market cap. So is the dump over? If I had to give you my honest opinion, I would say no. I don't think so. Is cryptocurrency going to continue to bump heading into the new year, into 2025? Absolutely. Is it going to be a straight line to get there? No. It will not be a straight line to get there. We're going to continue to see ups and downs. We'll probably see a major crash because of some big news that happens, maybe something bigger than what happened with Ethereum. But no, I don't think that the worst of it is over, but it's not even bad. It's normal. This is, we got to stop looking at it like when Bitcoin goes to 65K as the world's over, because we ran at $39,000 a month and a half ago. Like this is normal. This is expected. And it gives you a better time. If you believe that Bitcoin will hit $175,000 Bitcoin at the peak of the next bull run, which a lot of people here do, and that $60,000 Bitcoin is better than buying it at $73,000 or $80,000. So it just gives you a better chance to purchase cryptocurrencies. It's normal when charts consolidate. The whales are going to look it out. People who've been waiting on the sidelines to buy are able to get in. And I think it's normal and expected. I don't think the worst is over. I don't want to say the worst. I think that we're going to continue to go up and down all the way until we hit an all-time high in 2025.
Absolutely, Jake. And just a reminder, guys, there's a lot of meme coins that are going to absolutely recover and do some insane fucking numbers. But there's a lot of meme coins that are here for a good time, not a long time. We understand that, we accept that. So when you're up, sometimes consider paying yourself. Right? It's always going to pay yourself. You can't lose if you're making money. With that being said, Jake, let's have personal favors. So we have Wadi, then Diganja, then 51, then we have Solordi, then Solana Beach, then we have Mr. Fitz Studies, then Double Number. And we'll go from there. What's up, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
What up, Ronnie? What up, Jake? I appreciate you having me up like always, bro. This thing, it's insane. So the way I see it is, the SEC keeps barking at the wrong tree, at the wrong player, and it's actually funny because every time the market has a very positive uptrend, some BS has to come out in order for the market to dump. I don't know if you guys noticed that. So, in my opinion, it's just pure manipulation tactics. Now, and they go after Ethereum, they're out of their freaking mind, bro. I mean, Vitalik has been very transparent, in my opinion, unless they found something shady, maybe crazy gas fee, probably going to one of his personal wallets or something. That would be shady. But other than that, man, I don't see any reason why they will actually go after
seeing it more as of a security. So, yeah.
Okay, copy that. And look at the ICO, because there actually was an ICO in 2014, I believe. And the ICO, I think it was a 42-day campaign. And ETH was 31 cents. Can you fucking imagine getting ETH for 31 cents a blockchain? What the? How crazy. And why that's a complaint. But there's also another way that it's money. You know, it's like a lot of these court cases, they sell, right? A lot of people sell. And who knows? I mean, they drop a $10 billion lawsuit against the Ethereum Foundation. Sometimes, even if there's nothing that's wrong, it's instead of fighting it, it's easier to settle. I mean, these guys have billions and billions of dollars. So we'll see, but I agree with you, Wadi. And we'll time will tell. But Rabbi, I'd love to ask you a question. Like when people come up here, just ask them too. You know, do you think Ethereum is a security? I'm interested to hear what people say. Absolutely. Diganja, what do you think about the situation? What are we feeling today? You guys can just answer that.
I don't know. Does it pass the Howey test? The Howey test that's like 100 years outdated?
Let's go through that. I mean, there's four characteristics. What are they?
I can't remember on top of my head, dude. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to go Google this. I think it's like investment of money, common enterprise, expectation of profits from the investors, and efforts of the others.
Yeah. So it's the investment of money, which
Expectations of profit.
I mean, I'm guessing you're expecting profits. Common enterprise and reliance on the efforts of others. I mean, you do rely on Ethereum devs, right, in order to upgrade. So the I think that, like as Roddy said, it's like everything technically is a security, like meetings and like pickup charts. So just because it's an asset is what complicates this. Yeah, I love that when the speakers get up there and you see Gary talking to Congress, they'll ask him like, hey, are you getting NFTs or whatever? And they're like, yeah, and they talk about like this crime with a beanie baby or something like that. He's like, would that mean security? So he's kind of like lost for words. There's a ton of clips on YouTube about that sort of thing, but obviously, he has some sort of interest, some different interests going after cryptocurrency because this motherfucker used to take blockchain courses at MIT. What happened, Gary?
Absolutely. I think that you and Wadi kind of hit it on the head, and I said on a space that I was in earlier, like, this is definitely collusion in some way, shape, or form, and we don't know because we're not in the back rooms making the deals. But I feel like this is a way for Ethereum to become cheaper for the big boys to get in so they can make more money. And I think what Jake said is right. They're probably going to settle. So I don't know. Either way, I hope it doesn't affect the price of Ethereum. I hope what's happening right now continues. Like, people are just like, F it. This makes it more bullish, But yeah, dude, it could go the other way. I really hope it doesn't, because that could be the black swan event that we all didn't want, right? I was just gonna say one thing real quick though. Like, I know you guys know I got slurfed. On Monday. I was got rugged by another project on Monday in Polygon, and last week I got rugged by another project on Sate, right? They were all pre-sales, right? But this one on Polygon, dude sent me the money back, bro. He sent me all thematic back last night. So big ups to the real ones in Web3.
Nice, I love it, man. When something like that happens, man, it's good to get back.
Hold on, Ronnie. I got a question about that. So let me get this straight. You double up the money and then return it, or how does that happen? Because
when they took it, I bought into this pre-sale like last week before I got rugged by Slurp, obviously, right? Or I probably wouldn't have. But when the token launched, they effed up something, and they immediately pulled all the liquidity and were like, well, there goes that, we're effed, right? But dude didn't disappear. He stayed in the Telegram, and he kept saying, people, don't worry, we're going to fix it. And when he realized he couldn't fix it, he's like, okay, we're going to refund everyone. It took a day, but he did it. So, shout out to that dude. The token was called Sendip. It was a meme of Sandeep. And I thought it was going to send because the memes were really funny. And it looks like the dev is a real one, and he's going to be trying to do something else. So I'll try to jump in with him again. We'll see.
Nice, I love it, man. Shout out to the Matic devs out there making it right, man. Appreciate you, D-Gun. Next we have 51 with Florty.
Yo, what's good?
Yo, what up?
guys. Hope you're all doing well. You gotta be careful out there. Just very quickly, a couple things. In regards to your question, I think it's just trying to do this with, just because the ETF, it's Bitcoin versus ETH, kind of a thing. But, who knows where it's going to go at the end of the day. Technically, in my opinion, everything's security, even Bitcoin. It's just how they kind of categorize things and how things have been operated versus others. There's really nobody behind me. Bitcoin versus somebody is there. And just very quickly as well, yesterday on DEX, so there's this token that was trending number one on Ethereum. I won't mention the name. It's not important. Sorry?
Why is that an important name?
Well, it's not important to name just because it was a scam anyways, but the point I'm trying to make, I can say it if people want, but it had about 4 billion in volume, right? People actually were blacklisted. I told a buddy of mine to try to send it to another wallet and sell it that way. He was able to do it, but the point I'm trying to make is just that, with NFTs, we used to see number one collections. There were scams. It's now happening on DEX tools. There's this one last night. They finally flagged it, how to create a contract, et cetera, et cetera. But people look on DEX, they're like, oh, this thing's trending number one. It's got 4 million volume. And how many people will fall into that? Because, you're not going to check, oh, it's liquidity, is this, that, you know what I mean? So just be careful. Just because you see it on DEX tools trending, doesn't mean it's the best. Just very quickly, there's a new token that just came out. It's called Whalo. Looks pretty good. Again, just came out. So you have to do your own research. I don't usually even buy tokens like that. Just been in Telegram a little bit. It's about 40,000 market cap. I only put a little bit in. You know what I mean? This way, if I don't have to, sell it, I don't even have to spend any gas selling it. Just like a lotto kind of thing. Call Whale, I'll put it above. I really like it because it's got that Pepe face on the whale, and it's got me trending for the next 5 hours. You already paid for the DEX tools update. Which isn't always common in these projects, right? So, it's a gut shot. A lot of times when I see these ones, I don't buy them, and then they go up tremendously. I'll put it above. Again, it just came out maybe 4 or 5 hours ago, so it's not that fresh. But you always have to be careful to do where something is. But I did buy some myself. Do your own research. Have a great one. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, 51, you make a great point. I mean, guys, you see something pumping absolutely sending on Dexels, for the love of fucking God, just take a second to smash that bitch and commit a contract breeder. Do a little bit of due diligence. Make sure the wallets aren't heavy. Not more than 5% of the supply is in any one wallet. Even though they can airdrop going to other wallets. Make sure the taxes are good. Make sure it's not a honeypot. Make sure the liquidity's locked. Little things like that will save you a lot of money. And it takes a couple of extra, not even a couple of extra minutes, 30 seconds. So protect yourself. Great point, 51. Appreciate you. Let's just move to So Lordy.
What's going on, guys? Thank you so much, Jake, Rodney. You guys are excellent in all the opportunities you provide for the industry. So just wanted to give you guys a quick shout out. But yeah, just kind of going on the topic. I mean, meme coins in general. Like you look at the SEC, digging for securities. They did that on Ripple, failed. I don't know if Ethereum's being primed for the new spot ETF or they're going to fail again. But eventually, they're going to find the biggest multi-billion-dollar meme coin. If you see like Shiba Doge or even Pepe run up past 100 bill, SEC's just going to keep coming down. And so, luckily for me, we got a couple devs on the team. I'm the full stack engineer. My co-dev, he's a lawyer. So Lordy, we are the first Bitcoin ordinal inscription on Solana. Hence the name Lordy. So our dog meme coin was actually inscribed in the first percentile on Bitcoin. And then so we just thought like a space moon dog, destined for a multi-billion-dollar opportunity, especially if we put our space moon dog on Donald Trump and all the other funny memes. That's kind of how we started. We just thought it was funny, we had a good-looking dog, and we actually launched around Christmas time. And so my lawyer, co-dev, comes to me and says, like, all right, so what you gonna do for your utility play? And I'm like, what's that? Meme coins just have hype and community and raids and shows, and we just pump when the market pumps. He's like, well, yeah, but if you guys find out listing, we are listing in our first sex on Monday with Bitmark. But we need to add some kind of utility. And so we went down the path, saw other big meme coins like Myro had like a trending bot, so I built a trending bot. It's called Solana Top Dogs. Open to our community members for free. Basically, it's a DEX screener API. Like we're on deck screener using the filters, looking for the top trending tokens. And I'm just like, you know what? Like I want this on my phone. Like sometimes I'm out. I just want to create a call bot that shows me all the trending memes. And so built that. And I showed it to my co-dev. I'm like, hey man, I got utility. He's like, oh, all right, this is cool. Keep going. And then we launched Olos, which is solo backwards. It's actually a BRC20 inscription, and we kind of left it to our community like a puzzle. We're like, all right, guys, you guys go mint it. So we inscribed a billion inscriptions on Uniset, and our community went and minted them. I'm like, look, they're learning how to mint inscriptions now, and we got utility. Olos actually just got listed on OKX and Binance in the Web3 marketplace. Inscriptions are insane. You guys are familiar with that. But same thing, my co-dev's like, lawyer's like, all right, man, you're getting closer, you're warming up. So I'm like, kind of beating my head, you know, what are we going to do? I'm like, well, you know, the NFT, going back to that Beanie Baby thing, like, that's cool. That's not a security. Why don't I make an NFT and not just a basic NFT and an image? I want Solori in my living room. Like, you know, if you guys are familiar with Snapchat and, so basically, Solori is in my living room doing all kinds of shit, like breakdancing and shooting a gun. And I can see Solori as augmented reality NFT in my living room. And my co-dev's like, this is cool. All right, I think you got it. Make your Solori dog into a game. And, you know, let's talk to Solana Labs. And so, long story short, now, started off as a meme coin, added utility. Now we're working with Solana Labs. We're building one of the first games on Solana Mobile, Unreal Engine. It's basically going to be like Fortnite. People get to create their own islands and stuff and kill to earn, play on tournaments. We'll do the Twitch thing. We're talking to a couple partners, Soul Chat and stuff. But we are getting listed as Solori on Monday with Bitmark and Gotbit. But appreciate the chill and chill time, guys. Let's do our best to not be securities and stay utility.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think utility makes something not a security, but, you know, dude, I like your project. It's pretty cool, man. I'm on your page right now. It's pretty neat. So shout out to you guys, but you guys are welcome back anytime.
Yeah, I've seen them for a while. They kill it.
Can you explain real quick, though, just for people that don't know what a Bitcoin Oracle is?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an NFT on Bitcoin. So just like we got NFTs, a ERC20 standard or 720, we got a BRC20 on the Bitcoin. It's basically a Bitcoin meta protocol or a derivative of Bitcoin. So it's the first time there's NFTs on Bitcoin. They got the BRC20. There's like BRC20 is coming out on the Dogecoin. There's a handful. Basically, they're all traded over the counter peer-to-peer. So there's no DEX for them. There's no like Uniswap or Jupiter equivalent for them. Like if our Olos, which is listed on Binance and OKX, they're all peer-to-peer over the counter. So any good devs out there, go make that DEX for ERC20 inscriptions. I think Swap is trying to do it well funded. But yeah, it's an NFT on Bitcoin in short. I like it, man.
So, solid project.
So as far as Zordanos.com usually is the place to start.
Nice. And guys, there are 230 people in this space. So let's bump this space, guys. Make sure you like, repost, and let me know in the bottom right hand corner what community you guys are representing. Appreciate you. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to your utility, man. Give you guys a follow back. It's just see what you guys can do in space. Next, we have absolutely, bro. Next, we have Solana Beats. Solana Beats to Mr. Fitz, ETH, the member Cardano, and Addy.
Yo, Rod, DJ, Waddy, what's up, guys? Beautiful day today.
Good to have you, brother.
Hey, I'm the person, my name's Nolan, I'm the person who made the meme generator app that's available right now in the Android and Apple stores. The Solana Beach meme generator, you enter a prompt and it comes out Solana Beach theme with a meme. I'm working right now on the second app. It's going to connect the Solana blockchain to the Solana Beach token. It's going to be working with Microsoft's OpenAI DALL-E 3 image generator. Pretty much done, but I'm just polishing it up. I've also, the main reason I was calling yesterday, we dropped some big news. We got a Tully retweet and follow the founder of Solana. We just opened an office in Solana Beach, California. This weekend I'm moving in some computer equipment, get some, got some bigger news next week. So I see Jake, I think you follow the main Twitter handle at Beach Club Solana, right?
Maybe the AFK right now. airdrops coming, and all you got to do is you go aim some Solana Beach, and the party's going to be in Miami, Florida. We're talking promoters, and the market cap right now is only about $1 million. So we got a nice pullback to if you guys are interested in adding some. All right, copy that. Shot. This is Solana Beach, bro. I'm down for a free party, right? Free, everything's free. Alcohol, everything's free. Yeah. Everything's free. That's for sure. Well, I appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much. I was gonna say, sorry, Solana Beach. I was gonna say, they actually partnered up with me for a month too. So they made a video on Solana Beach, and they were trending on crypto.com. Pretty good project, in my opinion. Yeah, we're working hard. We're working hard with Natali. He's been liking a lot of our posts, and he retweeted a couple. So stay tuned. We got a lot going on. A lot of airdrops. We're playing a lot of airdrops, and a lot of big news coming dropping next week. Awesome, appreciate it, brother. Hey, take it easy, guys. Thank you. You too. Next, you have Dumber Wrong Senate, baby. Hey, Rodney. Thanks for having me on. I've been on many times before a personal account, but I'm here under Dumber, so a little backstory of how I made this coin. So I used to make a lot of videos for other projects like Laptop, and I was doing one with the Dumb and Dumber characters, and I put Mike's head on one of the characters, and I'm like, man, this would be so funny if this was Trump and Biden. And then I kind of forgot about that idea. My buddies and I were kind of having beers and just chatting, talking about politics and how divided we are as a country, and how even with meme coins, it's either Trump or Biden, and comedians aren't really, making fun of both parties like they used to back in the day. I'm like, dude, we have an awesome idea. Let's marry our favorite movie from childhood, Dumb and Dumber, and Trump and Biden, and kind of poke fun of them, like they used to, not meme fun, just kind of, fun, and make a cartoon kind of South Park style. That's how we're gonna do it. And we didn't know much about making meme coins, and we didn't want to pay a dev who was gonna rug us. So, we kind of did some research, and lo and behold, here we are. We made a few mistakes along the way, but it's been a week since we launched. We are holding, strong. We finally broke above 100,000 market cap. Today was like 173. Now we're like 140-ish. And I guess that's what happens when devs don't rug. But yeah, I invite you all to go check out our stuff. Again, we launched. We learned a lot. We learned what not to do next time. Apparently, don't lock your liquidity with soul tools, because they don't. They're not integrated with DEXs, and it becomes more of a pain in the rear to prove that it's locked. But at least for first day, they didn't even show on their website. We were like, oh my god, what did we do?
Sometimes, yeah. Unless it's like Unicrypt or like T-Log, it's hard to see on DEXs.
Yeah. So if you ever try to make your own meme coin, and they're working on it. I'm in their Telegram, trying to get this figured out, and they're like, well, okay, so now it shows the locker on their website, and if you're using bots, it'll show that it's locked, unknown lock. But like on Dex, it's still not showing up. It's kind of screwing us up. But we're gonna push through it. And once they fix that, hopefully in a few days, a week, it'll show everywhere. But anyways, Rodney, thanks for letting us chill. I'm sorry, the first day I tried to chill just once.
Yeah, but I think you did not. I think somebody came up here and they showed for it, so.
They did, yeah. Appreciate the community for helping out. Just a couple of normal dudes. I've been a big fan of yours for a while. And you probably can figure out who I am. I'm not going to dox myself here, though.
I figured your voice does sound familiar, brother, and I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man, that are, brother.
All right, next we have Mr. Fitz. He's in the middle of Mr. Fitz to Cardano, that ice dash, and then was Mel their name.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Thanks for having me up today. I actually am one of the co-owners of Delbags. We bought it from the developer that let things go kind of sideways, and we actually, that's not the main reason I'm talking today, but we got some pretty cool stuff coming up. We actually, our utility for our token is we are adding an NFT that is paired with our token in a certain way. What it does is allows people to buy the NFT, and we they're using the NFTs to raise money to put movies out. So we're using the funds to each person that buys the NFT will be a part owner in the film and then get their part of 50% of the profits once the film is distributed and goes through the movie and the cinema, all that system. And then we also will be putting 10% of the sales back into the token. So somebody buys the NFT, then they're also able to maybe buy a little bit of the token, and then we put a large bump in the token, which allows people to essentially get their NFT initial back out. And then when the movie's done, they get their percentage of the profits. We also will be, everybody who's a holder will have their name in the credits of the movie. Then also 5 people who get the NFT will randomly get bit parts in the movie as well, which will allow them to get their SAG card on the other side of it. So some utility we're bringing to the market that hasn't really been done yet. We're talking with agents and actors, then we're waiting on a meeting with AMC as well. So we're moving along and really excited about that. But the main thing I want to come up today with is we have an opportunity. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but
Right, can you hear say something with AMC? Like, I'm looking at your
so we're waiting for our meeting with AMC. We're presently meeting with actors and agents in space.
what's your website? Let me see.
Yes, it's We Are Done. We actually haven't posted about the movie side yet. We've only told our people. We're waiting to get some of those contracts solidified before we launch.
Y'all better follow through on that.
Oh, we will. Yeah, it's a huge deal. And the people we're meeting with in space are extremely well connected, and we already have scripts ready to go. So it's not like it's a, hey, let's go find this. We have scripts written by HBO writers ready to go. But the deal with it is this is something that you can actually do as an investment because movies take a couple of years. So say you put $500 into an NFT, you put $50 into our token. Once the money's raised, say we put $500K back into the token, immediately you sell your token, make your $550 back or a little bit more. And then when you do that, sorry about that, guys. When you do that, then you're able to. My mom got there at my house. Sorry. Sorry about that, guys. I was outside. Yeah, I came right back. But yeah, so what you're able to do at that point is you're able to do that every 8 weeks with a new movie, right? And since the movie takes about 2 years to do, so once the movie profits come in, the market itself will be in a bear. And then you get not only your initial investment back, and you're doing that a few times, but then you get the movie profits on the other side of that. So it's a good system that feeds itself, and keeps itself going on the other side. We're excited about where it's going, but just trying to nail down those last few pieces.
All right, copy that. Well, it's big shit if you get it too. I'll look for your website. I can't find it.
Okay.
Yeah, just pin it up on.
Yeah, I'll paste it down here. But as I said, what I want to talk about mainly is, y'all know yesterday Robert Kennedy was denied again Secret Service protection during the election. And so we got an opportunity to raise some soul to help do that. And we're calling it Donate Some Soul or Give Some Soul to protect the soul.
Wait, you're raising. Wait, does he even have like a campaign over?
Yeah, oh yeah. He's polling it like 30%. We have people under 40. Yeah.
Is he accepting crypto for that?
So I've actually got a connection into, and so we're sending things to Solana, and if they want to convert it to USDC, we can do that as well. But we're trying to raise 2,000 Solana to be able to help fund that, because what's happening is if you don't get Secret Service protection, you have to pay for your own, which drains from your campaign donations, correct?
Yeah, it looks like so. He got $150 million donation, another 25. So I think he's doing well.
He is, but it costs almost $1 billion for a presidential race.
All right.
So we're trying to help offset some of those things. We're connected with the Kennedy token, the meme Kennedy token, but none of the money goes to the Kennedy token. So those will all be going directly. As we have connections to the campaign. So that's something that we're listing off, and I'll post that link here as well as the link to.
Yeah, you got to be really transparent about those donations. And I do want to see the AMC thing too. I'm going to be honest now, man. I want to see that, because if you're talking about a partnership with AMC and stuff like that, we're talking man. And I want to. We're
waiting on a meeting with them. The partnership is down the road, but it's not. We're also to the point where we can move forward on things even if we don't. already do NFTs.
Yeah.
We just want to be able to help co-brand with them on those.
So as long as you're transparent with the blockchain, with like the donations to Kennedy, we're going to the next speaker, man. I do appreciate Mr. B. Mr. To you, but thank you. The next one. All right, next, let's go ahead and move to Cardano. Go, what's up, Cardano?
What's up? What's up? Hey, just wanted to shout out to everybody who came up and spoke. Shout out to Rodney, Jay, Body, man, the AMC partnership, man. Mr. Vincent was at a 51. Sorry,
I don't know, man. I don't hear that. It's because many products, they say they're going to do some outlandish stuff like that, and it doesn't materialize. Like, you're sending east to like an address that is go to the Kennedys. I don't know about that, but I mean, I'm not about that, man. You know what I mean? But continue. Sorry, that just boils my blood a little bit because we've seen that kind of things before. Like, are you donating to the Kennedys really? Like, really? You know, is this an east address? And are you really partnering with AMC? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Continue though.
I got you. Hey, yeah, you never know. Everybody do your own research, you know. But no, I came up here to kind of talk about what's been going on with this whole SEC case and just provide like a different perspective on things. So it's like, okay, the SEC is a governmental agency, and they're going to take as much power as people give them. They're just an agency that was set by Congress, and they have been put in charge of regulating securities. Now, if you tell them that, hey, your car is a security, then they'll go ahead and regulate it. It's up to the individuals to say, hey, look, no, this car that I'm driving is not a security, does not fall under your jurisdiction. These beanie babies that I have, they are not securities, they do not fall under your jurisdiction. In the same way with a lot of these tokens, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cardano, if you look at the Howey test, they do not fall under securities. Like, come on, that's like any problem. If you're a hammer, it's going to look like a nail. And to the SEC, anything is going to look like security. And actually, we're starting to see Congress people push back. There's stories and things coming out. Gary Gensler, he's under fire now himself by certain Congress people about how he is intentionally misrepresented cases, and is going to court over that right there. So that's my just want to comment on was that. And also, Cardano just launched their first fiat-backed stablecoin. Right now, it's trading at over $2. I don't know what the heck is going on.
There we go, baby. That's a trade I want to make.
And shouts out to everybody out there. You know, stay safe and good luck to everybody.
Appreciate you. That's a good point, man. They're a government agency, you know. Because of the stablecoin thing, I remember when USDC jumped to like 86 cents fucking hour. I called Jake all freaking. I was like, dude, USDC's fucking collapsing, dude. He's like, it's good. You know, you could have bought the USDC dip right there, man. You know what I mean? Shout out to Silicon Valley Bank. Shout out, sir. Appreciate you, Cardano. Next, let's move to Patty. Patty, what's up, brother? How you doing? Dude, I'm so mad I didn't see what Bitboy's ass, dude.
Dude, you have no idea. Actually, it's a good thing it didn't play out like that because, like, dude, he weighed in at 175. You know, I told him, I'm like 6'4". I'm like 225, and I said I'll come in at 215. And if I did, I have 40-pound advantage. I just think it would have been like this completely different scenario that actually played out. But yeah, man, I'm bummed. But like, unfortunately, you know, my oncologist, you know, for my doctor was the one that's like, no, you're not doing this. You know, he's like, you can't do this. He's like, your body isn't even functioning properly yet. So anyway, you know, people may not know, but I dealt with some fucking major sickness, and you know, it's still kicking my body's ass, even though I feel okay. But on paper, like, no bueno. But anyway, yeah, man. But it was a great fight.
Yeah. You know, they offered me the fight against him, but obviously he didn't take it. So,
Yeah, smart. Yeah, buddy. So, but anyway, man, it's good to hear from you, Jake, too. But I'm here to talk about Reddit. I'm a community member. Just, you know, I'll give you the real quick rundown. You know, everybody knows Reddit. Reddit's been a platform that's been around for years and years. Reddit was the platform that was instrumental to all the shit that went down with GameStop, AMC, as you guys were just talking about before, where the individuals essentially rose up against the corporations, and you had retail investors buying the GameStop stock while hedge funds were shorting it. And essentially what happened is, because these community members rose up at such a large scale, they essentially started destroying hedge funds. And people don't like it when hedge funds go down because a lot of money gets lost. So there was like an intervention where Robinhood app that everybody was using got shut down. And so that took all the power back from the retail individuals. Hedge funds then did what they did, and they kind of gained back control. So when GameStop, when the movie Dumb Money came out, GameStop had a token that popped from like nothing to about 80 million in like less than a week. So when I heard about the Reddit IPO coming out, I was saying to myself, this narrative is stronger than GameStop. So I'm like, if GameStop hit 80 million in a week, and this Reddit stock IPO is actually, it's launching tomorrow now. The token came out at the end of February. Since then, it made a big pump, and for the last 10 days, it's gone sideways. It's formed a perfect falling wedge. You know, I posted it on my chart, on my page, you can see it. But the chart is set up perfect, and tomorrow is the launch of the stock IPO for Reddit. So my thinking was, everyone in the world is going to be hearing about Reddit, and we know people in crypto have a tendency to have that degenerate, degen mentality. So with all the publicity, I'm thinking that's going to be coming from Reddit stock, people are going to be gravitating toward the Reddit crypto. And so now all these articles are coming out where they're saying Redditors are against the stock, they're going to short it, they don't like the idea. And that makes total sense to me because everything that they did previously in 2021 was anti-establishment. They were against the corporations, they were against the hedge funds. So the individuals rose up collectively. So now this is a stock, it's corporate owned, it's a central entity, it's a central power, and it goes against everything the Reddit community stands for. So all these Redditors are saying they're going to short it. So I'm thinking to myself, this cryptocurrency fits the narrative perfect of what Reddit stands for, which is community. And it's like individuals own the crypto, whereas the stock, yeah, you own part of the company, but it's like people from the Reddit community aren't down with that idea. They're not down with the corporation. So at a $7 million market cap right now, it just makes so much sense. And it's like another thing. Elon Musk has made tweets about Reddit where he says he loves Reddit. What happens if because the stock IPO gets tons of publicity, all of a sudden Elon chimes in and says something, but he's probably going to be talking about the stock. And if he does that, people in the crypto space, they don't give a shit. They're going to look for the cryptocurrency. So Jake said this once on a previous spaces that he did last week. He says there was about 10 Reddit tokens that were around when he was looking, but this is the one that rose to the top. And so when this token did come out, I was looking at all these different tokens, and I'm saying to myself, if this is the one that kind of takes charge and becomes the dominant Reddit token in the market, all the others are just going to start to disappear, and that's exactly what happened. So now, what happens if something comes out where Elon makes a message, he says something about Reddit, or just something goes viral and it catches the news, and people start doing research for Reddit? Like, it just makes so much sense to me. So everything about this token, there's a mindset behind it that fits everything Reddit. So, you know, people are saying, is the crypto going to flip the stock? You know, the stock's going to be valued at $6.5 billion.
Well, not billion, yeah, but like we can get a lot of volume from that. I mean, that's like, you know, it's true meme coin for fat in nature, right? I said it's true coin nature, like that kind of stuff can happen, man. And I have actually decent bag of Reddit. I bought some like weeks ago because of that fact that the IPO was coming out. So yeah, all it takes is one, just, you know, a little tweet about it for the more established Reddit token. Go crazy.
100%, man. I mean, it's just like everything about Reddit makes sense for crypto, you know? And the fact that in 2021, all this stuff that went down with the Reddit community happened because of this idea of like anti-corporation, anti-establishment, and now a Reddit stock is coming out. It's like the Reddit stock doesn't fit the narrative of the Reddit platform, you know? Corporations, yes. And the one thing that I'm thinking is like when the Snapchat IPO came out in 2017, for literally months, the number one most talked about stock ticker symbol was Snapchat. And so if that happens, this IPO coming out is the biggest in 7 years. So if this does become like what Snapchat was, there's going to be publicity, there's going to be news articles, and there's already articles coming out that are talking about the Reddit cryptocurrency, even though it's the stock IPO that everything's focused on. So in crypto, people kind of look what others are doing and they follow one another. So I'm thinking this has the ability to be viral and just take off. So we'll see what happens.
I love the passion. That's like the same thing that I had. And honestly, I personally like on the decentralized side, and I like was thinking about was the fact that, like, you saw what happened with GME, which you touched on. You know, it's like Robinhood was able to shut it down. Hedge funds were manipulating it. That can't really happen on cryptocurrency. You know, it can't be shut down. Trading can't be shut down. But the fact that, like, Reddit is decentralized, like, they don't want this shit. They don't want an IPO. I think that leads to the cryptocurrency being much, much, much bigger. I really think it could be huge. And you saying that, like, a lot of my thinking was like, what happens on IPO days? They're gonna, dump because of the IPO. But now I'm thinking, like, it might pump because of the IPO, right? People don't want to buy the Reddit that's going to be launched on Charles Schwab and Fidelity. It's like most people, especially people that use Reddit, are going to want to buy the Reddit that is decentralized and they buy a Uniswap. So I like it. Tomorrow's a big day. And honestly, it's a very strong community. It's a good narrative. And yeah, I spent hours when I first heard about the Reddit IPO scrolling through about 10 different ones. Most of them were scams. I found this at like a 1 million. I think I bought it around 3 million. And, it ran all the way up to 14 million. I haven't touched a penny because I think this is a really, really big narrative. I'm just looking at what happened with GME. People are talking about it. So very, very, very bullish on the Reddit.
Absolutely. Shout out to Reddit, man. I'm bullish on it too. We'll see what happens. It's going to be an interesting ride. So next week, thank you so much, Patty. I appreciate it. Next week, next we have Sean. What's up, Sean?
Well, what's up, Ronnie? Jake, how you guys doing? We got an important message for you guys, and the ticker is cacao.
I see it on the crow chain, right?
Yeah, bro. It's rocking, man. So, I'm not here to take over the space. I don't want to talk too much. I think you guys do a great job. I love all your content. I just want to tell you guys to start cacao. Chronos isn't going away. Have a blessed day, guys, and be safe.
Rick, they're starting to pop off on Chronos meme coins, man. Like, there's caw, there's pig, there's fish, there's turtle. Like, I made a little bag yesterday on pig, and then I turned that into caw because I didn't have any caw. So, let's go.
Let's go. Shout out to the crow chain, man. I was on there last year a little bit. I bought one deep one on Chronos called Troll. Got absolutely fucking rugged. So I will be doing that again. But dude, College City.
Those guys are just bad actors in general. They try to talk crap about everything else in Chronos, and then they try to suck up when they want something. So yeah, I don't follow them at all. I just look at their stuff and laugh. Don't. I don't know. I'm not gonna say. Not financial advice. Look at how they're going to right now.
I really like trolls, so
I like trolls. That's cool, man. I just bought. I 100% expected to lose all my money, and I didn't. It would be like that sometimes. But I do like the crow chain, man. Crow has a weird, not weird, but it has a deep community that not a lot of people know. People fuck with the crow chain heavy. So, but next we have, let's go to get to a DM, then and then we'll close the space out probably with Jared and maybe Pop Dog if we have more time.
What's going on, Rodney?
What's up, baby?
What's going on, man? What's going on? Just to talk about what you were bringing up earlier, man. Honestly, I lost all my faith in the SEC as far as this regime goes. To sit there and go after XRP and Coinbase and all that stuff. Meanwhile, the whole, tariff of the FTX debacle was going down. It's like we need a whole another regimen that's actually counting.
It's like we missed Terra Luna, we missed fucking everything else. But we go after what are we doing?
What are we doing? Exactly. That's my whole thing. What are we doing? So, not only do we need a regime that's actually pro crypto, but that's actually, going after the right people for the right reasons. So, I guess you can consider that the whole win against Binance a win because they got $4 billion off of that, but whatever. But as you all know, I always hear from the community. We're sitting here pushing every single day. We're networking in the space. Shout out to Wadi. He's partnered with him for helping us with promotion and everything like that. So thanks again for showing your support to us. And we're not a puppet project. Obviously, we're a community takeover, so we're building for the long run. We got a few things lined up down the pipeline, so stay tuned for that. I don't have any announcements right now as far as the community goes, but just check us out. But I do have another project I want to talk about. And I know this is a meme shield space, but we all need a place to find the memes. Radio is honestly ass to me. It's so funny and everything like that. So 100% radio is so ass. It's just crazy. I can't buy nothing. And I don't
talk to them.
So what I've been using Dex tools. I can activate Dex tools been working. Yeah, I've been just, if I'm gonna buy something, it says like, hey, this is something, the whole, I just use it.
You can also use Bird Eye. It seems to work real good with it.
Okay, yeah, I've used Bird Eye with good too. I've had some good success with Bird Eye too. But I came across this other Dex project that launched this month. It's called Solar Swap. I don't know if y'all heard about it. But right now they're sitting at a super low value market cap, like around 5 million market cap. They had just announced they got accepted into NVIDIA's incubator program, and they're looking to take out radium that they're doing. They're like 11 times faster. They have anti-vev protection, all that good stuff right now. So could be a good entry for a lot of people. Want a little bit of a utility play in the meme space. Like I said, right now they're about 5 million market cap just in radium. 700 million market cap, Jupiter at 2 billion. So I don't know. It could be something good. It could be something. Could be nothing.
Nice. Yeah. We'll look out for it. Appreciate you. Shout out to the Alamo community. Next we have Ern and go to Jared. What's up, Ern?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey. Yeah, so having a space earlier today, we were talking about what's that guy? The guy the guy that tracks the scams and stuff. Oh, that. Yeah, and he's like saved like $150 million in these pre-sales that have been going on. Like we send money to a pre-sale, and a lot of them actually have gone to nothing. I mean, that's crazy in itself right there. But something that's interesting is, I don't know if most people know that when you're putting pre-sales out there and you're collecting money, I mean, if you collect enough money, you're making yourself a target for the SEC because you're basically selling on a registered security. I mean, little PSA, but you guys should educate yourselves on that. Be careful, especially if you're doxxed and you're doing pre-sales publicly. You can get some issues. I mean, if you're a U.S. citizen and stuff, I know it's different in every single country. But I've heard people talking about wanting to do that stuff, launching these pre-sales and keeping X amount of tokens to themselves. You should make sure and check how things are regulated in your country, because you collect enough money and you get on someone's radar. I mean, they can come after you, for that money you collected for selling on a registered security. So something to be careful about. I know a lot of money floating around. And again, that's specific to whatever country you live in, but just something to be aware of, guys. I've seen a lot of those floating around. And I know it's attractive and shiny, to do it because you make a lot of money right now and the meta's there, but just be careful about that. Because, the SEC, in my opinion, is fucking broke. So they're going to target people that make money, and work their way down. So aside from that, I think it's happy news. Little update on Earn. We're going to be the reserve currency for another project coming up in the near future, Q2. So people that deposit into their system is going to be starting getting Earn yield, which is super cool. So you guys would check that out, join the teaching and look into that. But it's basically a way to earn for like depositing stable coins into their ecosystem, like a bank essentially. But aside from that, I think the market's having a healthy recovery, which was necessary. I still personally we're going up from here long term. So, DCA, make sure you guys keep dry powder because we could see a decent retracement possibly. But just don't bank on it, Don't put all your money at once and just, DCA, enjoy your ride up. So anyway, thanks for having me up, man. And nice seeing you, James, and everyone else on the stage. Wadi, and I saw Petty back in there a minute ago. I know he's been pushing hard for Fold, and I see grinding, guys.
Yeah, good to see you, bro. And you always bring in some sound advice. I can tell you're well educated, just how you look at everything over the past 6 months. So always good to have you up here.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right about the SEC going after these guys who are taking in lots of money, and you guys know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, get that. You got this work, baby. We're just here, baby. We're going straight ahead, baby. They said they're going to refund everybody with fucking city, but we have noticed that the SEC is going after pre-sale, so.
What I was going to say, because you do know they have a signature program where you'll get $2 million once you're qualified. So, hey, bro, go ahead, man.
Yo, snitches get stitches, but apparently snitches get riches too.
They make you back your fucking money, dude. That's what I'm saying. All right, let's close the space with Jared. Jared, what's up, baby? How you doing?
Good, man.
just wanted to come up here and tell y'all that the light paper for Rubber Ducky is out, and the website will be dropping today too. And also too as well, got another little play for you on AVAX. It's going to be, I think it's called Llama. It's just at 700K market cap right now. Some of the team has been working in the AVAX ecosystem pretty well though, but I just wanted to let you know that the website will be coming out today for Rubber Ducky, and the light paper is already out. A billion supply, and we should be dropping next week. So I just want to kind of give that update.
Yo, I'm hyped for Rubber Ducky.
Me too, bro. You better fucking keep me out. We get the light paper out here, baby. Let's go. All right, so that's the end of the space.
Hump day, Rodney. Hump day.
Hump day. I'm holding my hump day every day. Every day is hump day. Girlfriend just laughed right next to me. She knows it's true, guys, but it is the end of our space. Hope you guys have my next space today, guys. We will not be going on this space tomorrow. I'll be on over there for tomorrow in the fall space. And another space talking about meat. So come hang out, talk some shit. Thursday we'll be going live, and Friday and Monday I'll be in NIL traveling, so I won't be able to ship with you guys unless I get stuck at the airport, and then I'll be upset, but I'll still run a space. But so we'll be out for a few days, guys. It's been fantastic to hang out with you guys. Get close out, baby.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud and clear, man.
Alright, yeah, the desktop is always messed up. It shows I'm still muted, but anyways, I don't know if everyone can hear me. But anyways, great space. As always, happy hump day. Touch some grass, touch some ass. It's our favorite day. Cryptocurrency day was a good one. Really, really solid gems. Viewers will appreciate it.
Sure.
try, you know, to talk and not listen. You don't let people land to get to the end of their
You didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to my point.
When would you even speak it? With me, I was talking to try.
You don't listen to it. Didn't listen to it because you're not addressing the typical point.
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the group, I'm talking collectively.
There you got it
What
wrong.
have I got wrong? I said that the wars that are happening around the world. You see how you keep talking over me? You see how you don't know? You see how you're not listening?
All right.
Everybody stop. Anybody who speaks without my point, it will be wrong, including you, Chai, including you. Lee, I would like you to finish first, and then I will go to Lily, and then I'll decide from there on this. So, but however, I will say one point on the religious thing is, I think what is happening in this debate is Lee said in the modern world, you know, there is religion is causing some issue there. If we say there is some issue, I can acknowledge that there is some issue. Is it the only issue? I don't believe that, right? So, religion, what percentage it does, then it's a very, you know,
Yes, I agree with this debate. I agree with you. What I'm saying is that in the modern world, religion is not needed. We, our minds are good enough to be able to figure out a moral, how we're at morality. And we don't need religion and the division that it brings, not just about rules, but in every aspect of the world, really.
I understand. Thank you.
What is your value, Lee? What is your value? Without the Bible, without
I'll come to you. Let Lily speak after Lily. I see your question. I'll come to Lily.
Thank you, Mr. Heat. I love saying actually, I had a question. We know there was a subject was going on about if your parents are Jewish or not Jewish, and then if you're Jewish and how that works, that you can't be Jewish. So I actually had a question for Samson. I was trying to remember the story of Prophet Noah and the flood. He had a son who did not believe.
Yeah. Okay.
So he did not go in the ark, so he then became a disbeliever. I was trying to find what Noah would have said about that, or what God said about that, and I could not find the reference about that. It's also a story that's related in Islam, so but I didn't have enough time to research. I didn't know if Samson knew.
which story? I'm sorry, my wife is talking to me.
Okay, so you know Prophet Noah had, when the flood happened.
Three sons.
Yes.
Three sons.
Yes, and he built the ark, but one son disbelieved and did not go with him. So I could not find what was Noah or God's reaction. Did he then call him non-Jewish?
No, it's not that. Back then, there was no Jewish.
There were
no Jewish people. Abraham is the first the first Jewish. But when they say about Ham,
not Abraham.
they said that.
Not Abraham. So what happens if it happened after that too? There are other prophets who had children, and something, for some reason one disbelieves. So does that mean that child is no longer Jewish?
No. But back in those days, by the Torah, I'm talking only by the Torah, not by any other religion. So by the Torah, and I will be very precise on how I say it, because it was a cleansing time that Hashem put the world in days.
What up, Bitcoin MLK baby? How are you? Bitcoin MLK is all ready for March Madness, and we're excited as well. What up, Ivan, you pimp? How are you? Ivan, we're talking to you. What's up, baby?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Just did some workout while taking a shower, waiting for her to come back so we can watch some Netflix show and stuff like that.
Hell yeah. Have you ever been in this Telegram before?
Actually, I've been a lot, but yeah, I've checked the Harry Potter maybe like when it opened. It was at 10 mil, and now I just got back home, check all these coins again. Crazy.
Excellent. We're over $130 million market cap now.
Yeah, what the fuck?
We're going to have a space starting in 1 minute on Twitter. Do you know what Twitter is?
Sure.
Excellent. So the link is posted on the main site. You can find me in here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been live in this stream for 10 months and for 3 years on the internet, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It's the biggest event in global history. No person has more data uploaded to the internet than I do.
Okay. I'm gonna check that, but I believe for now.
Well, right now I can tell you you're on 34 different streaming platforms on over 150 accounts. Name someone who has anything close.
Oh my god.
It's a big deal,
Wow.
baby. So you can come in here whenever you want. We have people who come in here multiple times a day. We have people who just stay in here, like Tempura. We have people who come in here once a week, whenever you want. But if you can stop in daily, that's the ideal. We want to say hi to you. We want to see what's going on in your day. We want you to have a new friend.
That's great, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow morning probably when I get some coffee.
Excellent. Ivan, I've got this friend of mine. He lives in Armenia. Every single morning, his routine is this. He wakes up, he gets a cigarette, coffee, takes a shit, and talks to me on here. I want you to do the same.
That's my routine.
Excellent. Excellent.
I'll add one more step tomorrow.
That's beautiful, Ivan. Absolutely appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I look forward to talking to you tomorrow.
You too, man.
Excellent. Take care, baby. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Enid to the moon. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Ivan. He's our new friend. Hopefully, he is able to take regular shits and cigarettes and smokes and talk with us live on the Telegram. All right. If you are watching this right now from any of the streams, I see we have Bitcoin, MLK. Anyone else? We've got a Twitter space going on that should be starting up. I think I've got a reminder for it set. So Bitcoin MLK. All right. So you have to find the Harry Potter account. Here it is. I don't think they've started it yet. Started the space, so. Couple more minutes.
Gonna clean my room, but then I got
What up, Jacob Scott? Hey, dude, were you trying
I think
to?
you're muted.
I'm not. I was just talking to somebody in here.
Your thing.
I was just talking to someone on here. I was just talking to someone on here. Are you sure you don't have me muted?
Unmute.
Do you have me muted?
Yeah, there you are.
There you go.
I got you.
Excellent. Dude, were you trying to? I think it was you. You were trying to come up as a guest yesterday in trivia, right?
Yeah, but my microphone wasn't working and I couldn't hear anything too. So I kept coming out of the room and coming back in, and every single time I found out that I did that, I had to ask permission to do that, to speak or anything like that. So every single time I was doing that, I was like interrupting pretty much. And I was trying to avoid that.
No, you're cool. You're cool. So
I just stopped. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go like listen to it.
absolutely, you're cool. So here, okay, I want to tell you a few things. One, we have a Twitter space starting up in 1 minute, so we're gonna head over there. Number two, okay, I don't know this for a fact, but I bet I'm right. I bet you had your cell data on and you were connected to Wi-Fi. Is that correct? Or you were only,
mobile data.
or you were only connected to mobile data in a patchy, in a spotty area. So you didn't have Wi-Fi?
No, I just work on mobile data pretty much.
Okay.
I only use Wi-Fi.
You don't even have Wi-Fi anywhere?
Well, my sister does, but I don't really fuck with it because I've got mobile data.
Okay. So that what I think it is, and I could be wrong. Well, I know this is right when I do it. If I use my phone and I'm connected to mobile data and Wi-Fi, and I get any kind of disconnection in there, I run into an issue where my microphone won't work on Twitter Spaces.
Oh yeah, I've definitely had that issue too. And internet issues as well, where the connectivity isn't quite as well because you have both on at the same time.
Thank you.
I definitely take notice.
Okay, so I find that if possible, when you're in Twitter Spaces, to just be on Wi-Fi. So I even shut off my data. If not, what up, Moonlight? Oh, he just came in here. I even shut off my data when this occurs, because if not, every 10 minutes or something, I won't hear a few of the speakers, and it makes Twitter Spaces basically useless.
Oh, definitely. I'm always kind of on the lookout for what I'm connected to.
Exactly. Okay, so I just got this reminder that we have this going. All right, so it's available.
Hello. Yeah, what's up, John? How you doing? You guys hear me okay? Yeah, buddy, I got you. Excellent. Yeah, doing great. Needed a space so bad. Me too. It's been a minute. We've done some funny ones for like 50 Island stuff last week. But we got to get down to the brass tacks there between two photos. It's been a minute. It has been a minute. I can't wait for to talk to Slumdoge. I have an outrageous thing to tell him. And I really put myself out there when I tell the story. So bear with me, don't make fun of me. Okay, nice. This is about the story. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Okay, that's great. Okay, interesting. I'll just see what that is. We got this guy X plus Spectre requesting. I'm sorry, I don't know your label. It's something crazy. I can bring you up. I'll bring you up later when we do Q&A. We'll have a question time for Mr. Slumdoge. But until then, it's probably just gonna be a beach on Halloween. Maybe it's not, or something. We can get through it. I don't know. Whatever. We'll see. Probably not. But just say no offense to anyone who wants to come up. We gotta run a tight ship. We got a guest, so we don't mess around with the guys. So yeah, no offense. We love you guys. So yeah, you guys know what's going on. This is Between Two Photos. We interview interesting people from all over the place. I guess it's been sort of a gamut of different things, but now we're doing a guy in crypto for the first time, I guess, pretty much, right? So we've been talking to all kinds of some dissident people, guys that have done sort of controversial things. Now we're going to get back to sort of our home base stuff, talk to some dudes in crypto about how it's been, I guess, what their experience has been, what their story is, what the whole deal is. So get ready for that. Let me see, I guess we're going to wait until the dude gets I know he's coming this time, so that's good. It was confusing before, but now we got it. So let me see. I just saw a note from Mr. Bond Records. Let me see what that says. One second, guys. I think he should have the link. Let's double check. Okay, yes. We're sharing the link to Slumdoge right now, so that's good. So, let's see. In the meantime, okay, yes, never mind. Boom. Excellent. I'm going to bring him up right now. Better stuff. Let's see if he can give him a sec to connect here. All right, let's see. Looks like he's connected. How you doing, Slumdoge? Can you hear us? Yo, what's up? Everybody doing it there? Man, the market's pumping. The charts are green. I'm fucking psyched. I'm fucking pumped, man. Let's fucking go. What's up? Let's go, bro. I'm fucking stoked to have you here, bro. You don't know how long I've been following you? Long time, my friend. Appreciate that, man. Hey, have you watched the movie? Which movie? My movie? Oh, yes, we want to talk about that here. Yeah, let's do it. Or it's more like, let's turn it over to you to intro Between Two Photos and our esteemed guest. Yes, thanks, guys. So, I'm Morley. I am the face dev of Ticker Bitcoin, Harry Potter, Bubble Sonics, and Eden. Looks great, by the way. Just looking phenomenal. So, I don't know, nothing else advice ever come from me, but take a look. And yeah, this is Between Two Photos. We interview people from all over the place. We've interviewed Larry Sinclair, the guy that allegedly hooked up with Barack Obama and some crack with him and all that kind of stuff. We talked to Lord Miles, the guy was swearing all over the place, causing problems. Hanging out with the Taliban and stuff like that. All kinds of interesting people. We don't talk to just slouches or whatever. So we're super excited to have Slumdoge, who is a legend in crypto and has very famously done very well for himself with Dogecoin way back in the day. So great to talk to someone who's been in the trenches for a long time and has sort of seen a lot of different cycles and can kind of give us some insight and all that. So that's it. Oh, I'm sorry, I was introduce my co-host John, who's the main man. Head of the American Crypto Academy and a bunch of other cool things you can talk about and start some fun. All this good stuff. And he is a very, very big soldier. So very interesting guy, former intelligence guy. So
you listen to the Joe Rogan show back there?
A lot of stuff that I do not. So so
we were. You should get into this.
Thank you very much, Morley.
This discussion. This guy made $1 million on cryptocurrency a couple years ago. He's just been living off it.
Really super stoked, Slumdoge.
That's the way
Let me give you a little bit of background on why I came to follow you and the phenomenon that was Doge and what has emerged sort of on its tailwinds, man. I spent a long time working in my
I just find this all like, interesting and redundant because we're kind of like polar opposites.
Dealing with like this serious
You're relatable at the same time.
I'm not from that background originally. I'm an intelligence officer originally. Right? I worked for a 3-letter place. So understanding how like weird group dynamics start to emerge and how idea start to like get translated and that type of joy and emotion can get financialized. That's what drew me to Doge. And you're my primary source of unbelievable information. And I'm a huge meme guy and a really high level meme stuff. And brother, you are a fucking soldier. You took a lot of bullets, you took some arrows, and I'm just so psyched to have you here. Hey man, I appreciate that. I think it's so crazy how saying I've been in crypto since 2021 is considered a long time, right? Hey, brother, it's been like 3 years, man. We're just getting started, baby. We are. Nah, man, I've been in this space. Here's the craziest part about my story that a lot of people probably don't know, man. Like, think about this. All right, I'm in the stock market, right? So I'm over here like trying to buy Tesla stocks and sell that, and like buy Facebook and all these fucking stocks, right? That's how I got started. And fucking, I had GameStop when like, everything started popping off about GameStop. I was on Wall Street Bets, bro. I was all over that place. So when the GameStop fiasco happened with Robinhood, where they disabled the buy button, and everybody was like, yo, what the fuck? Like, let's get our money out of the stock market. This shit's rigged, right? Like, everybody automatically started looking for an alternative, right? All retail investors were like, yo, I have to put my money the fuck out of the stock market. Where the hell am I going to put it, right? And the only other option was the bank or fucking crypto, right? So, like, imagine you as a person discover crypto and you're like, wow, fucking crypto is amazing. There's no fucking hedge funds going against us. There's no fucking like big Wall Street guys going against us. Fucking a blockchain. It's technology. You can't stop this shit, right? So you discover crypto. You're like, this is fucking awesome, right? And the very first one you buy is Dogecoin, and then 2 months later you become a fucking millionaire. Where the fuck would your head be at, bro? The very first crypto you buy, you become a millionaire off of 2 months later. So like, I was in a space where like I was in pure euphoria. You know what I mean? And looking back, I can totally understand like the crazy shit I did and like all this stuff. Because I mean, it stems from a pure place, right? You're especially in the situation that I was in, bro. Like, if you watch the movie, no spoiler alert or anything, but if you watch the movie, you know that I come from humble beginnings and I don't have money in the family. I never had a silver spoon. Like, I worked for every single dollar I've ever earned in my life. And I had this fucking crazy ass theory.
Dude, I'm telling, can you not hear me? Get into this Twitter space.
Which Twitter space?
It's posted to the main Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-news site. I'll send the link.
Just a bunch of people talking about cryptocurrencies.
Well, this is something that we regularly do. It's like it's a big interview that we have with this guy. We've been trying to get it for like 2 weeks now, and I think they finally got it. So he's telling his story. This guy has a movie made about him. I mean, it's really interesting. I'm not telling you what to do, but if you're going to listen to somebody, that's not a bad guy. I'm putting the thing in the Telegram just a moment.
I'll bring it up.
All right, I am sending it to you. So just, and in this one, don't come up to speak. No, they already said they're not going to take any speakers except for the main guy.
Well, I'm not starting to speak.
No, I know you're not. But just in case, I know, just in case you were in this one, you don't speak. Yesterday was fine. Today, I mean, it wouldn't be a big deal, but I've already said they're not taking any speakers. All right, I sent you the link.
I saw similar things, but from a different perspective, but the same.
Yeah, last night.
And I was like,
I got to a word you said. I was listening for a little while. Where you got to the point where you have what a window above a door is called a vertical window.
lot of
Horizontal.
And then that's where my light started going.
And then
Transom.
And then also like the COVID, like the trail of COVID, right? Like we had to cut staff to lay people off. Obviously didn't take salary. Then my wife.
Shit.
I got the link.
Excellent.
All right, I'll talk to you when it's over.
Excellent. Cool.
All right, see you.
Yeah.
It became kind of a heated argument. She wanted to start like some MLM coaching business. So fast forward, little by little, like a couple months before the big rip, I had to like peel it down and basically get rid of almost all my bags, pay my fucking mortgage, pay my kids' tuition, and help my wife set up her business. So instead of like the millions of dollars I would have had, I got 2 excellent unused pallets of gluten-free health bars.
Damn, bro. Here's the crazy part, man. That story is wild. You got to tell me. That's crazy. Like, honestly, here's the thing. I feel like if I had bought Dogecoin years before it popped off, then I would have been just like everybody else. You know, as soon as, like, for example, I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but if you held Dogecoin at the very end of January, I want to say it was January 27th to be exact, because that was the day that I bought $40 worth of Dogecoin just to test it out, just try the waters. It was the day after GameStop happened, I think, or the day of, or something like that. It was around that time, and I was like, let me try this shit out, right? So I put $40 in a Dogecoin, and this was at a penny. This one Dogecoin was a penny. The very next day, I don't know if you guys remember this, but the very next day, Dogecoin shoots up to 8 cents, right? That had never happened before, ever, in the history of Dogecoin. It shoots up to 8 cents. Vitalik talks about this, because Vitalik bought $20,000 worth of Dogecoin a few years before. So he saw it pop from a penny, right? Which maybe I had hit a penny before once or twice or something, but it had never hit 8 cents, right? And so he said that when Dogecoin hit 8 cents, he literally called, because I think his seed phrases were all over the place, but he called his family to like sell all the Dogecoin. So I don't remember if he sold everything at 8 cents or he sold half of it or something, but he sold it because he had been tracking Dogecoin for like 5 years and nothing like that had ever happened. So he thought that was the top. He literally sold all of his Dogecoin at like 6 or 7 cents, bro. And then, sure enough, 2 months later, fucking Elon gets on board and fucking it skyrockets to 75 cents, right? Something that nobody in their wildest dreams could have imagined could have happened with Dogecoin. Like, seriously, it was the craziest thing ever. And so, I'm in my queue, I'm $40 in. I'm $40 in at a penny of Dogecoin, right? And the next day, when it goes to like 8 cents, I'm watching that $40 8x over, like, right in front of my face. I'm looking at it as it's happening. It goes from 40 to 80, 80 to 100, 120, 152, 220, 253, 350. I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck is this? Like, nothing I'd ever bought in the stock market had ever happened like that. So I'm literally like, just my mind is blown at this point where I'm like, if this can happen right now, it can happen again. It can definitely happen again. And I have to be ready the next time it pops off like this. And that's literally was my mindset. Like, I have to get ready because this is going to happen again. I don't know if it'll be in a week. I don't know if it'll be in a month. I don't know if it'll be in a year. But this shit, I have to be ready. I have to be strapped in, fucking bags packed. Let's fucking go. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what happened. And a week or two after that is when I went all in. I fucking sold all of my stocks. I maxed out 2 credit cards. I fucking called family and friends for money to invest in Dogecoin and put everything I had into it because I was like, this shit's gonna happen at some point. I don't know when, but I need to be fucking ready. And yeah, that's what the fuck happened.
How much did you put in total after you called everybody and back?
So this is the thing. I had so mind you, I started investing a few years before that, right? So within a year or two, I probably saved up $30,000 in my bank. I'm just like living below my means, literally buying essentials, bare minimum, skeleton bones living, like gas, bills, fucking cars paid for, with fucking like my car was a fucking beat up piece of shit. Like I was driving around a fucking hoopty, okay? But I wasn't paying car, insurance. I wasn't paying car payments, and my insurance was super low. So I was literally living off of essentials, and everything else was going into Robinhood, into stocks. And I had been piling it into Tesla in like 2019. So I had about $30,000 in a Tesla. I was all in on Tesla without realizing I'm all in. I'm just fucking investing. And in my mind, that was the fucking number one move. And so anyways, my
20,000 into GameStop, and then I bought AMC, and I bought fucking Bed Bath & Beyond, Nokia, fucking all the meme stocks, right? I started in meme stocks. And so that 250 dumps down to like, I lost a bunch of money, so that 250 dumps down to like 180. So that's about how much I put in. I put in $180,000 in the Dogecoin at like 3 cents, 3-4 cents a day.
Heck yeah, man. No, that's great. I wish you'd been around at the early Doge days, because there was a chat, and if you would just go and talk in the chat, people would just tip you Doge. They would just for no reason. It's just this yeah, Devo, you remember?
Yeah, there was if you go in the IRC chat, they used to rain Doge on you. I got like 25,000 Doge, but from that, actually a quarter of a million Doge. Sorry,
Just from chatting.
but well, this was like in an IRC.
Yeah, like you would just.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, you would just go like basically like either beg for Doge or like just talk, and people like just to talk at all, you would get tips. The more you kind of like set a big, but either way, Slump Doge, I feel like that would have been your Coliseum, my friend. So I wish you'd only been there before.
Back then, because I used to solo mine Doge in 2013 and 14. Initially started on the G before Biz. I mined 28 million of it, but of course I sold all in like 2018 because all of the exchanges that were supporting Doge at the time, like Cripsy, went bankrupt, Bitrex, Poloniex, they were all like real super shady. I'm like, I'm getting out of this. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, but like you could have had all your Doge put in a wallet, right? You didn't have these exchanges.
Oh, I know, but
Well, back then though,
I didn't.
it did look like there was going to be a way to get out.
Yeah, it's
The prices were at a top.
like I didn't make much money from that at all. But anyway, if I would have held it a little bit longer, of course, hindsight's 2020. But I was solo mining, and back on there was this old Doge pool called Doge House, and I just had my dual GPU miner on my PC run 24/7. I had 28 million Doge in 2014.
Damn, bro, and that was like you were merge mining Litecoin, right? So you had a bunch of Litecoin too.
I don't remember, to be honest with you. But
Yeah, some Doge. Can you break that down a little bit? I think a lot of people don't understand the relationship between Dogecoin and Litecoin, and I think it's one that people should keep in mind.
Same algorithm.
So if I'm remembering correctly, Lucky Coin was a fork of Bitcoin, and then a fork of Lucky Coin became Litecoin, and I feel like Dogecoin was literally just like a carbon copy, and for whatever reason, I'm trying to remember exactly how they ended up merge mining. I don't know if Dogecoin was a fork of Litecoin, maybe it was, but for whatever reason, it used the exact same power to mine. And people that were mining Dogecoin also got they got a pair. They got the Litecoin pair. And if you were mining Litecoin, you got the Dogecoin pair. And so what people were doing is they were merge mining both Dogecoin and Litecoin, and then they were selling one of them. You know what I mean? They were either selling all their Doge for money and then saving the Litecoin, or selling all their Litecoin, saving the Dogecoin. I don't know exactly how that was even possible at the time, but like I'm pretty sure it's something along those lines.
Part of the I can jump in to say that I'm not sure as to, and that's a great explanation, by the way. I'm trying to remember what would make it possible. It's just basically like the fact that the hashes can be used across both. But my understanding from back then was that like it was kind of needed to keep Doge safe from like 51% attacks and stuff. Like there just wasn't the right mining space around it.
And bro, I know you like the 28 million Dogecoin story is crazy. But and I'm sure you didn't make damn near nowhere near as much as you could have. But shit, man, like the Billy story was crazy too. Again, the creator of Dogecoin sold all he had, which at the time was like 5 million Dogecoin for whatever reason, and he bought like a used Honda Civic in like 2016 or something. Like how crazy is that?
Isn't that where the used car meme comes from, right? I'm pretty sure that was like the ad, yeah. If I recall correctly, that was like he said something either like I forget if it was in the chat or whatever. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna hit you with used.
That's so hilarious. You know
sold it so aggressively that the 2017 top was higher than the 2021 top.
And he had a T-shirt that said "Hold Charlie Lee."
Yeah, the famous Charlie Lizelle. But yeah, that's definitely like it's kind of funny. Like these days, like we're kind of so far into crypto that you don't really have a situation where it's like, oh, I got to dump because like the founder of this major thing is dumping. But like people don't realize like stuff that are like top 10 tokens, like multi-billion-dollar projects, like it used to be so small that like one person selling stuff.
You said the founder of Litecoin sold aggressively, right? So what did he do as far as like price action? Like where did he bring it down to? And how often did he sell?
I don't know, I don't know the numbers offhand, but I remember he sold the top in 2017, like his basically entire bag. It caused like someone, can correct me on this, but I think it was over a 90% drawdown. It's like the worst of any of the majors in that cycle. And then they never made, I don't know if LTC's made an all-time high since then. I know they did it. Yeah, they did it. Like, that's how badly he sold. Like, because to your point, the Dogecoin creator, Billy, like, he didn't have enough supply where, like, that sale.
Right. He had 5 sections that they never picked up.
Yeah,
It's like,
exactly. Yeah, exactly. But with Litecoin, it was like insane. It was insanely high amount of circuit. Yeah, and it was also like not even T-Block.
And the worst part
Yeah, it wasn't even T-Block.
that they were tracking his wallet and they saw that he was selling.
Didn't he get a bunch of shit for it? Is he not excommunicated from crypto? Like, what the fuck happened? Like, nobody got
Must have been that base Litecoin community.
I mean, I guess, but like, I feel like no, I'm saying, they never were informed.
That was like sort of that's like a nuclear bomb to your community, dude. Like that. I don't really think that there's a few like little pockets of Litecoin discussion. The funny thing is, like I tell like other folks, like besides like BTC, it's at this point now where I guess it's ETH Classic and Dogecoin are the next two largest proof of work coins, and it's Litecoin, or they're always floating around the top 3.
How crazy is it that Dogecoin has a bigger market cap than Litecoin?
I love that. I love this song.
Oh, it's not crazy at all. It makes like total sense to me.
Isn't that ironic?
It's like Dogecoin is very it's ironic, but like honestly, man, like Dogecoin, it's always been innovative. Like when it came out, it actually was like kind of the first, like you could say, like BTC killer, really, where it's like, hey, the cost of these transactions are actually going to be low enough. It's going to be based on proof of work, like. So it does make kind of sense to me, but I know what you mean, right? Like given the way that the LTC people were treating it as recent as like the last cycle, it's just nuts. So I mean, what do you think, Slum Doge? Like, do you see like with meme coins being such a big deal for this cycle? Like, are we going to start to see things being compared to Doge? Like, oh, this is the beta of Doge.
Here's the crazy part, man. Like honestly, Dogecoin is the godfather of all these meme coins, right? Like you're paying homage every time you create a meme coin, or every time you pump a meme coin or buy a new one, you're paying homage to the original, right? So that's something that I've always thought about. Where a lot of times, like I would do, even today, like whenever I do podcasts, whenever I do interviews and stuff, everybody wants to ask me, like, "Hey man, you think the joke's gonna wear off? You think Dogecoin is gonna be dead?" And I'm like, you can't. The joke can't wear off. If it's the originator of all jokes, right? So it's like the same way Bitcoin is the originator of all crypto. Bitcoin is not gonna just go out of style. You know what I'm saying? You can't go out of style being the creator of everything. And so I look at Dogecoin a lot. Like I look at Bitcoin. I was like, okay, this is the creator of meme coins. This is the first time, the first meme coin ever created, and this is what birthed everything else. Like the only reason Shiba is in the fucking billions of market cap is because of Dogecoin. The only reason Dogwoof Hat is a thing. The only reason Bonk is a thing. The only reason Floki is a thing. Like I just named off the top of my head like top 4 dog meme coins that were all based off Dogecoin, all came from Dogecoin. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, sure, the next cycle's meta might not be dog coins, even though the way it's getting primed right now, I don't see that really happening as far as straying too far away from it. Because just look at Bonk and Dogwoof Hat. These coins were nothing 6 months ago. You know what I mean? Like 8 months ago.
No, you're completely right. And to the dog point too, like I first started buying Bonk back when it like came
came out in January last year because, you know, it's just kind of obvious, right? It's like, oh, this is going to be the Doge of Solana. You know, it's a dog token. And by the way, you're not wrong. Like, you're right about dog tokens and being the flavor going forward. I think a lot of Westerners don't know this, but in China, it's very common within Chinese crypto circles. They'll talk about a token either being a bad dog or a golden dog. And, like, that's, like, a real thing, right? And, like, literally, Doge is the golden dog. So, like, you're so hitting the nail on the head when you say, like, this is the originator, this is the inventor. And if you look, we're Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, and Inu. And that's for a reason. Because, you know, at the end of the day, we're a dog.
Exactly. You guys are Inu. Exactly. That's the crazy thing about it. But honestly, you know, to your point, you're 100% correct, man. And the thing is this: as much as I believe that Pepe is gonna have a legendary run, and I really believe that. I think Pepe is gonna go to like 70, 80, 90 billion market cap, something like crazy. Just because if I had to be like, okay, pick a new Dogecoin, right, for the next bull cycle. Like, what do you think is going to do numbers like Dogecoin? Outside of the fact that I think Dogecoin is going to do numbers regardless, just because Dogecoin goes off of Bitcoin. So, you know, the more successful Bitcoin is, the more successful Dogecoin is. Like, you know, the boat raises all tides. That's what's going to happen. If I had to pick the next Dogecoin, bro, it's Pepe. Like, just like, that's a no fucking brainer. Like, currently, right now in the marketplace, Pepe is the biggest meme coin in the new cycle, right? So currently, right now, I think it's at 3.5 billion, right? Yesterday it was at like 2.8 billion, right? So within a day, it's gone up half a billion. That makes no fucking sense, right? Anyways, 3.5 billion. The next meme coin under Pepe is fucking what? Dog with hat? That's at 2.5 or 2.9 or some shit like that billion market cap. The very next coin is a dog coin. So it's like, as much as I want Pepe to be successful, I want Pepe to go crazy. I want Pepe to have a legendary run. I know for a fact, last cycle, that when Dogecoin went crazy, what did people do? The second everyone realized this shit was going to the moon and fucking taking the fuck off, they felt like, think about this. Dogecoin, you saw it 2 months ago, 3 months ago at a penny, right? Next time you look, Dogecoin's at 30 cents, 40 cents, 50 cents, 60 cents. You're like, fuck, I missed out. I fucking missed out on shit. What is the next thing? It's human nature. You automatically go for the next best thing, right? And at that time, what was the next best thing? Shiba Inu coin, which was the breed of dog that Doge was, right? So it's like, if I can't have Dogecoin, I'm gonna get the breed of dog that Dogecoin is. Shiba Inu, let's fucking go, right? And it got such a massive following that at one split second, I want to say Shiba flipped Dogecoin last cycle, right? And so it's like, that's how fervent the fucking energy was behind Dogecoin, right? Like, they wanted to find the next Dogecoin so bad, right? So if I
Shit flipped. Sorry, I heard you right. Flipped Ship. It flipped Doge, but the issue, the reason why it flipped Doge is that FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, knew the founder of Ship and made an insider deal to get perks on it.
Oh,
so that's why.
I did not know. Well, that's why it flipped. I did not know that.
So I can tell you that. So this had a really crazy impact on the OTC world. So like overnight, all of a sudden everybody's being told like we gotta add SHIB, right? Like SHIB, like FTX, everybody else is pushing on it. But here's the thing, SHIB, like those decimals go on forever. And I'm not a quant dev, but like the other quant devs, they were like, I don't know how to add this right away. Like this is just so many decimal points. So like there was this kind of hilarious thing where essentially like your ability to start taking on SHIB risk and get out of it was based on your developer's ability to code for like all of these like things, I guess. And I don't know if they were just they could have just been given as that as an excuse as to why like they didn't, like whoever knows, like it is what it is, but everyone was thrown into disarray. And but you can also tell that there was something kind of pushing it, like you said.
Honestly, that makes perfect sense. Now that you guys mentioned it, because
they were both in Karma Down.
Karma Down, yeah, that's what he committed. Yeah, I know. But yeah, anyways, like with that, with everything, all this stuff, it flipped Dogecoin momentarily, right? And that kind of sets a shockwave through the entire industry where everybody's like, oh shit, anything can happen, right? Anything can fucking happen. And so I feel like this time around with Pepe, we're gonna see something similar, to be completely honest. And I feel like if anything, I'm giving you guys alpha right now. As common sense as this is, in my opinion, I feel like Pepe's gonna have a legendary fucking run up, right? You're gonna start having normies, your cousins, your fucking aunts, your fucking grandma is gonna be like, hey man, what's up with this? I feel like Pepe's gonna go crazy, and then I feel like people are gonna be like, I missed out on Pepe. What's the next Pepe? You don't agree?
I think the next Pepe would be us.
Pepe is done. I think that's it. Just the only reason why it is where it is now is because of all of the exchange listings. It has basically zero community. They have no Telegram. They've never had an IRL event. You can't talk to the founders.
I mean, at the same time, that's what people can look at as a strength, because it's like none of this was supposed to happen. None of this was like Pepe devs are gone. Everybody's gone, right? Now it's a community takeover, and now you can't even talk to the devs. You can't it's become its own thing. It has a life of its own at this point. There's no way to contact anybody over there.
Yeah, I think that's true, but I also think like the IP is spread out over other collections that have maybe not the community size claim, but certainly the provenance claim, because they were there with Pepe Coin ETH and a few other things beforehand. That I think is my only things that the IP's all over.
No, I get that. I mean, honestly, one of the strongest things about you guys is the originality behind the meme. To become hats off to you guys, man. I say this shit all the fucking time. Like, you guys really took something that everybody was trying to hop on the next meme point and what do, right? They hop on the backs of some IP, right? Think of any iconic character that's a cartoon character, Mickey Mouse, whatever, and do their own thing, right? You guys were like, you know what? Fuck that. We're not playing by your rules. We're not gonna just hop on the backs of the fucking IP. We're just gonna generate our own fucking thing. Take all of these iconic things and just fucking smash them together. And bitches, we're fucking Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, King 10. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit literally, bro. When it clicked to me that this is what you guys were doing, everything fucking made sense. It was like you guys did it. I mean, honestly, what you guys did was pretty impossible. Like nobody can do it again, right? You guys were the very first ones who were the originators of taking a bunch of shit and smashing it together and creating something original that nobody had ever thought of, right? Even the logo, bro. The fucking orange, the fucking yellow Sonic, that looks like a bootleg Sonic from China. You know what I'm saying? Like something you find on the streets, like just somebody trying to sell a backpack. I don't know if you guys see that, but I used to see that shit all the time, like on eBay, and there were these like threads on BuzzFeed or whatever that was like the 10 funniest copycat brands or like bootleg stuff you can buy off the streets, right? And then there was like a backpack of like Sonic missing an eyeball or a Hello Kitty with a mouth on her. You know what I mean? Like just shit that made no fucking sense because people were just trying to sell things and trying to come on. Bro, it's just funny. It's just fucking funny. It's hilarious. I think you guys fucking did it. You killed it. Even the Sprotos.
It's funny you mentioned a backpack because that's literally where the actual logo and name came from. It's actually like backpack exactly like that. So you would have seen a thread with the image of our original backpack in like 2013.
So it is where that's from.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, man, I think you might have even seen that. Yeah, that makes me drive the entire thing from one of those crazy backpacks. That's like a legendary.
Yeah, and I think there's like also stores in China, right, where they try to copy Michael Jordan. And like they spell Jordan wrong or some shit, or like the logo on the clothes, the legs are stretched out too wide, it doesn't even look like a Jordan logo. You know what I mean? Like that whole thing is a meta in itself, right? Out there in China. So it's like there's even stores called like US. Your own fucking thing out of thin air, pretty much, right? So I've always had a huge respect for you
guys. Like, even when I talk about meme coins, when I'm like, yo, the next big meme coins in the next cycle, I'm always like Pepe and Harry Potter Renaissance and 10 Eagles. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are always on the top of this, man.
Oh yeah, I mean, we saw that video, the interview that you've done with that guy. What was the name of that guy?
A recent one?
Like, I don't know, a few weeks ago.
Daniel got hits.
Yeah, that was it.
It could have been him. Yeah. And the thing is this, I've never talked to the team directly. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't even know the fight with Bitboy. I didn't even know that was the you know what I'm saying? I didn't know it was you. Like, I didn't know it was the main devil on this front. I had to know. No, Mormon had to know because I think I did a fucking a poll, right? And I was like, who do you guys think is gonna win, Bitboy or the other guy? Like, I had no idea. It wasn't even like on no disrespect shit. I just honestly didn't know. So I've just been a fan. I've just been a fan this whole time.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. What's up, bro? Yo, what's going on?
No, I love that fight. I watched it live. I mean, honestly, it took hours to get to the fight, but once the fight actually started, it was awesome. I mean, props to Big Boy, watching Big Boy, I was actually insane. Honestly, I couldn't believe how hard, your dev win versus Big Boy. It was just, are you more late or is he not on stage? Yeah, more late. Yeah, more late stuff. Okay, yeah. I couldn't tell. I was because I didn't see him on stage. I was like, where's more late? He must have been here. Yeah, when you were so you were fighting Big Boy. That was wild, man. I mean, how'd that feel?
Yeah. It was insane. It was one of the scarier things I've done in the past few years. I was totally not expecting him to be all enraged and charging at me and pushing me on the ground and shit. It was really crazy. I was training for kind of a relatively easy striking fight or something. And it's turned into this total mess. It was crazy. So it was really fun though. I did it for the glory.
You wanna know something crazy, man? I actually thought you were gonna win. For the simple fact that you just seemed like you were better shape than Big.
I was. Thank you. Yeah, I was in better shape, but my knee was actually really fucked up. I just didn't tell anyone that I wanted through the fight or whatever. I had to go through it. I might go through the fight. But it was crazy because the elevation was 2,000 feet higher than Denver, so you really couldn't breathe. It was really nuts. So, if you guys ever go up to Mexico City, you'll see you can't go up 2 flights of stairs. You totally die. So it was crazy. It was an insane fight. I recommend everyone try it if you get the opportunity. But good to Bitboy. It was a good fight, and he definitely walled me a lot. I'm still feeling it in my ear a little bit, some ringing. So, but it was great. I mean, it was funny. Feeling knocking the guy over with a punch was awesome. I recommend that. But it's kind of a bigger guy. But yeah, he's a nice dude. I think we're gonna maybe talk further on down the road or something. We'll see. I think he wants to do it again later on in the fall. I would be amenable to doing it again later on for conference. But yeah,
outside of physical readiness of whatever you guys had, Bitboy had something to fight for. You know what I mean? Bitboy was going in there not just physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Bitboy was trying to fight his demons through you. You know what I mean? And fucking everything that he had went through was just accumulated into this one fight where he just had to win no matter what. So I feel like he had you on that. He just went for a fight. He went for the fucking destiny.
I agree, man. I think you're totally right. And he actually said something to that effect. The next day after the fight, he was like, bro, you have no idea how much I needed that win. So thank you. I got a feeling. He's like, bro, after all the shit I've been through in my life, if I lost it, I needed it. Sounds like our idea. That's something fun. Because I don't really care. I'm not king fighter. I don't really think of myself as I gotta win this shit or else. But it would have been sick to win, obviously. But we'll rematch the guy. Whatever. That's what I was like.
And as a side note, I should have totally threw $100,000 at Bitcoin that night, bro. Because I think the price went to 50 million, right, or 60. No, I thought it hit 30. I don't know. It dropped down, and I was like, this is the perfect time to throw $100,000 at it.
It would have been, that was the tip of this. Yeah, some people were sort of mid-curving us and saying, oh, that's the end of the coin. He lost, therefore, the coin's going down forever. And right, that was it was a small dip. funny word that came out accidentally from, I was going to airdrop Tony, I think was the name of the guy. In the BSC days, Quota's originally owned by a smart chain. It came out in November 2021. We were all just, community members. Actually, one of the very first community takeovers, funnily enough, because it was launched by some guy, and then we don't know who he is, disappeared forever. And we just kind of started picking up the pieces like Monumental One, et cetera, and, decided to go switch over to the East version. But this photos came from Airdrop Tony being like, we were all starting to shield, even though we were down. He was like, all right, guys, keep going. That's Frodo. He went Spirit. But he's like, so we were like, that's Frodo, spamming it a million times. And then we became like, all right, guys, like, overfill this Frodo. Like, it just became more of like part of this lexicon. And, with the NFTs, we did that as a nice thing for our holders. Way back, we had sort of retraced from like 10 million on the initial pump to like 600, 700K, really brutal. And so no one wanted to be friends with us, no one wanted to be a holder anymore. And we were like, well, fuck, some of the people stuck around, some people were still making funny memes and stuff like that. And the Telegram, going crazy. So we were like, all right, well, for these guys, we had these drawings lying around from before that we thought were funny. Why don't we like spin those up into an NFT collection, just give them to the guys, who stuck around to show, our appreciation. And we were like, okay, we don't want to fuck it up, like we want to make sure it fits out. Let's give people vibes. And then we were like, no, we don't really know how to. We would just do this by ear. None of us has launched NFT in our lives. And we were like, okay, well, let's just give everyone like 10, let's say, whatever. And then I forget we did some other stuff like Freeman kind of stuff, but it went really, really well. We're very good at launches. Same with the coin. It's like one of the first launches ever. And everyone was super happy. We got 10 photos, and the price started going nuts. And we were like, hey, we've actually created something in and of itself pretty cool. It wasn't just like a giveaway. It actually became its own kind of thing, because everything's one of one. I didn't get the whole spiel, but check it out on OpenSea. It's the only NFTs I'm interested in.
No, I like it, bro. And I'm surprised that, like, bro, 99.99% of the time, if anybody gets a free airdrop, they don't really accept. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm surprised that, like, it's actually held strong and people, gravitated to it even more.
It's a really good point. And actually, I didn't even think of that, but you're right. Nobody really dumps too many of their photos. I guess Bitcoin Obama dumps his, but that's about it. Everyone else is allowed to them. I think you're right. That's, again, like another testament to how sick the community is. People are really in it for beyond just, like, let's flip this for 2x and go on to the next, thing with whatever, whatever. And I think, you've seen we've lasted since last May, too, so it's kind of rare. But, same with Dogecoin. I think it's such a long living meme coin. I think there's a lot of parallels to be drawn. I'm not going to say we're like the next one, but I can say like
much everything done, gotten them on, all the major exchanges, financing, everything done. And the last leg is the North American basic exchange, right? Based North American retail, it's like the highest form. And so that all happened in about a span of like 2 or 3 days. And so it's like to go back and start and that's why you see, like, for example, Pepe still doesn't pay so major exchanges. What happens is that so, again, this is like, I wasn't on their team. I don't know how it went down. Like, I know that, we have 30 individuals on that team for holders of our token, and we're friendly with them, and this isn't anything directed at them. But for the admin who did do it, they were simply just looking for profit, is what you can kind of infer, because it wasn't in response to anything happening. It was just, trying to get money. Because of this, though, like, that was the reasoning that we were getting, and it wasn't like I wasn't on the team. I was looking for the largest coordinator for crypto at the time, so like, we didn't have to push on it, like, no one else could push on it. And it ultimately came down to
is if I was part of that team or part of the core team, and we had held Pepe for so long, why would you sell right before getting into the North American market? That doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, it was, this stuff is all tricky, right? Like, I can understand how, especially with anybody where you're coming from getting, you know what it's like, and so do many other people on this, in this spaces, right? We know what it's like to go from like zero to everything really quickly. But because of that action, it definitely hurt other projects, and it hurt Pepe too. Like, it wouldn't be listed there. But hey, it's crypto. Everything kind of just moves at the end of the day. So I think that we're going to be okay too. But yeah, I can tell you that the way that a lot of that stuff goes down is either it's a long go, right? Like, it took some major tokens years before they hit, the North American retail basic exchanges. It can be really fast. It can be like, I'll tell you with Bolt, for example, recently, it's not like anybody was connected with their team and like KYC them and then risking them on exchange. It was more so like these exchanges are seeing, hey, we're going to get a ton of volume at the end of the day where exchanges make their money from the spread, so they can have this whole wide spread, which means, get expenses from the like, we can get very wide on these spreads, we can get a ton of volume. Let's throw it on there for listing. That is a much different situation. And so going forward,
Like some disagreement on some insider shit. Just no fuck. You know what I mean? Like, because if we're talking making money, we're talking business. It's not really so it's like, I get it. I 100% get it. The only way that I can explain the whole thing down to the way it did is if there wasn't internal growth or they had a fight between themselves and they were like, let me get out of here before they do it, right? So I'm sure everybody's not even friends with whoever the hell this is. But for them to all like,
oh yeah, there's a ton of stuff over there. I mean, I'll say that if like for just for your like to if you're interested, the reason why stuff look like the way they might not is because they are basically calculating the regulatory costs are going to be higher than anything they did commercially. Like if you look at Kraken, they've had to pay 9-figure fines before. Binance obviously had to pay an incredibly high fine and lose CZ. So Coinbase, like, huge. We don't need this payday to be able to do it. So the risk profiles we see on those exchanges, it totally has to do with what they have to live. Like general outcomes. So the racism was, that was one of the trend. No, the racism was a lot of the older trend
want to buy Bitcoin, get the hell out of here. We love you guys.
What's going on, Jacob?
Well, it's kind of a promotional deal. I got it.
Human life looks like if it's in.
Do you know who Ray Kurzweil is?
What's up?
Do you know who Ray Kurzweil is?
No, I'm not familiar with that name.
He's it's like the grandfather of AI.
I'll take your word for it.
He's brilliant, and this is a really good interview with him. And what up, Nexus? You slut. Nexus, we've been waiting for you. I was waiting here for like weeks. I was like, dude, when the fuck is Nexus gonna be here? And Tempura and Jacob Scott were like, dog, settle down, Rabbi. Nexus will be here. Don't worry. And here you are. How you doing, baby? Oh, great, thank God. How about you?
It's great, man. We're a nice sunshiny day. Got some green prices in the market. Got dinner at the end of everything.
Hell yeah. Were you just in that Twitter space, yo?
Oh yeah, dude. I was hoping the last time around, you know, when you guys pulled it, we could pleasure to hear better like that.
Hell yeah. That guy's got an inspiring story. So do I understand this correctly? He made $1 million with $40.
I think that's what he had said. Pretty crazy, man. You know, but such opportunity here in the States, you know, kind of believing in it and getting behind something valued regardless of price. Always good to meet people with convictions like that. They have the best of life.
Absolutely.
Who's the Black Hawk? Man, go Hawk. 100 yard lead.
Only another year, but definitely go on.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at least you guys will get another good thing. And, you know, that kid, man, I tell you, I don't care how bad the team is. That kid is fun to watch.
Hell yeah. I'm a lifelong dedicated Hawks fan. Chicago's, I like everything, but, well, Green Bay, Packers, and Cubs.
Yeah, man. I grew up playing hockey all my life, so I'm a big fan of general Capitals in my team, but I root for players, you know, not even like the team. So
Yeah, I'm sure sometimes it's really good matchups too on opposing teams.
Yeah, sometimes I'm like, yeah, they beat me, but you know what? Good for that guy because I like him.
Yeah, I can definitely think if you like the sport, you kind of like get into it all as opposed to just like go, one team. But I mean, if they're in the playoffs, you kind of have to be dedicated. So other than that, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, I love talking about hockey and stuff when it's not crypto, other things like music, whatever. Hockey's kind of my culture, born and raised. And it was perfect though, because all we ever did in the locker room was chirp each other all day. You come on crypto Twitter, there's no different. It's perfect.
But you give them my info?
I didn't mean to interrupt or anything.
No, you're absolutely not. We're happy you're here, Nexus Blade Runner. I'm glad you could confirm. I mean, Jacob, didn't it seem like he made 40? I don't know if you heard, but with $40, he made $1 million.
Well, he kind of added it. Like, he had some other investments as well, but I mean, I definitely got just some of it.
Is it okay? Now that was part of the part that made him a millionaire.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, so definitely invest money wisely.
Has he sold any of his notes or not yet?
Well, here's the thing. If he didn't, am I missing out on something? He was saying that the coin was at like 225, but I looked at the chart. It looks like it hit an all-time high, like 64 cents.
Yeah, I don't think we ever made it $1.
Okay.
At least my portfolio.
Yeah. So
I
it,
understand. I don't mean to digress, but did you happen to see my my Twitter account profile picture?
What did you do?
It's actually got Taylor Swift holding a sign that says Trump won. I mean, I can bring it up because there's obviously some indiscrepancies in the kind of mass populace, so to speak, as opposed to just a political view. I'm saying like Sonic Hedgehog, Obama stuff, just having the indication of Obama in there could have some political drawback to the coin itself. That's what I'm trying to say.
Like, whatever you guys believe in, your values, all that, just have to be part of politics for one day, right?
Well, I'm just saying, you're trying to push this point in general. You can push this to Obama.
But I think
but tying someone's name to it, it has some discrepancies in the mass production of it.
I think the name is awesome. I think it would.
I'm hoping name. Don't get me wrong.
Trump better.
It's
It
an
would
awesome
flow,
name,
right? It wouldn't roll off the tongue better than what it is now. Right now, it's perfect.
But it's got a lot of political connections to it, no matter how you want to waver it in.
hold on. Without getting political, I don't know how we got here. Back to Doge, its all-time high. It's 73 cents, and this guy said he bought it a penny. So that means he only did a 73x, unless I'm missing something. Is that correct?
I think it goes below. Now, you need to chart with most data. Well, I suppose we can just look at the market cap. Are we assuming we bought the very bottom of this coin?
I'm not sure.
So let's assume that. It started at 147 million market cap back in March 2020. Surely maybe more. This must be. So let's say he only wrote up. That was a 6. Yeah. Yeah, you're correct. I think you're correct.
Right. So if he became a millionaire, I mean, I don't doubt him, and I think he's got a great story. I'm just trying to replicate it with $40, kind of. So if I took $1 million divided by 70, did I say 76? Something like that. So that means he had to eventually invest at least $13,000 at that price point. And he didn't. He said he invested like $40. So he had to put some significant wealth of his family in there, perhaps.
You know, I think one day I want to do an interview with a YouTuber named Grant. And in that interview, he did say he eventually bought more and more.
Okay, so.
And then he also did say, like, he didn't know he was actually in there, but the name got better because in terms of how many Doge he had like over $1 million Doge. So he called himself Doge. But he was like saying he wasn't speaking in terms of much US dollars or Doge.
Okay. So, all right. Well, so he just did really well on it. So perhaps he had a 73, 76x on it. Well.
Yeah. He also in that interview said that he wasn't in that, but that was many months, many years, many years. So I hope he gets vindicated for his time. I hope all of them do. I hope we all make up the proper plan to get out of it and chasing after something. And we believe in the Lord.
Absolutely. So, Jacob, I don't know Nexus just brought up a good point. He said he saw another interview with Slumdoge Millionaire where Slumdoge said two things that are, I think, really important to clearing up how this guy made all this money. The first was that he might consider himself a Doge millionaire, which is really like 100,000-aire or like a 10,000-aire, and that's fine. I mean, he's doing well in other investments too. Like you said, he invested his mom's money, so that's a really important point that you brought up. And then the other point was that Nexus just brought it up. There's the mom. He said in an interview that he invested more. Welcome, Vamp. How are you? What did you think of Slumdoge's interview? So we were trying to. So to kind of keep you apprised of where we were at in the conversation, I was trying to figure out. My question was just kind of out of curiosity. So did he take $40, meaning Slumdoge Millionaire, take $40 and turn it into $1 million? And the answer to that is no. But some of that $40 was certainly a major investment. Apparently, what he did was buy Doge at 1 cent, is what he said. And then it has an all-time high at 76 cents. We were wondering, has he sold? We aren't really sure. I mean, no one asked him that question. But let's just say he sold at the all-time high of 76 cents. Then what would that mean for his return? Well, he has a 76x, but that still doesn't get him to $1 million unless he eventually turned that $40 into something like $13,000 of investment. It just didn't work out. So Jacob brought up the.
Yeah, but didn't he say that he got a pretty amount in the first run and then jumped in again with a big amount? Yeah.
Exactly. So there's other.
Meme coins for a while.
Exactly. So there are other parts that he reinvested. He had his mom invest, and also we didn't know what he meant by millionaire, as in USD millionaire or Doge millionaire. We're in the assumption that it was USD millionaire, at least I was, but he could mean just Doge millionaire, which is something too.
Is it? Yeah.
So I thought it was a really good interview, though. Bam, did you have a chance to come to trivia last night?
I was busy. I took a peek in it next. I was busy in another VC.
Very well. We had.
That was a great time on some trivia. That was fun.
Excellent. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I thought Between Two Sprotos was good, and I think that Slumdoge Millionaire has a really interesting story. Now, what was this? He has a movie?
Heard of it?
Well, he said multiple times in that interview, right at the beginning, he said something about he had a movie, and then to ask him, and they were like, we're going to ask you about that later. So, of course, there's the movie that was Slumdog Millionaire, which is a play on his name, but it's going to be hard, I think, to find. I mean, it shouldn't be. It's a movie, but I don't know what it's called. That's the thing. But did anyone else hear him say that there's a movie that came out about him?
I'm trying to Google it, but every time.
Slumdog Millionaire comes out, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, Slumdoge Millionaire. I've been waiting 2 years for this moment. Please celebrate Dogecoin hitting 20 cents with me today. Oh yeah, it is. The Dogecoin documentary is officially out. Okay, so it's.
Dogecoin all started out by being a joke from Elon Musk.
It didn't start out that way, but he jumped in on it. So I can find it. It's like $9 to buy or $6 to rent, but I paid $0 if I can find it. All right, so this is Dogecoin documentary. Just one moment. Let me see what I can do.
Amazon. Yep, this is the guy. Over? Am I saying his name correctly? Wow. Man.
I believe the name of the documentary is "This Is Not Financial Advice."
Yeah.
So just one moment. Let's see if we can find it. We're going to track him down and find out who he is or what this is. Came out last year.
Yeah. They have another Doge documentary. Never heard of them.
Well, you guys have a great evening. I gotta get going, make some dinner, walk my dog, do some stuff.
All right.
I'll be back on later. Okay, guys.
Take care.
Yes, sir. Wait, stop, sorry.
So as you see, I'm looking for it. It's not, it's like still in that realm of being streamed. So it's not super easy to find. It's pretty new is what I'm saying.
Cause it's the real
GB, how do you live, baby?
I'm pretty good. Got fresh weed, rolling one up.
That's a great feeling.
It's literally sports fighting here. Oh, it is.
Dog.
Rabbi.
I'm kicking ass, taking names. We're trying to find. Oh, dude, did I find it? No way. This has just got to be the trailer or something. There's no way this is right. This is gonna be fake.
The game? Trying to find some games.
No, we're watching this documentary on Dogecoin on Slumdoge Millionaire. I can't believe this is the real thing. I always put something like this on, or not always, but then like you get a minute into it and it turns out not to be a real movie.
Yeah, or just stops loading or something.
Right, exactly. It makes you, oh dude, that's him. Or it looks like it. That looks like that guy who was in the VC just now. Or the Telegram, the Twitter space.
Yeah, that might be the movie.
Alright, so here's the thing. What up, Snoo, you little slut? We've been waiting for you. Snoo, if I could. Oh, look at that. He just ran away, little bitch. Okay, that's cool.
He's back.
Snoo, we missed you. How you doing, baby?
What up?
Hey, dog.
Snoo?
Were you in the Twitter space just now, yo?
I'm alright, huh?
Were you just in the Twitter space, baby?
No.
Why the fuck
I was
not?
in it for a minute, but then I was out running the area and lost connection.
Okay. All right. Cool, dog. All right. Here's the thing. We're gonna try to watch this or you're going to help me at least try to, what is the word? Troubleshoot it? Okay. So if you weren't aware, I'm going to share my screen and I am. I'm going to undo it and then redo it and then try to share the sound. The issue is not the video, surprisingly. Usually it's the sound for me. I don't know if it's because of this microphone that I have, but okay, also share system audio. Cool, that's what we wanted to do. So we're gonna come over here, we're gonna share the screen. You're gonna see the screen in a second. When you do, I would appreciate it if you can make me aware. Actually, I might have to have this account come back. All right, let's try this again. Video chat. Where have I mine? No, it's not just join. All right, here we go. Entire screen, share, and can you hear it?
I think I heard the door creak. So much noise right now. I think I heard the door creak. So much noise right now. I bought these.
No, he's talking now.
No, I can hear it just through your, not through the one you're streaming from your phone.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's the issue. Yeah. Thank you. That's the issue into which I run. Now watch when I turn on the sound. You're gonna hate me. Okay, so it should sound okay, and then it's just gonna go crazy. Hold on. Maybe it'll work if I mute everything. Okay, so I have to adjust. I have to adjust it. Okay. So can you hear it better now?
Brian totally thought that shit. Yeah.
GB, can you hear it? GB, can you hear it? GB. GB, can you hear it?
If it is the 4,000,
Yo, dog, can anyone hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me?
No.
Yo, can you hear me? Dog, can you hear me? Dog, can you hear me? Yo, can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can hear me now. Can you hear the movie? Okay, thank you. Can you hear the documentary now? You can't hear it. Interesting. Okay. Just a moment. How about now? Can you hear it now? No way. That's incredible. All right. I'm gonna try it with a different. I'm gonna try it with a different browser. Get ready for me to blow your fucking socks off. Dog, I made the mistake. I was looking for this link. What is this link? It was like this movie. This is not financial advice. Okay, we got it. GB, have you heard from Squirrely recently?
I can get a message to Squirrel.
You can attack like a little while.
Right, I know. He just hasn't been in the thing.
He's been around though.
That's good.
Yeah, he's been around. I think he's been hanging a whole bunch of plans.
Yeah.
Got a little bag of hope in there, Scoot.
Yeah.
Nice. Hope it goes well for you.
Yeah, I've been doing some work over there for him.
Oh yeah, like a beeps or chill it or.
Yeah, making memes, helping out with the TG and with the NFT launch.
Nice. That's good. They giving you a little for that, or doing for free?
Yeah.
That's good. I actually think it'll take off like the real ass bull run on. I think it has a chance to get multi-millions for sure, like close to 100, if not more. Like the honey badger beam is pretty big with the normies.
Yeah, I think it'll do okay.
Like I hear it at like the dinner table. The honey badger do okay. Like people know that shit. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just bait it all, perhaps. I don't have any money. So.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of sucks for me too, is because I'm making a little bit of money, but I'm still like not making money that I can like turn into anything really. So I'm like kind of just helping out, but I'm like, I really want one of these fucking honey bastards, bro, but I know I don't have the gas to mint it. There's no fucking way. Like $70 or something probably, like, or 40 or at least, right, for gas. I mean, it's been expensive.
Yeah, maybe ask for your next payment. For gas.
Yeah. No, I don't know. Things have a way of working out. I don't stress shit like that too much. If I'm meant to get one, I'll get one, But yeah, I'm getting FOMO on them, man. I'm like watching them like these little fucking things. I don't know why, but I like them. There's one with the Pope hat. That's the one I want to wear. I want a fucking Pope hat.
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Calling it.
There's free mints for Sprotos.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, 500.
What is the breakdown? Like 1 mint per honey badger holder, or maybe like a few?
So we got like 500 set for Sprotos, and I think we're gonna allow two honey bastards per Sproto, or probably per wallet the whole Sproto, and then
there's gonna be 500 free public minutes.
Oh wow.
And then that's where most of the people like that hold hobo and stuff are gonna get theirs.
They don't get a free minute.
They
Still
didn't.
only OPA.
No, we didn't allocate that for whatever the fuck reason. I don't know.
That's the undersized they hit.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what all that about here. I don't fucking know. I don't know, honestly. I came in at the end of that whole like conversation, and everyone was all wanting it to end, so I didn't dig back into it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's 500 public mints. I assume something's probably going to be done about the OPA holders.
Yeah, like, what's the point of having OPA profile picture if you're not making purpose?
Right. Well, that was my thing. Is I'm like, we should probably make sure OPA holders get it. They're the most likely to wear the fucking honey bastard profile. Like, you need people to wear it.
Yeah.
So Sprotos aren't gonna wear it. I mean, giving it to Sprotos is cool. The Sprotos aren't gonna like fucking change their profile picture.
No. Definitely not a shilling picture or whatever. It's like that's the whole thing I see with like profile picture, like token project that's supposed to represent your part of the community kind of thing. So like it makes sense to just give them tag links, photos or whatever. I don't know. Like
yeah, I think the idea. I think there was just so much like I think there's so much belief that it's just not like gonna be a day one mint out. Right, that even like that these 500 public mints aren't even gonna be claimed. But I don't know about banking on those ideas, bro. It's possible it could sell out 5 fucking minutes. I've seen it before.
Yeah, I've seen it many times last year.
And we're trying to get Yannick to do a space for it, and if that's the case, it's possible we could get, you know. I was in the Sproto ladies, and that thing sold out in fucking under a minute.
That was crazy. I was there too. What the fuck?
Yeah, that was really crazy.
Well, that was actually, I don't normally participate in these, but I never made any on NFTs. Okay, but that was actually the first one. Really fun. And I was able to watch it actually go up, think about value, and everyone loved it. It felt good. It was the first and only. And finding it in the so we're kind of happy forever.
No, that's good. You gotta win. Good to get the wins. I love the wins.
Just so it's one mint first photo.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I expected some sort of like.
I don't think those mints will even. I don't think they're gonna mint out. The Sproto ones. Maybe. I don't.
Not, but there are a lot of people that stay free and they go, okay.
Yeah, I think more like it's gonna happen more.
Yeah.
219K mark.
I probably have a free from it, but
I'm not getting into it, but
I still gotta claim my shadow lady.
So this is
today, so hopefully that'll
crazy.
go somewhere.
It's not really a high supply.
Yeah, hopefully it does.
The reason I claim it. Because I haven't even claimed it yet.
I gave up on all that, bro. I was like, I'm done with my fucking Sproto.
Yeah, it's
the social media, which is quite nice.
The review is today.
Some Crypto American follows this, so that's cool.
I can't believe it. It's been like a month and a week or something. So I mean, what happened to Sproto ladies? Now nothing. They just dead in water. Yeah, have nothing to do with Sproto, really, or Bitcoin at all. Like an entirely new thing.
You guys launched 10 hours
I
ago?
don't know.
Let me see.
Yeah, I'm just that's what
I might have to get some of this.
Who knows? Maybe my
Is this still hot?
Sproto lady will sell for something.
That might send though. I don't know, I kind of like.
Yeah, I think that NFT is still weird. Like the value is. But then again, I saw all the ones. I kept the one I liked. Like, yeah, I had 6 Proto ladies because I think Protos, and sold 2 just before, after the snapshot. But I don't know if they still got counted or not for the whole chaos of this all. So I got 4 left. And just chilling there. It was just chilling there. I would easily sell them, like no problem. The 2 I sold, I took as a win. Sweet. Finally, little NFT win, because I definitely got roughed so many times in 2023 or early 2023, late 22. But I was learning about the NFT, so that's what happened. Right. But yeah, I'll probably pick up 100. I actually have like those. Like I believe in Double Dark. Had a couple missteps last year, but like not a bad day. And making art, actually putting out an art project is like that's kind of sick. The guy actually does draw like crazy time. So I could see maybe like Kato or one of them picking it up and shilling it for him. One of those art big accounts. Our chick said she was gonna mint. So she might do yeah, she might or whatever, just comment or whatever. But I bet people track the wall anyway. Especially you make that a known thing, but it's almost too late for that. Like, I guess it's not 2 days. You do a snapshot tomorrow or whatever, but like make it known holders get 2 free minutes, like that pumps everything. In my opinion, like it would make the people anticipating the launch number of them go up, and then I people that are only go up for that reason. And maybe if it's just that reason they cheated, whatever, but it's volume on the project. It's good. Yeah, I don't understand the argument for against it. But like I said, I wasn't there, so I don't know. I think it was. Yeah, I don't know. If it was me, I would. But I don't know if like that they're worried about them going on the floor or what. But yeah, probably that. Sprotos did too. Because I saw them selling for 0.01, 0.02. Like you got to start like people just dumping them right away. I got 10 after. Kind of probably. I might just go in there and argue that and be like, bro, let's think about it logically. It's going to be the Sprotos that probably dump them. You get the. Maybe. I mean, well, I shouldn't say that because I'm not trying to imply the Sprotos are deep. But their profile pictures, their NFT. Yeah. You want to try to at least get them in the hands of someone that's going to wear it. That's it. Totally. Yeah, the incentive for more greedy for wallet holders or whatever. It just makes sense. The more people that wear them, the better. Yeah. And like, because they're like, just like the Protos, like they're true. If you are a true believer and chiller, like, and you have 8, you're gonna sit on those 8 until they're worth it. Like
you're gonna sit on like because you're invested like yourself.
Exactly.
You're that
You
profile
believe
picture.
in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm gonna get however many I can. I'm gonna hold on to them because I think they're fucking cool. I like them. I think they're cute. Or the little retarded gremlin. They remind me of. There was a picture Fab did of all of them like in a movie theater, and it just reminded me of that scene with the gremlins where they're all in that theater.
Yeah.
So ever since I saw that picture, I've grown a little fondness for them. And then I saw the Pope hat, and I was like, I gotta get that guy.
Yeah, I got that. That's your dude.
I'm pretty confident.
It was nice tuning in to the Telegram. I gotta go check out my dinner and get this. But party after you try to fit.
Sounds good, really. Yeah, you're right.
Take care, Pimp.
Later, legends.
All right, Sludge. I need your help. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Excellent.
That's not bad.
Can you hear me now better? But you can't hear me at all. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Clear as that.
Excellent. I downloaded a different program. So we want to. I wrote it. Somebody wrote it.
We all wrote.
I think it was a Telegram thing. That sometimes happens. All right. So the big thing is I want you to be able to hear the song.
Yeah, we can.
All right. So it's working better than it was, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you like fire shit.
So we have like a real studio now.
It's actually way cleaner video export.
Okay. So I'm using.
And whatever else you're using.
I'm using a native software application. Thank you so much for the feedback,
It's a
Julie.
little choppy, but it's pretty good.
Thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, the sound is good. I watch it I'm on my phone's trees, but it's pretty smooth.
Excellent. Oh, that's tight.
Clear. Yeah, perfectly clear. The stream is great.
I agree. This is cool. This opens up a whole new opportunity.
Yeah, it's better than even when Bong Rigs is
Oh wow, thank you.
stream Harry Potter Call of Guns. So it's always get choppier.
Dog, that thing looks heavy as fuck.
Investment strategies. I just don't understand why this guy matters.
Oh, he's got a nice story.
Suppose this documentary will explain it, but
Yeah. It's a good point.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to my brand new channel, the Dogecoin Millionaire, where I plan on becoming a millionaire by buying and holding Dogecoin. So yesterday was February 5th, 2021, and it was the day that I literally took everything out of my bank account, sold all my stocks. I maxed out 2 credit cards and took out cash advances and threw it all into Dogecoin.
Oh, so this guy spent $180,000. So he only had like a 5x. Okay.
Yeah, like I realized today in his cases is like he had money. I thought he was like the classic story, like oh he had $100. Nah.
Look at this. This happened. I just crossed over $1 million on those. Look at that.
Who made this? Like, do we know how to miss the company? Who put this out?
I would say that it's like a bunch of different distributors. It's not like an independent. Well, they might be independent, but it's not like he made it.
Sorry.
Sure. It seems like it was a bunch of people. Specifically, it's I don't know. I'll look up the IMDb in a second.
It just seems bad. Maybe like, well, he had a partner, his friends maybe people with money are like interested in Doge going up. It's like he seems like he's the example that people use or whatever. But you can make it off of meme coins or whatever. But is it was it because he has like a cult of personality, or is it this corruption, or like I don't know. I wasn't there during that. But it's funny if the spaces today, like some of our scrotos were in Doge like so early. So early that they knew more about it than him.
Right.
You know. I thought he was the guy. I don't even know. I just learned about it.
It looks like the production companies are Legion M, Optimist, and Mr. Wizard Productions.
That's me. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I don't know, that sounds like handles on Twitter.
I know.
And then guess what he said? He said on the app. I don't know what that means, but it's look how big this fucking picture is, dude. This shit takes up the whole thing. You understand there's people that wear so many times that read this shit, and they're gonna open this app and it's gonna be some humility. I just look so slow, so I didn't look like Indian. I beat the system. Yes.
If you think about history in terms of just long periods of time, there's an old that's in charge of everything. They tell everyone how it works, and they are unchallenged authority. All of a sudden, there's information breakthrough where every man, woman, and child says, "Look, think this bullshit. I am every bit as capable of determining the stock market books. What's
I find that, it was healthy in these certain circles that there were opportunities to be able to grow, buy, to learn. Yeah, you really have to go to a physical financial institution, bank, branch, there's like a physical investment advisor took on your account, so not everybody on the street with $5 don't have such a thing. And that's led to massive inequality in people's stocks. Something like 10%, almost 70% of the stocks in the stock market.
Welcome everyone here. Ready to see
Glad that you guys are encouraging investor / businessman. We're at a very pivotal moment in time in history where access to stock market is democratized because we have that ability to take advantage of it. Never had a stock market.
Cool. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you.
Local here in Long Beach. Became a man in this neighborhood.
I spent 11 years of my life working in a warehouse. Working 60, 70, 80 hours a week. Come on. I lived with 5 dudes for quite some time because I needed to have a low overhead because I was putting 70% of my income on the stock market. My investment principles is different than probably the average retail investor. Like one show that I like on YouTube is filled with charts, it's filled with P&E ratio. It's boring, right? I know people that put $10,000 in those $10,000. You know what I mean? Costco, something like it's fine for you. Doctor and gambling, that's a lot of boring stuff. Literally, like, all the cereal, that's gonna be going on. Biggest investments I made this year is potato chips. That's not sexy. That's not sexy. People don't want to be around me. I wasn't going to Reddit. Let's give me the chip now. Give me the chips. It's boring, right? More kids, more lunch. I like just going to like one thing and say diversified talk about one thing more than you do about 6 or 7 things. And not have to spend all my money on something I feel really strong about. Dude, we got that like $1,000 fast. That's crazy. I appreciate your knowledge, man. I'm glad you're a part of this. It's really cool. Yeah. Lord said that my wife doesn't really get it. She doesn't understand the day trading. My money's my money. I do what I want. She does what she does. And, everything's cool.
I mean, it is different from asking what he does for a living and target marketing. I don't understand. That is different.
I mean, she told me, like, go all in on these stocks and risk it all. And I hear her say everything, why you putting me all in the line? I'm like, no big deal. If it doesn't work out, I put it's going to be okay. Where's the Brady card in this bag? You're looking at a huge. Should we open it? It's so bad. Because we're going to get, if we don't get a Brady in this next workbook, I can sell the patch for $700. Let them risk it. You know what auction is? We're going to people bid on it.
What up, the meat? What up, Slick Rick? We're watching the Slumdog Millionaire documentary. Slumdog Millionaire documentary.
increasingly violent to be worth more than the money.
I'm feeling close to
And it has no product and no workers. The crypto is up 1,000% year to date thanks to support from Elon Musk, Snoop Dogg, and other celebrities. They're kind of being valued by the masses, by social media. I think there's a perfect representation of that. Of course, there are
So basically, Dogecoin is a community-based cryptocurrency. What's a cryptocurrency? Cryptocurrency is digital money. There's value in it because people give it value, right?
What up, Dumpstar, you little slut? We're so happy you're here. You're a fabulous container of garbage.
So what, are we talking over the documentary, or are we supposed to be quiet? Be quiet.
Whatever you want to do, baby.
You're on mute, buddy.
No, not other people can hear me.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Oh, I was just chilling on Twitter. I do want to talk to you, Dumpstar, about
Wait, we didn't talk about Hoba here. Anyway, Sprotos get 3 minutes of Hoba on Friday. There's only 502 mints per Sproto. So there's, I looked at the holder count, there's like just over 1,000 Sproto holders. And I don't expect that many Sprotos to participate. And then there's a public free mint as well. Just for whoever.
Yeah, I think for mobile holders or what?
No. One of my friends was like, no. Well, the Hoba holders get lumped into the free mint. So.
Yeah, how many are there?
Altogether, there's 4,444. They're kind of a derivative of the Bitcoin puppets in the style. And we made more traits in each category than they did. But we have less than half the amount.
Cool. It's a dumpster original. That's why I like it. Oh, that's cool, man. Good for you.
Alright, thanks for our project.
With your skill. Awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks, bro. For me, it's significant in itself. That's some value. Scope them out. But yeah, I was wondering about that. I was like, oh, they should light them up. Get them away. You know? Because, like, those are your guys that have.
I mean, nobody does anything in the Hoba community. There's like three people that do stuff.
They don't deserve it.
Alright.
I'm gonna make sure I acquire a bunch and I'll just give them to the Hoba guys that miss out.
Yeah. That's new. He's like, fuck man, he's got enough podcast for it, man. I'll get you one soon. Let's do it. We got you.
We've got a special trait for Snoop. They've got a cool hat.
Yeah, is that gonna be your trait? What?
I don't know. It's all mixed up in the thing. The only person who knows the order is Old Man.
Yeah, he's doing mix and match and all that shit.
Hey, Rabbi, the psychedelic shirt looks cool.
Thanks, baby. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's actually so sick. Oh, I think I have great faith it's going to come out for you. I'm pretty confident. Where you guys are at, but I think it'll be fun.
Well, what we did was like, I looked at the Ethereum puppets collection, and they're kind of ugly as fuck.
Yeah.
They're like little frogs, and nothing lines up into their hands and shit.
Yeah, it's all touched really bad, like MSP.
Yeah. So I don't know. In my mind, in comparison to the, I don't know, it's like the difference between Nintendo family system to the Super Nintendo. So it's a little bit more quality.
Oh yeah. It's made by YouTube. It's you're making a name for yourself in the artist world and the 3D stuff. It's good for you, man. You got a lot of people. Have you talked to Tito about it?
I have not.
I'd definitely hit about or whatever. I hit them up and they got a big community and you've been making so many big claims and shit out there at the air. Like I know they've seen them. They know your style. I don't see why they get a little shout out.
I might hit them up on Twitter.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah. It's made by your own shit. I'm listening to art projects and more artists. I don't see why you couldn't. Hey, it's not a shot.
I think he was at the Miami party, but I don't remember seeing him.
Okay.
What?
You into that?
Yeah, I went to it, but I fell asleep. Yeah. I was standing in the wrong circle. I thought I was standing in the Coke circle, but it was the weed circle, and I fell asleep.
I'd be in the weed circle with her. That's too bad.
What's up, Zoot, you little slut? Zoot, you little slut, how are you?
Ain't Rudy to the fucking Mooney. No? Nothing? No.
Zoot is not a dev.
Maybe he might.
Zoot, can you hear us?
Wait, what's this PFP now? It's like a... Is that a platypus?
No idea.
Platypus wearing a trash bag. That's kind of cool. Should have done that trade. Trash bag.
That's fun though. He made one for Snoop. He's ironed it up. Using her. He likes him.
Who likes them?
Snoop.
Oh, Snoop. Yeah.
Snoop.
Snoop.
Yeah. Snoop. He won the contest.
Yo. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hell yeah. What the fuck's going on, Zoot?
I got a lot of clips around the trash bag. Why didn't you know a lot of clips around the trash bag?
I'm too cool for that shit.
I don't know. You should send it to me. It's like a dumpster, but it's a bag version of a dumpster.
That's why some soul shit, eh?
Jack on ice and going down.
Jane Chases there, so
What's going on? Are they making a community pool to bridge the base or some shit?
I don't think so. Like there was a nose earlier in the chats with that, but I don't know. It sounds like Burley's interested. Or at least he put a poll out or whatever. That's the only way it would happen. Yeah, like a community.
Why didn't you have any Kangaroo?
They're on one chain. I don't bridge around. I mean, I don't know. It's too complicated having other chains. For my brain.
No, not on
Solana. I go into Solana TGs just because all my friends are now on Solana. So I have to go in there and buy the shit that they're buying and then get kicked out.
What the fuck am I looking for?
I don't know. What are you looking for?
What's that one back?
100.
Yeah, I'm looking at that as well.
You always have a fail.
I just round trip.
That's what happens when you juggle too many bags.
Actually, you know what's helped me with actually launching that honey badger token? It's like I'm not trading. It's like I'm not at all.
Yes.
Focused.
Yes. That's it. That's what I realized with particular Bitcoin. It's like, put all my energy here. That's all. That's the risk. And I know long run that where the energy goes, like, that's where the money's going to go. So just keep building. And you can build a lot, and there's no start. Watch.
Shit. Splitting my time 50-50 between. Actually, I have IRL stuff I have to do, work, and I got time to draw pictures, so I make sure I do pictures for both projects, and then everything's Gucci.
So nice. That's a hustle, but it's worth it. Like, especially like when you have. I really believe that honey badger is a name that is recognizable enough. Like I've sat around honey badger up there, you know, like it's in the tier, and like during the real bull run, and shit goes crazy. Like I definitely see it being a successful project.
Yeah, I gotta work out the meme better, because we got Bobo, which is the bearish one, and then we got Moo, and then we got Pepe, which is the frog, and then there's Harry Potter, which is like the everything. And then there's this honey badger on the side that just doesn't care about it.
What am I looking for? Please tell me what I'm looking for.
You're looking for the next 100x.
I'm looking
I don't even straight shit. I did some. I just like, oh, that should be, that's fucking alright. And then it does alright, you know, like somebody shit on my page or whatever. Well, I don't fuck around with any of it, but I don't get FOMO, so I don't, you know, I just feel like I miss out on anything. I don't care.
That's Slurf, JJ. That Slurf fucking was a funny thing that happened.
So quick.
Was it a sign-off? Like, the guy did it on purpose? No?
Yeah, good. Fucked up.
That could have been you, dude. You could have fucked up the Rooney launch.
Did the have like sold early or something?
No, Slurp is a Sloth token on Solana. And it was a little play. Yeah, it was a pre-sale, and then he burnt the tokens for the pre-saler.
Yeah, that was a little split.
You say that, Snoo, and sloths are known for being slow, so it sounds like it could have been a psyop. You get it?
Yeah. Round trip my back. I'll go half an egg.
Also, that's the worst thing with the honey badger. I got people in my chat constantly being like, hey, you should launch it on Sol. should launch it on base. You should do this. I'm like, no. See, and I don't know how to do that. So shut that up.
Yeah, fair enough. It's every day in this chat. Guys just showed up today. It's like telling us what everybody wants to do is go on base. Today, dude, have you not seen that every single chain come and go? It's been crazy since the start of this launch. What, like how many metas have come and gone? But we're still alive. It's insane.
My chance come and go. Salon is gonna honeyput everyone in there. That's gonna be funny.
Like FTX connection is just too much for me to even think about touching it.
No. It's worse than that. You know that like Solana is running off one validator is pretty much running off one network.
Really? No. Is that why it goes down every so long?
Yeah.
Look, I don't care what's a Ponzi, not a Ponzi. I just want to be in a Ponzi before everyone else.
It's a strategy. It's just a strategy. Just risky for me. I feel like I'm in like a fire tower, a launch tower, just launching everything.
Oh my god, come on. When did you get into take Bitcoin?
Day 2.
It's like 2 months.
That cheap. Yeah. And then, yeah.
I'm sure that's actually going to have 1.
Yeah.
Did you just have me put $100 in?
How many had I got trained in March. So I had to make it back then.
All my homies call my pro in high school used to rap.
Yeah, slowly been adding. I only have like 100 people. Slowly adding what I can. I ain't rich. We'll be.
Oh shit, so like, Pro the Doge just tells the same story. Well, I guess it only got his story, so the story is always going to be the same. I guess that's a thing now, he just tells that story.
It's kind of his thing. It's what he's known for. It's not having much money and they make my money on Doge. I don't understand why him. It's just not it.
Fuck that. He made 180,000 on meme stocks or whatever.
Yeah. Damn, man, good for you.
Go here. Wait, like a fucking.
He waits. He's fucking on the start.
This time around, nothing stopped it. I did my best, and I hit a lucky days out, and I'm like, create the most incredible shit because this time next year, I'm gonna have enough stuff and Dogecoin is no joke, it's gonna get hustling.
Sounds like sweet.
I was left. He's probably buying some more base tokens.
What am I looking for? Stop looking, man. You take your Bitcoin chat. This is it. Put all your money here. Chill, take your Bitcoin. I'm crazy. Such a character.
You know what? I fucked up. Like, keep me on hold up. Like, after I launched it, Somebody's like, fucking honey badgers are the mascot for Bitcoin. I was like, what? And yeah, so back in the day, BTC was using honey badgers as they were calling BTC the honey badger of money. It's like kind of a derivative.
Yeah, you didn't know.
I didn't know.
So, sorry.
And then fucking Bitcoin MLK, he jumped in the chat. He's like, hey, you know House Hufflepuff in Harry Potter? The fucking mascot's a badger. Like, son of a bitch.
What else? I'm gonna watch Raven. All 4 houses. I can't even imagine having one shit. That's just nice. I don't know nothing about that. That's good for you.
Well, I had somebody else to play, but I just managed all this stuff. Oh, passport's here. Hey, passport.
I'll be the millionaire. It showed up $100 and made $1 million. That's me.
But you'd go with slum Bitcoin or slum Harry Potter bonds on 10 Inu?
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't even fit. Yeah. I'll be the next one. I'm just gonna hold till I have $1 million. Or more than $1 million. I'll double that. Keep $1 million in it so it goes higher. I'll hope it's like it's harder to pronounce. Just the autism. Hyper focus. One thing.
Yeah, that's what's happening. Like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell. It's a brand new Lambo handle before I wrap the video.
It's crazy how fast things move. I think on the internet, especially, seeing with the mask and shit, that was only like the next 3 years.
Right.
Hey, do you know anything about that token book of meme?
No, nothing. I saw it pop up one in the feed, but. It's like ticker bean or something?
No, it's ticker bone, B-O-N-E. And it's like that one that started, I guess, the pre-sale meta. Not meta, whatever, pre-sales. I have no idea.
$5 million. We'll check the wrong crazy again. We'll probably see it in 3 minutes. Who's that 3 minutes? Another definitely
Phones with that. I come out here. Catch you later. I want to watch this shit.
That's fucking sick. There are no say a thing is a thing.
what did we start with? Precious gemstones, gold, metal, and we realized it was too heavy and bulky and expensive and hard to protect. There's enough downside to it. So we attached this paper money that represents that chunk. The only reason it has value is we believe that it's nothing. Now we have the digitization. That's what's going on now. We're going through the next step of the evolution. It doesn't need definition. It just is. It exists. There's no off switch. There's nothing there's nothing to do to stop it. It's like the internet.
Are you selling everything you own and putting it into Dogecoin? I wish we could just not talk about Dogecoin.
Forget about the gibberish, quick nonsense. Focus on this as a technology, an innovative one that's going to improve global commerce in an unprecedented way. It ain't going away.
It's really hard to watch a lot of people seemingly make a lot of money by not doing very much.
Sending Dogecoin. Soaring today, the down more than 6,000% for this year. Still all-time high.
Really quickly,
Today alone, about $400,000. That's insane. Okay. That's the next time I have my which could be very soon. Very soon.
So I know not a financial advisor, it's not advice, purely entertainment.
I got big about this already. Look at this. 15 comments. I got 10,000 subscribers. I was literally watching your 200 video when I got to the notification. Glad you didn't feel like everyone kept telling you to do. Glad you have my own mind. Congratulations. Thank you. Your hands look tired. You got this whole video game coming soon. Congrats. Bro, congrats. I've been selling over for a year like you. Hey, right. Keep toddling little guys everywhere. I will. Like to get like.
But at the end of the day, we don't want the double touch the Doge. Just hold. Just hold.
See when you leave for work, and then I see you at this hour. You never want to hang out with Daddy. We used to play tennis. Guys, over here to get your bed. Couches, like back. Think about making that big stuff. Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Explain. Us making it be open for 7 months. Typical night, 9 o'clock, time for bed. I got things to do. Get your tables on, buddy. That's it. We're celebrating the new card. think the best thing is not have much to do with it. Yeah, I just don't think the relationship's great. But marriage is tough. Great TV. Put that up there. Right. You get that thing? Yeah. Alright, cool. I'll see you, bud. Hey, guys. In the last 5 years or so, it's kind of been my thing. It's what I do. I'm trying to reach the next level. So if I fail doing that, so be it. If I go up to it again, every spare dollar I have, I think that can continue to climb. 3 weeks ago, these big grayscale added man to their portfolio. It's a whole other world, and this confused me. Buy land, buy art, buy music. They got a casino. They got actually use your data. It's been exploding, man. So I'm gonna ride that way for a while.
It used to be for those people that their social circle, where the people are in their neighborhood and their peers, their coworkers, people who they saw face to face every day. What social media did in many ways is just increase the size of your social circle to the entire world. And now, you know, the richest person in the world is someone who everyone can see, everyone knows about.
When I do it, I do like the entire cryptocurrency world. He loves the mascot for all. Yeah, it really catches guy crazy. He's like stirring the pot. Like he's just like to the end. So then sometimes I'm like, when there's times I'm like, I don't. We also heard from Elon Musk recently about coming close to the game on SNL with a tweet, the Doge father.
I would sell it over to Atlanta, like right before SNL. I think that's what's going on. Amazing movie, 127 that doesn't make me right. Like it doesn't playing blackjack. Imagine if the price drops 80%, you're losing more money. And that means that's in a weird way. I'm kind of what everyone looks to when they're buying those because I'm personally holding it. You know what I mean? And if I can do anything with it, whatever you say is gone. And if you're selling. People are always like, what are you going to sell? And I mean it. Do an art and walk in. I'm not fucking selling.
I hope to someday be able to I think that if you're looking into the stock market, it's like a casino. Like, I'm gonna give this back. I had a real hard time today because I came from the and only had specifically because the trades overnight. That is the thing where I just can't. I'll be sure if I look up, I feel like an instinct. I just check it. I talk to my instinct. That's actually right.
voice of reason for people who want to say that in this space. And now I feel like it's what I put is that. And that provides opportunity and need for learning. I don't pass out my opportunity to passion. There's techniques there's some folks that need viral. Now the one that I'm doing is this one exactly, but we'll spin on it. But mine, I think we should have instead of dough, listen to this one. Yeah.
Okay. Shorter it's so it tastes it. I have time.
And I got one on that. It's just see kind of good.
Today is May 8th. Elon Musk is hosting Saturday Night Live to the North Pole.
I could cash out right now and just, get on my life. But I would feel like I'm letting everything. How can we really stand if we're gonna just sell out? This is for every little guy out there. There's a way out. All of us. Hey, I'm live streaming. You guys hear me?
It's an every hot thing. Saturday Night Live. I mean that.
Let's see how this will be out of the facts right now. That was a nice little roller coaster ride right there. You guys see that little roller coaster ride? 40,000 people out there watching this live. 40,000. Drop $300. Not against that's going to get my donation. Hold about two. I'm surprised I didn't watch this. It's scary. And some of them had one person. I'm actually excited. I'm starting over tomorrow, to be honest.
So, what if those what is it? I can tell you, it's cryptocurrency you can trade for conventional money. Yeah,
I'd be disingenuous if I didn't show my gifts and what my dreams were. It's okay, guys. It's okay, guys. It's so strong. My account is $2.8 million. It's $2.7 million. At the lowest point, like I said, it was more exactly just about $1 million. One else.
What up, Bill? Bill, how are you? Hip, Bill, how you living? What's new? How are you? We're watching a documentary. Come on in. Water's fun. What up? Can you hear me?
Nobody taught me how to invest when I was in high school. No one taught me how to invest when I was in college. You ever had a teacher who's ever taught you that stuff? Parents ever taught you about it? You're just a good person. I want to get my own house. I want to get my own. I'm like, I just want to get my own. Like, I want to get my own. It sounds like, you're sick of living in the living room. You're sick of living in the living room. 5 people in a 5-bedroom, 1.5 room. The possibility of me losing everything at like I agree. Yeah. We don't know. It's possible. Yeah. Like, so. I just put it every time I die.
If you're an investor starting out, you have to take the examples you want to follow carefully. 30-second videos are not going to make it so that you're a good investor. But it's not a bad place to start. You're curious about things like compound returns. The alternative is not learning any of this stuff until you absolutely are forced to.
Compound interest blows my mind. If someone were to invest in $500 in your first grade, we never even had a single dollar. That investment was $13,000.
What's going on, guys? We got those here and today. This is probably the most amount of people that I've ever had at my place at my time. And then people could just sit here and share.
don't give me like further doing 1020, whatever you do, like, look, you can at least get the money that like none of us can even touch right now. I'm not saying all, but like 50K, 100K.
Part of it is the fact that I'm a little overwhelmed with like the amount of things that need to happen. I don't want to get to the point where my family's good. Back to the grind. I need a little bit more. Like it needs to get higher. You know what I mean?
I get the struggle hustle stuff like that. Because that's you're not even trying to make the fiscally like responsible decisions still.
Just take it right to the bank. Take that money for, and then we could set them up the money, set them up with us to do that today. You can deposit it in your account, and then let's get cashier to check, and I can let it work. All right, I'll see you in the bank.
It's a nice story, man. Unfortunately, we have made a decision to close your credit card. The thing is, 830. Here's what you do. Oh, wow.
Honestly, it's never you get them. You stayed home, like sat on the couch, wouldn't lose any money. Don't go outside. Don't wind up like Harris or City. Like, stay in your house. Ocean. You'll be fine. Now it's like no place to play. You would lose the most money in your house.
My former years as an investor of that original busts. One of the best things that ever happened to me career-wise. Didn't feel that way at the time, but seeing the NASDAQ drop 90%, just learned the lesson that you could not learn from reading a book or listening to somebody tell you a story. You learn that lesson viscerally. It's just so much. 2 months alone. One of the big draws of the community was a group of people that had a common goal and really wanted to change. Of how we do things, where we play, where we sing, where we use it, how we use it. Those it's a big fuck you to the system. It's a big fuck you to the big bank that just make tons of money hand over fist over the common man, over the common person. The common man.
Let's get this thing right. I don't know if you guys have heard of this kind of cool man. Not your ordinary DJ. He has his own bookstore, community space. He also teaches finance. He has a stock market club. All right, so he's going to be spinning for us here. Let me introduce to you guys Sinai Kempe.
A quick shout out to everybody in the work for being here.
Let's get to it.
They don't have this life. Irresponsible relationship. Mark. I'm okay with where I am. I earn more than enough money to be somewhere else in the world. I choose to be here. I choose to be a part of this one. So pretty good, man. Color. It's good. Black and white. It really is that simple. Black man owns skill. So I put a black man home. The point is to have children in the community
see faces that are similar to them and be like, who is that person? And then spark and warm up the study. I see a work here. June 25th. I see the cookie here. I don't know, store downtown. Start doing teaching people how to dance.
That's something we don't know about. You know, I'm trying to get rich for the same thing. You know,
Instead of working, own the business. Exactly. Instead of paying your rent, own the building, let other people pay your rent.
There's way more things today. Think about 2016. Better paid for my lifestyle. It wasn't. It just went gone. I got it. It's my name.
I just got an email. This company wanting to pay me to do promotions and they were like, look, we can pay you $80. That's like a lot. Over 6 figures a year. So that's cash.
You need cash.
It's those.
Who they have cash in Canada?
How you want to do it?
Oh, you were only paying those. Why do I ask for cash? You know you need cash. But you need a present right now.
It's just a matter of time.
Aí de repente passou um outro cara perto, jogou a boia pra ele. Deus vai me salvar. Deus vai me salvar. De repente ele fala assim, Deus fez o quê? Trouxe o helicóptero pra ele. Ele pegou e falou, não, Deus vai me salvar. O cara tá morrendo. Daí ele fala assim, Senhor, por que? Eu te mandei guarda, e você não se quer dizer, Deus te deu um homem que você tem.
Every content creator, they just want attention and recognition. More retweets, more likes, more views. And what wins in that world is just whatever's most provocative, whatever's most entertaining. We're now in the marketplace where like social currency is just so hot. Like, what's the value of that? You know what I'm saying? It's hard to even know. We have multiple tons of value of like, share. What's going on, guys? Hello here. We're gonna talk about that one. Live. Everything's good. So, you know, the crypto space right now, pretty much people
people have just decided that I'm free reign is fashion. So yeah. But who's lost? If we're gonna consider it a loss, which it's not reality, but if we're gonna consider it a loss, you lost more than me. You lost $10,000, $5,000. Now, however much you invested, I lost millions. What are you talking about? I could have dumped on anybody. I could have cashed that around. Check out the new design. I literally came up with this like 10 minutes ago. I sat down through it. And this all was the long play for me. This was all like, okay, I can monetize the fact that I'm still all in. Everyone thought it was like 15 minutes of game. No, this is not like. You got the celery juice shirt. Nice pocket green right here. Put a little cartoon of my face on there.
Honestly, I could literally use it for like this free on the internet for use. And the funniest videos out there. Probably the most likely one. That's in my hand.
They're actually for a cartoon. And I'm gonna have fun voicing it over and over. There's gonna come a time where I'm making $1 million a year from being a millionaire, and I can monetize my entire life. I took a chance with those. You saw what happened. I'm taking a chance. We'll see what happens. Scared money don't make money. Right. Let's talk about one purchase. What differentiates Loki is the fact that it's named after the actual dog. Dog controllers, which is like just ads and I charge anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 to $25,000 to $30,000 promo or an ad. You're talking about
capitalism is like dying as hard as it ever has. And this is like this Thomas Jefferson rendition. You know, I think that this is what, right? This is the
millionaire. And you know me, let me see you guys do the best way to get started.
So tight. Like we had a good talking over.
You may still be able to pay for your Taco Bell meal and go
nothing. Honestly, at this point, the simulation.
You want to sell all this quickly? You're going to need an all fortune.
Favors. Coca-Cola has a new flavor that's just virtual. Holy cow.
All about the idea that investors are starting off in this atmosphere where it's 3 a.m. and we're all chasing the highest high. There's nothing else to do. That's where we are.
What's up? Birthday. 622nd day. Now we're up like 8:30. Yeah. So remember, that's what happened last night. I was a millionaire for like 5 minutes. I was. And now, you okay? They don't care.
It breaks your fucking brain. You can no longer operate as a even-keeled responsible investor.
And you could say, you have $1 billion. Nope, I don't. I believe it. You can't take the money away from me. They shot their shot. They hit. They got the money. God bless. That's not investment success. That's lottery success. Someone's gonna win. Someone's gonna lose. There's no way around it.
Freaking frick, holy mother. Wednesday was one of the most painful days for crypto investors days on there. Listen, guys, I am down bad for the GoFundMe. I lost it because I'm asked. And it's gone. I'm losing money. I'm crazy. I don't even know what I'm putting in. I don't even know what I'm doing. How much money did I buy? Spoiler alert.
Welcome everyone tuning in to my TikTok live. You are just now tuning in. Don't be in the second over here. Tuning in from Young Beauty Guy. As always on time. Today, we can have a thought-provoking conversation. I'm really grateful for the hype. For those of you that started investing in GameStop, and because of AMC, and because of Dogecoin, because you got really quick money, I'm so glad that you got it. And there's going to be a lot of people that tell you, you should not be in this market, you're just trying to get your money, you're going to blow up your account. I hope you don't blow up your account. If you do, it's a learning opportunity. I haven't blown up my account, I got it most recently. I basically just came up from my 1 year anniversary for investing. My goal is to buy or do priceless things to make decisions to be able to provide myself for the future. You can participate in a system that is perfect and it has aligned incentives, but I think it's getting better. The more voices that there are, the more diversity that there is, the more different ideas about investing outcomes. I think that's a really good thing.
I'll see you when you're in Congress. When we invest, we don't have to do it. It's all about purpose. Everything worth having. It's not a take that. Whether that's faith, higher being, respect, expectation, peers, family. Those things go fast. Those things go better. But success in life is going better. True success. Before we keep on the video, let's talk about the sponsor of today, right? So, Magic Spoon cereal. I mean, this is like high protein, keto friendly, grain free, soy free, high protein, Magic Spoon cereal. High protein, keto friendly, high protein. You like it? You like it? So everybody's like, bro, you're just fucking lucky, man. You're so fucking lucky ass motherfucker. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not though. But I mean, a little bit, but like I'm not though. You know what I mean? There are no rules here. Anything can happen. This can happen again. Like I was going back to 2009.
Thank you. Yes. It's crazy.
Cheguei aqui, aqui, olha. Olha só.
I bought these thinking ahead of thinking that I'm going to want to name people, right? So who would it be to walk to the basement and you have a string of working kind of like transcription to like a moment in time you live and hear. It's me thinking like, okay, I'm right now. I hate that I'm stuck in this position. Future one, I want to sound.
Go ahead and fucking eat. My father's dead, why I don't know, will never fucking meet. I cut my wrist and play piano cause I'm so depressed. Somebody called a pastor, this bastard is so possessed. This meeting just begun, nigga, I'm Satan's son.
Look what I found on the side of the road. Look what I found. There's a bunch in there, and then there's also leaves and dirt and stuff in this box. But I found chocolate ribbons on the side of the road. What a good day. It smells so good. Health pushing, yum, thanks. I'm so healthy. It smells so good. You're following me, thank you. You're following me, thank you. It smells so good. You're following me, thank you. You're following me, thank you. Corn, so delicious. You're following me, thank you. 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 Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to tap the screen. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. Ew, spicy. I don't like spicy. You're following me, thank you. You're following me, thank you. You're following me, thank you. Thank you for all the likes and support. Thank you for all the likes and support. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Don't forget to tap the screen. Tap the screen. Tap the screen.
Upsetting Claims ETB. We'll be getting more for this weekend as well. Later, we live on Friday. We will have temporal forces for TNA. So we will have some of that. That's not too bad. Not too bad. A little getaway for a little couple days, so not too bad at all.
Good. I really want to. Like, I do know there's a few agents out here.
For the time. Nothing but the time.
Hey, Jessica. Jackson, thank you for calling. Monetization. Hello, Caroline. Have a good night.
You don't have access to use a phone. Be a great guy. Are you gonna call Ghostbusters? You can get Lincoln's. Some love bug, huh? Gets you right up. So, day two, you ready? What's the plan?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure out the examination. Yeah, it's like testing gave us station. Little blue. Yeah. Like testing like a chess computer. I always like chess. Most is what the, I mean, you can play it, find out if you have good news, but that you that is playing chess, and it won't tell you what the chess is. So simulation like that. And I think being able to differentiate is turning heads on. I just want simple answers to simple. Yesterday I asked you how you felt about a game this great. Now the question is, how does she feel about it?
That's it. You're lovely. I can't take some shit. Let's have it. Yeah, I can hear it. It's pretty intense in the headphones. Alright.
We're gonna get Andrew up here too. Don't want to know.
Yeah, I did. Yep. I'm really tired. Work with, it's been hard. I'm not gonna say that, but, negative. Oh, no, there's no fucking possible way. I mean, you know, people.
It's okay.
Because of the sound, I don't want other people to die. I feel like the pain and frustration in your voice, bro, and I just want to say that I understand that feeling. Because I've been hanging out in these spaces for a while now, like just in general, spaces, plural, and it's a fascinating, crazy place, and I used to get like so anxious inside and like just so high strung, you know, about everybody's like broken pieces that they're throwing all over the place, you know. And I wanted to like help, you know. And I think that a lot of it, that people feel that way. And what I had to understand is that I just can't let it influence my body, you know. Like I can't let it make me feel so angry and upset because all these people are just trying to get better, even though it might not look like that for some people on the surface. Like deep down inside, they're in intense pain and struggle, and they're looking for somebody to listen to them
else that's got it figured out. No. It's about love. It's about understanding. It's about connectivity. I mean, dude, you've got to figure it out. Everybody else is out of their fucking minds, man. And I pick you straight up, man. I've got your back. And everybody's got this and that going on. All this bullshit that they think they're fucking important with. Fuck them, man. You got heart. You got heart, man. And I got your back when it comes to that. And fuck you, Faulty. You are an conceptualization of everything. Everything. Because that was... Hey, I want to tell you, you got that kid you're breaking up, Eric. You yeah, well, we have a break. Let me just say, I know what you're saying. I think it's that's like somebody that's like people like me. Like I had like this like all blame falls on me. But yeah, this conversation for sure. Anything that happens, like I take the fall for it, whatever it is, right? Yeah, I'm cool with that. But also, it's just like there's so many characters on Twitter, right? And the motivation to make someone want to be a speaker on Twitter, oftentimes it involves a little bit of being intoxicated, I think. A lot of people get that motivation when they're intoxicated. And so that... Good. System's supposed to be good, but obviously the guys that installed the things. Here's to your second day. Cheers. So, how did it go? What do you have for a plan? Solid. Sure. Right. See what you're shooting. He was dragging that toy's head dude by the freaking hair, dragging him in the spirit world. So in this simulation where you're in the spirit world, so if you were acting as a player fighting demons or this or that, it's real. It's very real. Because that big gorilla could probably beat the shit out of him. He's dragging him by his freaking hair. I mean, the best thing I can do is tell him to cut his hair off, and maybe he might get free from the gorilla or something. But I want to talk to the Reeves dude, because if I don't help him understand that all these cards that he's playing is very real, I mean, the human race has to understand.
how I found out stuff. Because I know stuff. I don't believe in nothing. I don't believe in nothing, period. Everything that man has said in religion or politics or even some science stuff, I don't believe it unless I see it for myself. Okay? That's how it works. That's how I roll. I either know it or I don't know it. You know? And the thing is, what I do know is you cannot love something. This is a law of nature, okay? In the universe, in the spirit world, no matter where you at or what dimension you in.
This silly lie.
You cannot love someone you don't. Shit, like, I don't know. What do you think, Taylor?
I was going to ask Rabbi a question, but now his mic just went off.
Yeah, all manufacturing, like, they couldn't accuse me of like striking white. He's my competitor. We're fixated on sucking it up and not shouting. They thought that church imagery was actually left. Actually, you've never been excited.
If he wanted to touch him, he said, absolutely not. You know, I got some funny ass memes, I gotta tell you. I really got some funny ass memes. All I got on my, you know, if somebody looked at my phone and they went through my pictures, like if they were going to try to find anything on me, the only thing they would find is like Pepe and Pogo memes. And that's very psychotic, bro. Like, that's the only shit I got. Did you go on some No. Why are we talking about 6 weeks ago? Listen.
Let's make this change. Engage intellect. What if instead of making it hard without thinking, you said, you know what? I can't think anything unless I know exactly why I'm doing it. What would it be? Yes, see it. Painting to breathing to talking, fucking, falling in love. You're the first man she's made it, isn't it? One like your dad. Carries his especially with subjects. He knows everything. Wavelengths, neurological effects, everything else. But she lives in black and white. Raised in it. She can only observe the outside. Black and white. And one day, Sunday, Mary walks out.
experience.
Can we reach your Rogan podcast finally? Okay.
Good to see you, sir.
Great to see you.
How many pairs is this?
30.
How did
I
you?
wear them every day.
Do you really? Why do you like practicality?
No, it's just my personality. And different ones have different personalities. That's how I feel about it.
I see. So it's just another style.
Yeah.
See, the reason why I was
But you
asking,
don't see any painted suspenders. Have you ever seen one?
I don't know. Not noticed. I only noticed because you were here. I only noticed because you were here. Not really. You're but the reason why I'm asking is because you're basically technology. You know a lot about technology. You think that suspenders are kind of outdated tech. Well, people like them. Clearly. And I'm surprised that happens at all. But Jeff said somebody can actually paint them. These are hand painted suspenders. So the ones that you want, these are crazy. Yours are hand painted? Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so that's part of that. So you're wearing exactly. So, I was music technology. That's true. It's the very first. I mean, I've been in AI for 61 years, which is actually a record. The first thing I did was create something that would write music. Writing music now with AI is a major field today, but this was actually the first time that had been done. Yeah, that was one of many inventions. That was the first one. So why did you go about doing that? What was your desire to create artificial intelligence music? Well, my father was a musician. I felt this would be a good way to relate to him. And they actually worked with me. You could feed in music, you could feed in, let's say, Mozart or Chopin, and we'd figure out how they created melodies, they write melodies in the same style. So you can actually tell this is Mozart, this is Chopin. It wasn't as good, but it's the first time that had been done. It wasn't as good then. What are the capabilities now? Because now they can use pretty extraordinary. Yeah, it's still not up to what humans can do, but it's getting there. And it's actually it's pleasant to listen to. We still have a while to do art, both art, music, well, one of the main arguments against AI art comes from actual artists who are upset that essentially they're doing is they're, like you could say, draw a paint, create a painting in the style of Frankfurt style. And what it would be, it would take all of Rosetta's work that he's ever done, which is all documented on the internet, and then you create an image that's representative of that. So you're essentially, one way or another, you're kind of taking from the art. Right. But it's not quite as good. It will be as good. I think we'll match human experience by 2029. It's not as good. Which is the best image generator right now?
They're really changed almost day to day right now. The journey was
right.
And then
Bid Journey is incredibly impressive graphics. I've seen some of the Big Journey stuff. It's just mind-blowing. And not oh boys, it's so much better than it was 5 years ago. That's what's scary. It's so quick.
I mean, it's never going to reach its limit. We're not going to get to a point, okay, this is how good it's going to be. It's going to keep getting better.
What would that look like if we can get to a certain point? It would far exceed what human creativity is doing.
Yes, I mean, when we reach the ability of humans, it's not going to just match one human, it's going to match all humans. It's going to do everything that any human can do.
People would that look like? Well, that's already AI is now been implemented by humans. In a very complex game that they never thought that AI was going to be a feat because it requires so much creativity.
Our thought we're not quite there, but we will be there. By 2029, it will match any person.
That's it? 2029? That's just a few years away.
I'm actually concerned that people think that will happen like next year or the year after. I
I actually said that in 1999. Said we would match any person by 2029 for 30 years. People thought that was totally crazy. And in fact, Stanford had a conference. So I invited several hundred people from around the world to talk about my prediction. And people came in, and people thought that this would happen, but not by 2029. It would take 100 years.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that, but I think people many years. Is it because human beings have a very difficult time grasping the concept of exponential growth?
That's exactly right. In fact, still economists have a linear view. And if you say, well, it's going to grow exponentially, you say, yeah, but 2% a year. It actually doubles in 14 years. And I brought a chart I can show you. Look at it really illustrates this.
Is this chart available?
Yeah, it's in the book.
But is it available? That chart. We're jamming. Someone can see it. Just so the folks watching this podcast can see it too. If I can just hold up the camera. It says price performance of computation 1939 to 2023. Yeah, the climb is insane. It's like
what's interesting is that it's an exponential curve, and the straight line represents exponential growth. And that's an absolute straight line for 80 years. The very first point, this is the speed of computers, is 0.0000007 calculations per second per constant column. The last point is 35 billion calculations per second. So there's a 20 quadrillion fold increase in those 80 years. But the speed with which it gains is actually the same throughout the entire 80 years. Because if it was sometimes better and sometimes worse, this curve would bend up, bend down. It's really very much a straight line. So the speed with which we increased it was the same regardless of the technology. The technology is radically different at the beginning versus the end. And it increased the speed exactly the same for 80 years. In fact, the first 40 years, nobody even knew this was happening. So it's not like somebody was in charge saying, okay, next year they have to get to here. People would try to match that. We didn't even know this was happening for 40 years. 40 years later, I noticed this. For various reasons, I predicted it would stay the same speed increase each year, which it has. In fact, we just put the last dot like 2 weeks ago, and it's exactly where it should be. So, technology and computation, particularly the form of technology, increases at the same speed. And this goes through war and peace. You might say, well, maybe it's greater during war. No, it's exactly the same. You can't tell whether it's war or peace or anything else up here. It just matches from one type of technology to the next. And it's also true of other things. Like, for example, getting energy from the sun. That's also exponential. It's also just like this. It's increasing. We now are getting about 1,000 times as much energy from the sun that we did 20 years ago.
Because the implementation of solar panels. Yeah. Has the function of it increased exponentially as well? The function of wherever there's a bottleneck in the technology as far as how much you can extract from the sun from those panels.
No, not at all.
No.
I mean, it's increased 99.7% since it started.
Right.
And it does the same every year. It's an exponential curve. And if you look at the curve, we'll be getting 100% of all the energy we need in 10 years.
The person told me that was Elon was telling me his white man with fully solar powered electric car because it's not capable of absorbing that much from the sun with a small panel like that. So there's a physical limitation in the panel size.
No, and it's increasing 99.7% since it started.
Since what year?
It's about 35 years ago.
35 years. And 99% of the ability of it, as well as the expansion use.
I mean, you might have to store it. You're also making exponential gains in storage.
Right. Battery.
Right. So you don't have to get it all from solar panel that fits in a car.
The concept was that could you make a solar panel car that has solar panels on the roof? And would that be enough to power the car? And he said no. He said it's just not really there today.
Right, it's not there yet, but it will be there in 10 years.
Do you think so? Yeah, he seemed to doubt that there's a certain limitation of the amount of energy you get from the sun. How much it gives out, how much the solar panels can absorb.
Well, you're not going to be able to get it all from the solar panel that fits in the car. You're going to have to store some of that energy.
Right. So you wouldn't just be able to drive indefinitely on a solar panel. Yeah, that was what he was saying. So, but you can obviously power a house, and especially a roof. Tesla has those solar panel roofs now.
But you can also store the energy. We're going to go to all renewable energy and sun within 10 years, including our ability to store the energy.
All renewable in 10 years? So what are they going to do with those nuclear plants?
That's completely unnecessary. People say we need nuclear power, which we don't. Get involved in the sun and the wind within 10 years.
So in 10 years, you do power Los Angeles with sun?
Yes.
Really? I was not aware that we were anywhere near that.
Well, that's because people are not taking into account exponential growth.
So the exponential growth also of the grid. Because just to pull the amount of power that you need to charge, X amount of million. If everyone has an electric vehicle by 2035, say that, just the amount of change you need on the grid would be pretty substantial.
Well, we'll make exponential gains anyway as well.
Are we? Yeah. I wouldn't worry. I had this impression that there's a problem with that, especially in Los Angeles. They've actually asked people at certain times when it's not charge.
Well, looking at the future, it's true now, but it's growing exponentially
in every technology, essentially. Is the bottleneck battery technology? How close are they to solving some of these problems, like conflict minerals and the things that we need in order to power these batteries?
Our ability to store energy is also growing exponentially. Putting all that together, we'll be able to power everything we need within 10 years.
Wow. Most people don't think that. So you're thinking that based on this idea that people are
limited by computation. It's just continuing to do that. We have large language models, for example. No one expected that to happen like 5 years ago. We had them 2 years ago because it didn't work for us.
What up, Apollo?
So it began a little less than 2 years ago that we could actually do it. And that was very much a surprise to me. That's probably the primary example of transformation.
When Sam Altman, one of the things that we're talking about was that AI with AI. They used AI to go through a capture system, and the AI told the system that it was visionary, which is not technically but he used it to bypass, are you a robot?
Well, we don't know now for large language models to say they don't know something. So you ask a question, And if the answer to that question is not in the system, it still comes up with an answer. So it will look at everything and give you its best answer. And if the best answer is not there, it still gives you an answer. But that's considered an hallucination. I mean, hallucinations. Yeah, that's what it's called. So,
AI hallucinations. So they cannot be wrong. They have to be able to have answers.
We're actually working on being able to tell if it doesn't know something. So if you ask it something and say, oh, I don't know. Right now it can't do that.
Oh, wow.
So it gives you some answer. And if the answer's not there, it just like makes something up. It's the best answer, but the best answer isn't very good because it doesn't know the answer. And the way to fix hallucinations is to actually give it more capability to memorize things and give it more information so it knows the answer to it. If you tell it an answer to a question, it will remember that and give you that correct answer. But these models are not, we don't know everything. It has to, we have to be able to scan an answer to every single question, which we can't quite do. It'd be actually better if it could actually answer them. Yeah, I don't know that.
Right. Like particularly, like say when it comes to exploration of users, there's a certain amount of vast amount of information. So if it has to answer questions about that,
right, we'll just come up with an answer, which will likely be wrong.
That would be a real problem if someone was counting the AI and solutions or something too soon, right?
Right, they don't know everything. Search engines actually know pretty well vetted. If it actually answers something, it's usually correct.
Unless it's true.
The large language models don't have that capability. So we could actually think they were wrong. And they also tell us what we have to fix.
What about the idea that AI models are influenced by ideology? That AI models have been programmed with certain ideology?
I mean, they do learn from people.
Yeah.
People have ideologies.
Right.
Some of which are not correct. And that's a large way in which we'll make things up. Because it's learning from people.
Right.
So right now, somebody has access to a good search engine. They will check before they actually answer something with the search engine to make sure that it's correct. The search engines are generally much more accurate.
Generally, right. When it comes to this idea that people enter information into a computer with the right ideology, do you anticipate that with artificial general intelligence it will be agnostic to ideology? It'll be able to reach a point where instead of deciding things based on social norms or whatever the culture is accepted correctly, but look at things more objectively and rationally.
Well, eventually, so we still call it artificial general intelligence, even if it didn't do that. People certainly do our influence by whatever their people that they respect feel is correct. And they'll be as influenced by those people are. We call it artificial general intelligence. We are starting to check what large language models come up with search engines, and that's actually making them incorrect. But we have to actually continue on this curve. We need more data to be able to store everything. It's not enough data to be able to store everything correctly. There's large amounts of large language models, which we don't have storage for the data.
So that's what's holding us back is data.
Yeah, we also have to have the correct storage. So that's really where the effort is going. be able to get rid of these hallucinations.
That's the fun thing to say. Hallucinations in terms of artificial intelligence.
Well, we usually come up with the wrong things, like large language models. Really the correct way to talk about this. It does know language, but there's a lot of other things it knows. We're using it now to come up with medicine. For example, the Moderna vaccine, we wrote down every possible type of medicine that might work. There's actually several billion mRNA sequences, and we then tested them all and did that in two days. I actually came up with tested several billion and decided on it in 2 days. We then tested it in people. We have low come out as well because we were able to test it with machines. But we actually did test it in people for 10 months. That was still a record.
So for machines, when you start testing those stages of machines, how would they audit that? So the concept would be that you take into account biological variability, all the different factors that would lead the person to have an adverse reaction to certain compounds, and then you program all the known data about how things interact with the body.
And you need to be able to simulate all the different possibilities.
Right. And then come up with like a number of how many people will be adversely affected by something.
That's one of the things you look at.
And then based on age.
But that could be done literally in a matter of days, maybe years.
Right. The question would be who's in charge of that data, like how does it get resolved? And what if artificial intelligence is still prone to hallucinations and they start using those hallucinations to justify medications, that's a bit of an issue. Especially if it's controlled by a corporation that has a lot of money.
Well, that's the issue. You should be able to do it correctly.
So we'll have to come, there's going to have to be a point in time where we'll decide that artificial intelligence has reached this place where we can trust it implicitly.
Right. Well, that's why they take now the leading candidate and actually test it with people. But we'll be able to get rid of the testing of the people once we can have reliance on the simulation. So we've got to make the simulations correct. But right now we actually test it with people. That takes took 10 months in this case.
When you look at artificial intelligence and you look at the expansion of it, the ultimate place that it will eventually be, what do you see happening inside of our life, inside of 20 years? What kind of revolutionary changes on society?
Well, one thing I feel will happen in 5 years, 2029, is when we reach longevity escape velocity. So right now you got 30 years, and you use up a year of your longevity. You're then a year older. However, we're doing scientific progress, and we're coming up with new cures for diseases and so on. Right now you're getting back about 4 months. So you lose a year, but through scientific progress, you're getting back 4 months. So you're only losing 8 months. However, the scientific progress is progressing exponentially. And by 2029, you'll get back a full year. So you lose a year, but you get back a year, and you pretty much stay in the same place.
So by 2029,
and past 2029, you'll actually get back more than a year. You'll get back.
Can I be a baby again?
No, but you'll, in terms of your longevity, you'll get back more than a year.
Right. So you'll be able to essentially go back in biological age. Telomeres, changing elasticity of the skin.
Eventually, you'll be able to do that. doesn't guarantee you living forever. I mean, you could have a 10-year-old and you can compute, okay, he's got many decades of longevity, and he could die tomorrow. So, sure.
But overall, there'd be an expansion of the
exactly. And that's something that we're going to get. And it's also using the same type of logic as large language models, but that's not language. You're actually creating medications. So we should call them large event models, not large language models, because it's not just dealing with language, it's dealing with all kinds of things.
When I talked to you 10 years ago, you were telling me about this pretty extensive supplement routine you're on.
Well, I'm trying to get to the point where we have longevity escape velocity in good shape.
Right.
And yes, I do follow that. I take maybe 80 pills a day and some injections and so on.
Peptides?
Yes, peptides. So far it works.
Have you ever gone off of it and see what you feel like normal?
No.
Well, I do that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it seems to work, and there's evidence behind it.
How old are you now?
76.
You look good. You look good for 76, man. That's great. So it's doing something.
No, I think it's working.
And so your goal is to get to that point where they start doing the live a year, stay static, and then eventually get back.
Right, it's not that far off. If you're diligent, I think you get there by 2029. But not everybody's diligent. So.
Right. Now, past that, this is for life extension, which is great. But what about how AI is going to change society?
Yes, well, that's a very big issue, and it's already doing lots of things make some people uncomfortable. What we're actually doing is increasing our intelligence. Right now you have a brain. It has different modules in it that deal with different things, but really it's able to connect one concept to another concept. That's what your brain does. We can actually increase that by, for example, carrying around a phone. This has connections in it. A little bit of a hassle to use. If I ask you to do something, you've got to mess with it. Actually, it'd be good if this actually listened to your conversation.
Oh, it does.
Without saying anything, you're just talking, and it says, oh, the name of that actress is so-and-so.
Yeah, but then it's a busybody. It's like you're interfering with your life, talking to you all the time.
Well, there's ways of dealing with that too.
You shut it off.
But we don't. So we haven't done that yet. But that's a way of expanding your connection. What a large language model does, it has connections in it as well. And in fact, it's getting now to a point that's getting fairly comparable to the human brain. We have about 1 trillion connections in our brain. Things like the top models of Google or GPT-4, they have about 400 billion connections approximately. There'll be 1 trillion probably within a year. That's pretty comparable to what the human brain does. Eventually we'll go beyond that, and we'll have access to that. So it's basically making us smarter. So if you have the ability to be smarter, that's something that's positive, really. If we were like mice today, and we had the opportunity to become like humans, we wouldn't object to that. In fact, we are humans and we don't object to that. And this is going to basically make us smarter. Eventually we'll be much smarter than we are today. And that's a positive thing, to be able to do things that are today that we found bothersome in a way that's much more palatable.
the idea of us getting smarter sounds great.
Yo, Rabbi, what's good?
What up, Pip? How are you?
Concern because it's like competition.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just chilling.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I'm just chilling right now.
That's tight as fuck. Were you ready to have your mind fucking blown?
Yeah, what's up?
Hell yeah. Here we go, baby. See if this shit works. Boom. We're watching Joe Rogan.
How long is that going to be? It's not going to be 100 years. It's going to be a few years. So people see it.
What do you think of that, Pin?
Oh, which episode is that?
Ray Kurzweil?
Ray. I haven't seen this one.
All right, well then we're going to start it over from the very fucking beginning. Get your popcorn ready. Get comfortable. Here we go. Joe.
I'm not gonna lie. I gotta go for a little bit, but I'm gonna be back. I just wanted to drop in and say what's up.
Absolutely. We'll come back and we'll watch the rest of it.
Yeah.
I'm holding you to that.
See you in a little bit, bro.
Take care, buddy.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Good to see you, sir.
Great to see you.
Oh my God. Let's do this fucking episode again. What's up, you little sluts? Hey, Jam, how you living, baby? What's up, Tim? Yo, dog. We're watching Ray Kurzweil, the grandfather. Ray Kurzweil. Do you know who Ray Kurzweil is? He's the grandfather of AI. We're watching him on the Joe Rogan Experience live, streaming it all over the world. Cray in a good way. JM, how you living, baby? JM, how are... Oh, take your time. Take your time. I hope you're well. Oh, you good? Apollo 13, how are you? It's been raining. No, I mean, it's cleared up today, but it has been. No. Passover. Apollo 13. You were saying you were going to launch it for me, correct? Didn't you say you were going to? I would have gone to it if you had sent it to me. What is it? Sure. Yo, dog. Did you sign up for March Madness? Yeah. Here's the thing. It has an auto pick function. So it'll pick all the best teams for you. It's through ESPN. You can make $125,000. You also get bragging rights. And it'll make you... So all you do is have it auto pick for you. It auto does it for you. It's just like a raffle. The Walt Disney Company. So it's guaranteed. I've already done it. Hell yeah, the Keystone State. Shout out to all my Phillies fans, my Eagles fans, my Steelers fans, my Pirates fans. You got Flyers, you got Penguins, you got Sixers, baby. That's the big four. Oh yeah, baby. I'm a man. Apollo, what do you think of your DC being open for days on end? It's fire. Dog, I DM'd you, and I also sent you the thing from March Madness. Now listen, you only have a couple hours to still do March Madness. You have to do it soon. But you can win $125,000. But even more importantly, if you win, not even if you win, just put your name in there and the name of your lounge, and it's free advertising because I'm going to be taking screenshots of it every few hours to up. Dog, all you do is click the links that I sent. There are 2 links. You can log in with Google, and it just, the first thing is auto pick or manual pick. And you pick auto pick, and it says auto pick using the best odds, the mascots, the locations, whatever you want it to be. So you just pick best odds, and then it says choose a total for the championship, and you put in, I don't know, whatever you think the total is. 160 is a good number, probably. I don't know. And then that's it. You're done. And then for the next 3 weeks, over 100 games are going to be played, and your name is going to be featured on the leaderboard. And people are going to be like, "Who's Apollo 13?" Like, "Oh, he's in the Crypto DJs Lounge. He actually is the founder and owner of that." And like, "Oh, can you send me a link to it?" Like, "Oh yeah, sure." And I send them a link, and then they start hanging out here. Then you've got more people in your Crypto DJs Lounge because you randomly joined some March Madness bracket. Oh, I'll do it for $50. Fuck yeah. I'll do everything for it. So Apollo, I'll do it for you for free. And all you have to, if you win, we gotta split it. Yeah. If that's cool. Well, now I have to do some work. I don't want to do work. Fuck this. Here's the thing. I already picked my. No, not that. Me signing up for you. So I have to think about this. How I'm going to do it. Okay, I think I can do it. Just a moment. I'm going to do it for you. Well, here's the thing. No, I don't want your Gmail. Okay. No, let me see that. Jay. Do you know what March Madness is? How the fuck don't you know what March Madness is? Are you in the United States? Oh, you live in Canada? Wait. Is Jay in Canada? Jay, what country are you in? Oh, you're in Canada? Apollo, is Jay in Canada? Oh, then there's no way there's no way he's going to know what that is. Apologies, Jay. I didn't realize you're in Canada. It's an American thing. March Madness. It's a basketball tournament. You know what that is. It's college basketball. That's right. Men and women. What kind of dog do you have? Apollo, what kind of dog do you have? What kind of dog do you have? Hell yeah, it's a beautiful kind of dog. Hey, that shit happens. The Stone State showing it. Jeez. All right. Well, I wanted to hop in and say hi. What's up? I'm still streaming, so if you need me, I'm here. I'm just gonna be on the one device. I'm gonna use this device for. I need to do that right now. I'm gonna do that right now. Before I go, I'm gonna do that. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm looking at your website. In 3, 2, 1. I've never seen this before. Hold on. Wait. How long have you had this website, Apollo?
Now it's gonna be like 2 weeks up.
Oh, okay.
But
So
I'm not done with it yet.
no. Okay. You haven't had it like 6 months though. You haven't had it like 6 months.
No, I just paid for the DM not too long ago, like 2 weeks.
Dude, it's a really good website, man.
Not the DM, I mean the domain.
Yeah, dude, this is a really nice website.
Thanks, man.
So this is your coin?
Yeah, well, my contract is being built right now, and the NFTs are gonna go on that contract. So it's an ERC 404.
Okay, so it's the NFT you talked about with the wolf. Okay, so you buy a token, and the NFT comes with the token? Okay. And it's on Ethereum? Very cool. Well, I want to tell you, I remember when you first approached me, when we first met, and you showed me your art. And I remember I said it to me, it reminded me of this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles thing that I had seen. And we went through that. Exactly. I remember looking through some of my old photos and I saw that we had exchanged that. And then I thought, all right. But like, you have to understand, a lot of people come through. It's like I told you when we met. A lot of people come through and they're like, oh, dude, I'll come and see you and blah, 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 blah. And they don't. And a lot of people also say, dude, I'm going to create a coin, or I'm going to create an NFT, and it never comes to fruition. And Apollo, I've told you this before, you are a doer, and you got that done. You came and saw me, and you came and got this NFT, a website, and you're getting it off the ground. And I just want to tell you that's a phenomenal job. Well, we're featuring it right now. And I'll feature it as much as I can. I mean, I live stream in the lounge 24/7.
That's what I'm saying. You have to be known as Mr. Rayoshi, to be honest, because I'm not out there like that.
I know.
Can you imagine? You become famous off Rayoshi?
That would be crazy.
I'll let you run with it.
So I have a question. I have a question for you. Is it possible for you to run Twitter Spaces while you're driving? Okay, so let. Oh, dog! I just thought of this. But you have an Android phone, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Okay. Here's the thing, dude. We can make you famous. Do you have a Twitter account? Not right now. I mean, you can. Okay, go for it. But what I want to let you know is my Twitter accounts are all getting banned. I had 2,100 of them, 2,100, because I became the most infamous troll on Twitter in the history of Twitter. Yeah, when you would type in Viral Rabbi into the search, all you would see is just hate comments about me. Dude, take your time. That's right, his name's Romeo. I am. Okay, so here's the thing. You could become really famous on. I don't care. I want to make you rich, and in order for you to become.
I don't think I can be rich because this is a personal, like, each person that buys a token, you know, like, it's their own thing. Like, I can't be rich off other people's.
Well, here's the thing. Twitter now allows for video capabilities for Twitter Spaces. Do you know what Twitter Spaces are? So you were saying, yeah, I could do Twitter Spaces while I drive. I know truck drivers, like community. There's a truck driver community on Twitter Spaces, and they drive while they are running Twitter Spaces. Now, here's what they do. There are some hands-free functions on Twitter Spaces so that it kind of runs itself. The only thing about which you have to worry is your connectivity. Right. Now, if I were you, you know Elon Musk has now launched Starlink Mobile, and it's for like RVs and truck drivers. So basically, you have satellite connection anywhere. So if you're deep in the woods or deep in the mountains, you're going to have connectivity no matter what. The only reason why you wouldn't is if you had like maybe a really bad storm or something. So that connects to satellites. So if I were you, I'll look it up for you right now. It's called Starlink. I know they have it for RVs. Starlink RV Internet. Yeah. So it's $600, and then its initial cost, and then it's $120 a month, and you have internet wherever you want.
That's fucking expensive, man. I already have a mobile hotspot. I don't know.
But it doesn't work everywhere. So you cancel the mobile hotspot, and you get Starlink. Well, here's what I'm saying. Then you can literally drive anyone in the country and run Twitter Spaces and be able to show your project 24/7. Well, and I'm not saying that it's something that you have to do now, or there might not be a better opportunity in the future. But if you want to use video, that's probably your only option. If you don't, if you want to just do audio, then just do what you're doing. But here's the thing, you're never going to catch on, because every time you host a space, you're going to go through the mountains, and then it's going to disconnect. Or you're going to have to tell everyone, hey, I know we're in this really great Twitter space, but I'm going to be going through the Mojave Desert, and we won't be able to connect for 45 minutes. So sorry, everybody. Bye.